Yo, what is up, everybody? It's Jay the Great here. Welcome back to another weekly stream here today. For this one, I'm going to be solo. It's been a while since I've been solo, but if you guys are not new to the channel, I've been around for a while, you guys know I used to do these solo every week for a long time. So the show has to roll on. Batman and Shinobi have their own obligations, rightfully so. So the show will continue. But before we go any further, whether you're watching the recording or watching live, if you could just take a second to hit the like button, it'd be greatly appreciated. It really helps the channel. So even just taking a second out of your day to do that really helps us more than you know, so it's greatly appreciated. But as you can tell by the title and by the screen you're observing with your very eyes, we now have Boruto chapter leaks for the newest chapter that's coming out on the 20th. Obviously in Japan it's already released. So some pretty telling things have been shined upon from what I was able to extrapolate with the leaks. We're going to discuss that shortly. I'm just going to wait for some people to come in and we'll get straight to it. Feel free to ask questions here. And of course, if you want your questions answered more in depth, make sure to ask them ahead of time. You can join my Discord in the description or ask them in any comment section of any video. Just let me know it's a podcast question and I'll try to answer it in depth for you guys. I actually go out of my way to prepare ahead of time to answer your guys' questions. So if you guys want an in-depth answer, more than one I would be able to do off the top of my head, make sure to ask ahead of time, and I'll do that as well. So, yeah. Good on, Legend. Thanks for coming in. But yeah, a couple were asked before. I'm going to wait a couple more minutes for more people to come in, and we'll discuss the leaks and what I thought was interesting about the chapter, at least from the leaks. So, one question someone asked pre-live stream was, let's see, where is it at? Give me a second. I just had it. What is more aesthetically pleasing in the series, Kamui or Flying Thunder God? So that's a good question. Now, I believe that aesthetically, the Flying Thunder God just seems more satisfying, right? Just getting out of the way just in time. A great example was Minato versus the 4th Ray Kage during the 3rd Great Shinobi War. He just seamlessly and effortlessly got out of the way. It was very satisfying to see. So I would probably say Flying Thunder God. Kamui's pretty satisfying to see too aesthetically, but I think Flying Thunder God was just presented better in the manga and especially in the anime as well. So I would probably say that. Bro, Boruto called code that he's easy to kill even though he's a Jigen level opponent. That's insane. Yeah, we're going to discuss that for sure. If I had Ishi's power and abilities, how would I rank in the Frieza Force? I'd have to know the power levels of the individuals in the Frieza Force. You wouldn't even compare to current Frieza. Frieza is probably Universal Plus, especially with the Black Frieza form he now has. So you would, at best, maybe be a mid-rank individual in the Force. I need to see the power levels of the people in his Force. Nowhere near Frieza, I'll say that. Alright, a few more minutes, folks. A couple more minutes. We'll begin the leaks discussion. By the way, from what I extrapolated, what you see on the screen is apparently the chapter cover of the new chapter. I'm not sure if it is going to be, but that's what I've heard and what I've seen. What's up, bud? What's going on, Phantom? Thanks for coming in as well. But yeah, folks, feel free to ask any questions at all. Anime, sports, current events, whatever the case may be. Feel free. Politics, whatever. So try to be as versatile as possible. Let's go ahead and begin. By the way, for you guys, again, one more time, if you could just take a second to hit the like button, it's really appreciated. Let's get straight to it, though. So I'm going to give my take on the Chapter 2 leaks of the Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. So spoiler alerts, obviously, before I begin. So as far as this chapter, this is clearly a sort of catalyst chapter for the battles that will ensue, which consist of primarily the Ten-Tail clones versus Konoha and Boruto versus Code. Right, this is certainly what this chapter did here. So in this chapter, we get a sort of gauge of how problematic the Ten-Tail clones are to even the typical genin, such as Chocho. Chocho states, at least in the OP Scans website with the fan translation, that the Ten-Tail clones are not an issue at all. Only the numbers that they possess is the issue, but as far as an individual clone, she states that they are no problem even to her, and she's a genin. Right, so that goes to show you how powerful most of the clones are. So despite them being 10-tail clones, right? Clones are the most powerful tailed beast by far. It seems that the writers are deciding to not make him too imposing. At least the base version of the 10-tail clones. And I'll explain further. So, a very, very bizarre event that takes place, getting to what I was just talking about, is there are these derivatives of the 10-tail clones that possess renegons, and they are substantially more powerful. And this is what happens with a Renegon-infused 10-tail clone. It was able to blitz even Kawaki. Right? Kawaki was blitzed by a 10-tails clone, and it also forced him to use his karma. Right? So he disposed of it with his karma, indicating that these 10-tail clone derivatives that possess the Renegon are substantially more powerful. Chocho also says, in the fan translation at least, that they are superior to the typical base 10-tail clone that has no dojutsu infused in its body, right? So that's insane. To be able to press Kawaki is quite impressive. As we know, it's just 3 years later, post-time skip. Kawaki is able to use his abilities more. I'm sure his base form itself has gotten substantially stronger as well. So for a 10-tails clone derivative to push him to that extent is quite impressive. So that just goes to show you that there are probably going to be variations of the 10-tail clones. At least a Renegon infused 10-tail clones and the base 10-tail clones. Those are the ones we have seen so far. So, yeah, it's very, very telling. Let me see what you guys said, though. I meant to say NGL. Jigen, Kage, infused Momoshiki versus Naruto and Sasuke. If it's not Baramo Naruto, yeah, the former side destroys Naruto and Sasuke. Jigen wouldn't even need Kage and Momo. They'd probably get in the way, actually. So, yeah, Jigen's way more powerful. Oh, yeah, continuing on with the leaks discussion. So, what was interesting, so this is more of a narrative moment, was Kawaki's interaction with Himawari. So, Himawari was attacked by a 10-tails clone, and she was saved by Kawaki. Right? This displays Kawaki's care for Himawari, and how he still has some sort of loyalty to not only just Naruto, but Naruto's family as well. Right, so we see that, which was pretty telling. But what was even more telling is when Himawari thanks him and calls him Big Bro, right? This is what she says in the fan translation, at least. He says, "Don't call me that." Right, and what that indicates to me, at least with this narrative event, is that Kawaki may hold some remorse and guilt for what is currently occurring with Boruto, right? The 3 years of suffering he probably endured and trials that he had to endure. I'm sure it seems that he has some sort of guilt and remorse for that. It seems like he doesn't want to take the mantle of Big Bro. Like he wants that to belong to Boruto. Obviously, he's not going to tell everybody the truth because he wants to eliminate the Otsutsuki, but he is still somewhat seemingly remorseful about what took place with Boruto, and even tells Himawari, "Hey, I'm not your big bro. Don't call me that." Obviously, he's not going to explain why he says that, but he just doesn't like that term because, to me at least, it indicates he has remorse and guilt for what happened with the Omnipotence Jutsu, right? And the tide's turning for him in Boruto. That was a very telling narrative moment as well for me. Perhaps it's foreshadowing what's to come, such as Kawaki maybe. $5 from Steven. I appreciate that, man. What's good? What's going on, brother? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate that. But yeah, it kind of possibly foreshadows what's to come. Do I think Kawaki's going to tell everybody the truth? No, but it seems he has some hesitations with Boruto. It does seem that way. It's very, very telling. That small event, it's only like maybe a couple pages long, is very, very telling to me at least. It indicates what possibilities may ensue in the future. So... let's see what you guys have said, though. We need a Danzo one-shot. Seeing him create the foundation and all the backhanded shit he did would be so interesting. Sakumo, here's an Interarmy. Yeah, I agree. Danzo would be a good one. Sakumo is probably my number one pick, personally. I think he'd be the number one pick for a one-shot. Just extremely, extremely hyped-up character, great lore, extremely mysterious. There's basically nothing on him besides his lore that Minato talked about, and Kakashi seems to very, very revere, etc. So, yeah, that would be a very, very good one shot. Any one of those characters would be great, though. So continuing on with the leaks discussion, though. By the way, folks, feel free to ask questions about that, about anything. It's a open floor here, so feel free to ask anything. So as far as the other characters, right, we have Sarada being displayed using Chidori and Fire Style Jutsu, indicating her progression as a shinobi as well. She seamlessly used it very easily, right? When she was battling Ten Tails clones in this new chapter, it seemed very, very effortless. Like it's natural to her to use Chidori and use Fire Style variations of Jutsu now. It's very telling on her progression as well. So she's certainly evolved as a shinobi, clearly. And now, the most hyped up part of this chapter, which many have spoken about, and I see why. Boruto versus Code, right? So, Boruto versus Code was, in this chapter, more of a mental warfare event, right? They were talking, chipping back and forth, kind of chirping at each other, trying to establish a mental advantage over the other, right? So, this is clearly going to serve as a catalyst and hype builder for the battle that will ensue between them in the coming chapters, I'm sure. So, I enjoyed that. And what Boruto is telling Code is very, very strong rhetoric. He's telling him, "I'm gonna kill you. You should change. You should just turn back and undo what you're doing, because if you don't stop this, I'm going to eliminate you." Right? Like someone said in the chat, no limiter Code is stated to be even above Jigen. Right? So that possibly foreshadows how powerful Boruto now is. If he's convinced that he can defeat this individual, right, and that he's not lying about being able to defeat a Jigen level threat and beyond, then he is substantially more powerful than Time Skip. Substantially. So that's going to be very telling. Right? And at the very end of the chapter, we get him about to use what appears to be a derivative of the Rasengan. I forgot what he called this, like Rasengan Uzumoki or something like that. It's like a variation of his father's jutsu. And everyone's hyped about it. Everyone's speculating what it's going to be. It's very, very exciting times. So, simply put, this chapter was very good, and clearly Boruto is quickly becoming one of the most popular and revered new gen manga in the anime fandom in its entirety. So, very happy with the direction of the narrative. So, if Sasuke gave Code the scar mid-time, skip Sasuke scaling crazy. Oh, yeah. That'd be insane. I'm making a book about my Akatsuki. That's pretty cool, man. But yeah, folks, any questions you may have at all? That was sort of my review on the chapter, my analysis of the chapter, and what's to come. Any questions you may have at all? By the way, for you folks that don't know, I also have a video up now. I did a collab with Thunder God, shout out to him, on Ichikatsuki versus the 5 Kage. Excuse me, Ichikatsuki duo, I should say, versus the 5 Kage. I thought it came out pretty well, so go ahead and check that out. Shout out to him again, though, for that. It's dope to have him on. It was a great video, I think. But yeah, folks, any questions at all, feel free to ask. I believe there's a couple other pre-established questions. I'll answer those while you guys ask. Someone asked, what abilities will you think will be shown with the Joganai now that Boruto is more experienced? Certainly derivatives of the Rasengan, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's certain derivatives of other abilities that his father or perhaps Sasuke has. It seems like he's building upon his father's and Sasuke's arsenals and improving upon them. So, certainly derivatives of past shinobi's powers, specifically Naruto and Sasuke. I'm sure we're going to see more of that. Do you think Pain would one-shot Shikaku or Gamabunta? Yeah. For one tail? Yeah. The tailed beasts certainly vary in power, I would say. Certainly appears to be the case, specifically the 9 tails and anything below 8 tails. We've seen the 9 tails stalemate 6 tailed beasts at the same time with the Biju Bomb, indicating his superiority. And sort of going off how well Pain did against 6-tail Naruto and how well he was able to sort of hold himself and defend himself despite being fatigued is quite indicative of how well he do against the 1-tail, right? So I think full power Pain would do pretty well against Shikaku. Could Sablemen be EMS Madara? Yeah. They're blatantly over planet level. Yeah. Power level wise, yeah, they are. They certainly would. EMS Madara at best, I would say, probably scales off at, if I'm being extremely generous, Continental. Bro, in the chapter, Boruto says, I guess there's no medicine for retards. I think I saw Ino's son called Chocho a fat ass or some shit in the fan translation too. That was wild. There's some vulgarity in the chapter. I wish I could see Momo. Do you think we'll see him in the next few chapters? We'll see him having like these subconscious discussions with Boruto, I'm sure. As far as him physically emerging, I doubt it. But we'll see him. We're certainly going to see him. He's the best. He is inside of Boruto subconscious. So, what do you think Boruto will treat Momoshiki after he's been through? It's tough to tell. Or we haven't really seen what their relationship is like. I would assume maybe like a Sukuna Yuji type of relationship where they're kind of just tolerating each other. That's a JJK reference, but if Sasuke went with pain to the leaf after finding out the truth about Itachi, that would have been crazy. Oh shit, yeah, Naruto probably would have died that day. With both of those guys there, yeah. I disagree with your pain versus the 5 Kage analysis as Gaara's sand is stated to be equal to Shikaku by Rasa. Gaara's sand? I mean, Gaara's sand is impressive, but it's not pain level. It's not a threat to pain, I'd say. Speed-wise or anything like that. Pain and Madara would probably have an aneurysm from seeing what Kawaki did. Oh, of course. I mean, they pale in comparison to that level. Unfortunately, for us OG Naruto fans. I think the new designs of the chapters suit them well. Everyone has their signature look. I agree. Yeah, I enjoy the aesthetic creation of the time skip character versions. I think they're well done, especially Kawaki's and Boruto's. Very well done. Do you think Sukuna likes movies after watching all of them in Yuki's body? Sukuna seems like a very laid-back individual. I wouldn't see why not. Do you think we'll ever see Kage or Ishiki in flashbacks from Momo? That'd be cool to see the history they had. I wouldn't mind. Perhaps. That's possible. As far as JJK, by the way, it's been a while since I've read up on it. I'm still in the 180s as far as chapters. I need to get back on it. Possibly tonight. I'll get back on that. Just been busy with other things, editing and IRL stuff. So, Obito was a generational talent and gaslighting. He looked at Sasuke with a straight face and told him the Nine-Tails attack was a freak accident. Oh yeah, Obito tricked the whole world for a long time that he was Madara. Even Minato thought he was probably Madara. That's how powerful and how convincing he was. That just speaks volumes to Obito's caliber from a young age. What would happen if Sasuke and Pain went to the 5 Kage Summit together? I mean, they would wash. But yeah, folks, any questions you may have, feel free to ask. This is a solo pod, but like I said, if you're a long-time viewer, you guys would already know I used to do these solo all the time. So, the show must go on. Speaking of anime, I watched the new Bleach episode as well. Very, very well done. Mayuri, like you can see on the screen, is a monster. He is a monster for sure. Very impressive. Will we ever see an Ultra Instinct Vegeta or Gogeta? I feel like it could possibly be a mix. That would be a good plot point. Perhaps a mix of Angel and God of Destruction Ki. With the Ultra Ego and the True Ultra Instinct mix. That'd be cool to see. Perhaps like a combination of the colors, combination of abilities, the perfect fighter. Right? That's what Vegito specifically represents, like the perfect fighter, the perfect mix of Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta's temperament, Goku's technique, etc. So it's gonna be a mix, I think. They'll have some name for it, I'm assuming, probably if that time comes. That'd be perfect time to fight Black Frieza, for them to fuse again. What do you think about Itachi's thoughts of Nagato? Itachi seems to respect Nagato. If Obito equals to Madara with the Jinchuriki, do you think he could keep up with the live Madara without the Nine Tails? Honestly, with the Jinchuriki, no. I don't think he'd be able to keep up with that with Madara, a live Madara. A live Madara is quite the buff in comparison to Edo. I know Edo's are virtually full power, but Hashirama doesn't start to iterate, oh, you're approaching your full power until after he has Sage Mode and things of this nature. So, live Madara is not substantially more powerful, but he's more powerful than Edo Madara. And I don't think Obito will be able to keep up with that. Do you think Itachi held resentment for Obito when Obito killed Itachi's team in front of him when he was a kid? Perhaps. But he's so stoic that we just would never notice. He's extremely stoic and calculated. He finishes the mission at all costs. I mean, look what he did to the Uchiha clan. He did that for the sake of the mission. So it's possible theoretically, but we'll never know. He never displays that. The only time we ever see some sort of frustration is when he threatens Danzo after the Uchiha clan massacre and says, if you ever even touch Sasuke, I will expose your secrets across the nations or something like that. So, yeah, he's very stoic. It's hard to tell. What do you think would happen if Pain met Sasuke? If he met Sasuke's if it's during the Shippuden era, Sasuke was very adamant on eliminating Itachi. So they probably would have a battle because Pain sees Itachi as his comrade. So, is there a Naruto character you would have liked to become or deserve to become a Kage? Yeah, Jiraiya. Jiraiya would have been a great candidate. Who else would have been a great candidate as well? Obito, if he never went rogue, of course, would have been a great Kage as well. Perhaps someone like Sakuma as well would have been a great Kage if, he didn't kill himself. Guys like that. Guys like, that had the power, had the respect, or had the potential at least, like Obito. I think Black Frieza is still leagues above Beast Gohan. He'll have to endure some intense training to match his level. Yeah, people are still arguing how that goes. I know currently in the Super manga, they are basically redrawing the superhero movie, the Dragon Ball superhero movie. They're redrawing it. The latest chapter, we see Cell Max making his appearance, fighting Goten and Trunks, and Gohan trying to shake off his rust. We see Piccolo Dorado. So yeah, it's still up in the air. I do want to see an altercation between them very soon. Hopefully after they finish redrawing basically the movie in the manga. So the way he went about in thoroughly eliminating Goku and Vegeta in one shot, I would probably deduce he is stronger. He probably is. Because when Piccolo and Gohan are referencing Goku and Vegeta, they're probably referencing the last version of Goku and Vegeta they've seen, right? So not necessarily current Goku and Vegeta, indicating that possibly even Goku and Vegeta are above Gohan. So that's like the debate that's been had for quite some time in the Dragon Ball Super fandom. So isn't it wrong I hate Naruto's idealism? So idealism is good to a certain extent, right? Because it's very clear that Naruto is an idealist and Madara was a realist. I think you should have a balance. You shouldn't be delusional in your vision. I don't think Naruto was delusional in his vision. He was willing to do what it takes to achieve an arbitrary level of peace. He never iterated that he would reach perfect peace. To him, free will was more important than perfect peace. To him, it seems inauthentic and disingenuous to try and create a world of perfect peace with the elimination of free will. Right? To him, it seems like an easy way out. Right? That's the way he looks at Madara's ideology. Like you're forcing this against the people's will to achieve what you think is peace, right? And that's not true peace. That's basically his ideology. True peace is causing people to unite, to come together, and to work together, right, to the best of their ability. Perfection is unattainable. That was Madara's ideology. He would talk about the cyclical nature of the shinobi world and how perfection is unattainable and that the cycle of love and hate will never cease to exist. He's right about that. That's why there's a great moral dilemma between Naruto's idealism and Madara's realism. So it's a never-ending dilemma. Never-ending. I still haven't seen a convincing argument for Ganbunta being below the three tails. I think Shikaku is the third stronger tailed beast, as Gyuki brings them up specifically when saying tails don't equal power. Well, you could just refute that by saying the reason he brings him up is because he has the least amount of tails, so he's the first person he would bring, the first tailed beast he would bring up. That doesn't necessarily mean he's the third strongest tailed beast. Yo! You got Batman in here. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're talking about the tailed beast and how they most likely vary in power. So yeah, I think they do. I mean, like I was saying earlier, that we got Batman in here, by the way, folks. So that's who's in here now. Like I was saying earlier, I was saying that when the nine-tailed stalemates the six-tailed beasts during the war, that kind of implies a superiority over like the rest of them, you know. So that's why I think there is a gap between at least him and the eight tails in comparison to the rest. I think at least between those two and the rest of the tailed beasts, there is a discrepancy in power. I mean, that kind of proves it, if anything, you know. So, but yeah, folks, Batman's yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was half the Ninetales power. Exactly, that wasn't even the full power of Ninetales. So there's certainly a discrepancy. It's harder to prove a discrepancy between the tailed beasts numbered 1 through 7. That's a little harder to prove because you don't ever see them fight each other. But clearly, the 8 and 9 tails though have substantially better feats than 1 through 7. Is the point. So yeah. Who's faster, Edo Itachi, Sage Kabuto, or KCM1 Naruto? It depends on the KCM1 Naruto you're discussing. If it's early KCM, then Edo Itachi is the fastest. Probably. Yeah. Yeah.
He's kind of like a contestant of someone to like rival against Obito,
Yeah.
kind of like a threat. That there's kind of like some type of stigma between those two that eventually they would have some form of conflict.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hachi was literally basically holding back for the most part, just saying like, "Hey, it's Sasuke, we can't kill him, blah blah, yada yada." Like, we have to like basically subdue him in order to help everyone. So like the fact that like Itachi's over here just blatantly stating like, fucking we can't kill him, whatever, and we need to do this and this. Like Itachi's a very humble and honest and transparent person. He would be the first one to admit like, nah, we just got to kill this guy. It doesn't matter. Like he's just that fucking like we can't hold back. Like we got to go all out and kill him. But never is that ever implied or anything, etc.
Exactly.
It's just
yeah.
He does tremendously very well against him, while basically hitting Sasuke at the same time, and then eventually defeating him. So
yeah. Jay Batman's audio. Oh yeah, I fixed it. My bad, folks. I forgot that my desktop audio wasn't on. You guys should hear him now. I view Frieza saying it took plenty of toll to achieve his black form. Does that imply he had to go to multiple years of training, unlike his easy game? Yeah, it's stated that he was in the hyperbolic time chamber for a decade or something like that to reach Black Frieza form. That's the most he's ever trained in his entire career as a Z fighter, by far. It took him 4 months to achieve Golden Frieza. It took him a decade in the hyperbolic time chamber to surpass Goku and Vegeta. So yeah, he trained like a madman because he was tired of being inferior. I think after the ass whooping he took from Broly, he had sort of an epiphany like, man, I'm so behind. I need to do something crazy. Like I actually have to train. So he was sick of it. So we saw what he became. What his latent potential really is. In all honesty, where do you see DBZs going, specifically when it comes to power cliffing? How much further can they go? I mean, they're reaching insane levels, man. Like Gods of Destructions they're literally being competed with. Jiren already. That's already arcs ago, like a long time ago. He was stated to have surpassed the gods. Goku's learning angel fucking like angel abilities. He's like has true ultra instinct. Vegeta's learning and mastering ultra ego. Like they're reaching insane levels that are starting to surpass even gods. I think it's going to take quite some time before they reach like angel level. That's an absurd amount of power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Toriyama talked about this. He like kind of gave them like a rate of power. He gave Whis like a 1 through 20 or something like that, or 1 through 10. He gave Whis a really high number, like, oh, he's 15. Like on this scale, Beerus is like a 9. I forgot what number he said exactly. So that shows a huge discrepancy even between Beerus and Whis. It's gonna take a while before they catch up to that. So there's a lot of narrative to be written still.
Gonna probably take a lot of L's too.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Those two, like, they lose and then they just get stronger or some shit.
Yeah.
So
the thing with the Kazekage is they carry the sand and rival Shikaku in power, so should be equal with the other Kage, whose son the set to 7 tails. Well, if just because a village contains a tailed beast doesn't mean that the Kage is relative to it. I just like the Jinchuriki is what keeps it under control. Like Kushina is not relative to the 9 tails. She has the ability to restrain it though.
yeah, to suppress it and shit or whatever. Like, same thing for Gar's dad. He just basically, like, he has the golden sand that can kind of like neg fucking like normal sand and shit, you name it.
Yeah.
He's just able to basically just deal with it that way. And he can't like beat it down or anything like that.
Yeah, there's only very few individuals that could fight Tail Beast 1-on-1. Not very many. Yeah.
And we do know bare minimum, like, you have to be like Kage level to do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like, that's why Jiraiya, he just summons Gunbunta, there you go. Orochimaru, same thing, summons his fucking snake summon, whatever, and they're going, yada yada. Like, so you have to be blatantly Kage level, otherwise you're fucked. Like, if we're talking about like part 1 Kakashi, he would have got slammed by Shikaku.
Yeah.
The motherfucker got killed, instantaneously. We see his interaction with just base Orochimaru.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. I think Madara was an idealist. He had the idealistic idea of the dream world, but a world without pain makes sluggish, stupid people, aka White Zetsu. Well, to him it was real. I don't think he's an idealist. To him, he didn't know that the people.
He thought there was no way.
Yeah, he didn't think they were going to become White Zetsu. The only reason that happened is because Zetsu lied to him. He thought it was a real vision. So I wouldn't say he's much of an idealist at all, actually. Imagine you're Frieza. You're asked me about Broly Jiren. Exactly. He got tired of that. He was very upset, very very upset, and then
beat up so many times.
Yeah, finally he got his revenge for the first time in a long time. Yeah,
he needed a whole new form and said, "Let me get in this goddamn fucking chamber."
Yeah, Raza, Gaara. The only consistent thing about DBS scaling is that Beerus is always the second strongest character after Whis, no matter what. They had to retcon in order to make him that strong. Yeah, because it was weird, right? Because the Battle Gods movie, he's like using 70% of his power against newly awakened God Ki fucking Goku. 70%? That's a lot. But apparently he's still he's still above them, even though he used 70% when Goku.
It's just yeah, it's just fucking funny because like 70%, yeah, and then we see like all the drastic like amount of power Goku gets like after that time period,
exactly,
and like the full leading in and then stacking Super Saiyan and all this other shit, Kaioken, then going further and beyond, you name it, fucking, and then like next thing you know, like, but still, if Beerus uses that extra 30, they just get like fucked, no diff. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, low diff.
Exactly. Yeah, they definitely retcon that. Like, Toriyama's probably like, shit, I probably shouldn't have said 70. That's probably what he's thinking.
Yeah.
That's a large amount. That's like most of his fucking power.
Time.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. The retcons, you name it.
Yeah.
Like, there is one situation, because I just recently checked out Six's video reacting to it, and he brought up as an interesting thing for Minato the whole Rising Gun when he learned it. Like, he was like, oh, this is a retcon, whatnot. Now, there's technically like a whole other way you can kind of perceive that to why it can't be a retcon, but at the same time, it more than likely is. But it's just, it happens all the fucking time. Sometimes writers, they just don't, either they do it on accident or they just don't pay attention. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Raza says that Gaara is relative to Shikaku when Gaara attacked him, mistaking it for Shikaku's power. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, thanks again, Steven. Appreciate it. For the $2. Oh, the €2, excuse me. The two euros. Appreciate that. You read One Piece? That's my next project. I'm gonna probably get on that as soon as I finish. I only have 60 more chapters of JJK, and I'm definitely gonna begin One Piece. It's probably gonna be a long journey. I know it's like literally over 1,000 chapters. But I haven't read it, so I don't know much about it. I just know like the hype moments when they're all over Twitter and stuff, or I should say X, whatever it's called now. But yeah.
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 I'll be honest, I'm probably not. One Piece would probably be the one anime that I might not ever get into.
I know. I've
Like
heard
just
about. I definitely heard about Gear 5. I know that shit's broken apparently.
yeah, same. I
Uh,
heard about that. I don't have like a lot of knowledge on it, but
yeah.
you know, but fucking, I don't know. It's just from what I've heard and seen. Like, it's like, it's not really for me. And then two, like, it's just so long, dude.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what I mean? Like,
fucking
what the
long.
fuck, the
Yeah.
longest that I've had of anything, bro.
Yeah, that's
Like,
why shout out to Swag for fucking finishing in a month. That's insane. God damn.
he has the time. He has the fucking time, bro.
Yeah,
Shit.
he's on that. He was on that grind. That's respect, man. I want some respect for that. That's fucking crazy. 1,000 fucking chapters. Holy shit. To be honest, if you were in Uchiha and were in the Warring States period, would you side with Hashirama or Madara? I mean, I wouldn't have a choice because if I'm not near their power, I'd be fodder compared to them. But probably Hashirama because he's stronger. Beerus has unironically been retconned.
Come on.
Yeah. Beerus has unironically been retconned into fighting at 0.001% of his power. Yeah, yes. That's true. Let's see. When Boruto and Sarada are talking, Boruto doesn't look at her. You think that's because she's trying to focus on the fight or something happened to Sasuke to the point you can't look her in the eye? I didn't even notice that. I don't think there's much to look into when it comes to that. I think he's just focused on Code because he's a threat. And he's focused on, trying to intimidate Code and try to get the one up as far as mental warfare. So that's what I got from the chapter, at least. He's hyper fixated on Code. He's a threat. So
yeah,
that's probably why. It's possible maybe he might be right on that theory. Maybe that's why he's not looking at Sarada because Sasuke's dead or something. We don't know yet, but yeah. Was Anbu Itachi stronger than Danzo from the massacre?
Oh yeah, he flexed on his ass.
Yeah,
he said like
even then,
he straight up flexed on him.
Yeah, he came down after the massacre. He said, "If you fucking even touch Sasuke, you're fucked." That's basically what he said, and Danzo was like, "Fuck," like nothing he could do about it.
Which is, it's really funny because like fucking, like we saw like that exact Itachi being like basically equal to Shishui with a 3-tomo to 3-tomo.
Yeah.
Shishui didn't use MS. If he used MS and Itachi would probably be fucked. And then the moment like Itachi, and then we see like that particular Shishui go against Danzo as well, and we saw everything with that. And we see Itachi get his MS, and I'm gonna be honest, like that right there, it was kind of ridiculous because we see a drastic difference when Itachi gets his MS of how much further he was than Shishui.
Yeah, it seems like his MS, like he was first of all, he's more intelligent than Shishui. Second of all, it's like he doesn't have Kodo, but it's like his MS is so potent for one-on-one battle that it's like, fuck, man, you can't really touch the guy. So
like it's just crazy because like we see like the difference between Shishui and Itachi, like it's just like vastly like different. Like Itachi just straight up just says like, I will literally kill you right now. Here are my demands. Take it or leave it. And then Danzo has like that face like, fuck you.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Let's be real. So he will always defy anybody if the chance is ever given. You know what I mean? Like he won't put it, or he'll try to, whatever you name it. Like we even see it like with him eventually, like once he's forced, like he's like, you know what? I'm gonna have to use Kodo and Madara. He's just that strong or whatever and shit. Like, so when it comes down to it, like he knows his limits, whatever you name it, and he'll only do it necessary. But the fact that Itachi did that, and he knew even better, like there's just nothing he could fucking do.
Yeah.
Like it just goes to show like Itachi was that guy.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Like imagine like him trying to do what he did to fucking Shishui. He tries to blitz him. He'd be like, "Bitch, I'm getting the Tsukuyomi real quick." You would not play that shit, man.
Like, and that's what would have happened because like if Danzo could have beat Itachi, he would have just tried to give him the Shishui treatment.
Yeah, that's what he tried. Yeah.
Same thing.
He knows damn well he would have got bitched by him if he tried that shit real quick. Yeah. One Piece is great, but know that it has some places that drag. Oh yeah, I've heard. I'm definitely prepared for that. I'm definitely gonna try to grind through it though, so I could scale better when you guys ask. I love antagonists that were never talked no jutsu'd. Yeah, me too. Ishiki was never not talked no jutsu'd. Madara, yeah, exactly. I enjoy them too. I enjoy them too.
That's another thing, Jay. That was probably the most bloodlusted Itachi we ever seen too.
Yeah, that's like the only time you see him actually like visibly upset. Yeah. He's like, "You motherfucker." I was like, "Oh shit." He was fucking heated. That was crazy.
The second time we ever see Itachi get that, but it's only for like a brief second, is right after Orochimaru comes out of Sasuke and he's like talking his shit. And you see like it does like it has a noise and everything for like the anime, and he gets like dead serious. He has like that bloodlust look, and he immediately speed blitzes and hits him with the sword.
Oh shit!
So, like,
$5. $5 for Steven again. Thanks for that, Steven. Appreciate that. €5. Appreciate that. If the Rasengan needed wind style to be complete, why make it for Kushina, who's shown no nature transformations? Why make it for Kushina? I mean, Minato said he's using it to defend her, I guess, to be able to deal with tailed beasts or deal with
tailed beast. It was to combat against their tailed beast bombs because he saw how they operated and he wanted to utilize and have something in order to defend Kushina instead of her having to be brought upon in war and yada yada.
Yeah,
to protect
exactly.
her.
It was more so to fight the Nine Tails itself. I'm assuming, like if it ever were to go rogue, like it did in the one shot. Basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then like the reason why Naruto did wind style and why it was incomplete is because the Rasengan was incomplete. It wasn't like a fully developed jutsu because you could still add like a nature element to it and make it even more powerful. And Kakashi kind of explains all that. He goes into a lot of detail. But no, that the Naruto needed wind style in order to make it just way more powerful.
Yeah, to perfect it. Yeah.
When it comes to like chakra control, or no, when it comes to the Rasengan, you need like really, really good chakra control in order for that alone to be massively powerful. Like we literally see an example like Minato, we see an example like Jiraiya. And unfortunately, that was the one thing Naruto lacked in around that time, at least around that time. You know what I mean? He was not good at chakra control, so his Rasengans were pretty ass. It was still really strong, but nowhere near the caliber of Minato and Jiraiya and shit.
Yeah.
And basically, that's why he had to learn the Raisen Shuriken and apply wind style. And then literally in the data books, like it was just saying like to where now with the Raisen Shuriken, he's able to kind of rival Minato's power in a way. So it's basically saying in the sense like he's getting towards like in a way where he's on approach to have Minato's power, while Minato only just has a fucking Rasengan, like baby ass ones and everything too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's see. Gear 5 Luffy is a new Saitama. People come up with the most idiotic arguments. Oh, I bet, man, with the fucking crazy shit that's capable of. Insane. We need to see when Obito sat Itachi down and lied to his face, telling him he's Madara and telling him Madara's whole life story. Yeah, clearly he wasn't aware of everything Obito was capable of. Even Obito says it when Sasuke is kind of like the vessel that Itachi uses to try and eliminate him with the MS. He's like, well, if he would have known more about him, he would have killed me. Obito was just that powerful. He was so powerful that he could play the Madara role, essentially. He was in theater mode for the majority of the narrative, and it worked against Minato, against Itachi, against Kage. They all thought he was Madara. That's how powerful Obito was. So
they did a fucking war.
Yeah.
Who does a war, bro, without confirming that shit? Like,
literally. Like, we're fighting Madara here. And he wasn't even Madara. That's how powerful he thought. That's how powerful he really is. So.
And he had to have the power and everything, because Shinobi can sense each other's power and shit, like their presence, you name it. Like we see that blatantly demonstrated with Orochimaru when he first appears. We see it with Kakashi and Zabuza. We see it with Lee when he first awakens the gates. We see it with Naruto when he's going to Kyuubi. Sasuke with Curse Mark.
Yeah.
Like there's blatant tons of examples, and Obito, just for him doing all the shit he did, or even just going to the Five Kage Summit and flexing, the fact that he went there and just sat there and gave him the talk. Just went to show like, hey, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, So like he had power and everything alone, and that alone like just convinced him that he was Madara. And they even say it themselves. They say Madara's name is power alone, but with his presence and everything, they really thought he was Madara.
Yeah, exactly. It just speaks testament to how powerful Obito really was from a young age. So.
And it makes sense with the new Minato one shot. We see all that shit in correlation to Madara and Hashirama.
Yeah.
So then you think of Obito, even including people like Itachi. Like, it's just, there you go, you know what I mean? And unfortunately, when it comes to those people and that caliber of power, they're no fucking joke. They're just ridiculous.
Exactly.
They could solo the Kage if they wanted to.
Yeah.
How
will the Uzumaki clan massacred out? I was reading the data books and wondered how such a hard-to-kill clan was just wiped out. This is actually answered, well, not answered, but further explained in the one-shot, the Minato one-shot. When Kushina's talking to Hashirama's wife, she actually says that Uzumaki are fodder for war. Like, they're not made to battle. They just have very, very powerful life forces and are very good Jinchuriki candidates for tailed beasts. So they're very capable in one factor. of a shinobi as far as life force, like durability. They're extremely durable in terms of that, but in terms of combat, they're fodder, according to Hashirama's wife. They're not made to fight. Naruto's an exception. I mean, he's the reincarnation of Ashura. He's fucking Minato's son. He's the main character of the story. So that's different, Yeah, and the other exception would be Nagato. I mean, you got fucking renegons implanted in his eyes.
Yeah, he was given the fucking renegon, that's
so
why.
They're actually fodder in war, so that's why. And
the only reason why he was able to even use the renegon to, like, the max potential, too, was because of being, that fucking heritage. They just have, like, absurd fucking stamina and chakra levels, and, like, their special life force, so literally it was perfect. That's why he could use both renegon, while Obito could only do fucking one. Because this is how
he probably would have been fodder without those renegons. Just like another fodder.
Oh yeah, he would have. Yeah, he would have been very poo poo.
Another Kushina, basically. Wow.
And the reason why, and it's just further demonstrated in Boruto. If you guys watch, I haven't seen the manga yet, so I can't speak for the manga. But if you've watched the anime, we see Karen again, and she's just not a combat type. Like, she's over here struggling with these fodder ass artificial fucking curse mark monsters, and like with her chains and shit. And then next thing you know, Boruto comes and saves her and fucking slams them all. Like they're just not, unfortunately, they're just not combat fighters. 'Cause I know people try to pull like, oh, well, remember what Karen did to the fucking wood statue or some shit or whatever? Like, for one, she's mentally amped, and two, she just does her fucking chains and breaks it up. And we don't know nothing about that fucking wood thing.
Yeah.
The only best feature wood thing has is like doing all the 5 natures, and then Hiruzen comes and stalemates it,
Yeah.
But that's it.
Yeah,
that's all we know.
That was more like a sealing technique anyway, so it's not exactly like, that's what Uzumaki's are known for anyway. Let me speed through those folks. There's a few of these here. In the anime, wasn't included, but Itachi says he'll kill him personally. Oh, dude. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. I'm doing Kage's Way of One Piece. Oh, good luck, man. I'm 3 weeks in and I'm on time skip. Jesus. Yeah, it's a hard chore. Minato made it to protect Kushina, not for her to learn it herself. Yeah, exactly. The Rasengan, yeah. Sometimes I wish Itachi or Pain killed Danzo. Actually, I wish they 2v1'd him. They would have needed 2v1 him, man. Either one could slaughter him.
Bro, Danzo was so scared of Pain, he literally conceded and never even volunteered at any point in time to fucking fuck with Pain or anything. He knew better, bro.
Oh, no,
that motherfucker was so scared.
Yeah, no, there's no fucking chance against that. Yeah. Even Fado Utsuki would be busted, but I'd have to be an alien, and Uchiha would let me stay human, but I'd more likely not be fodder, so Uchiha. Yeah. I hate when people use their own translations over Viz because I just think that authority. What authority do random people have over? Yeah, dude. We've talked about this before, specifically with the one-shot manga. With people like, oh my god, the translators are incorrect. I'm like, oh, so you have more credibility than individuals that have translated
in college,
that have gone to a higher education institution and have literally translated dozens and dozens and dozens of chapters of manga.
With the Japanese.
Yeah, they were hired by the epitome of manga to translate for them, and you're implying that they're not credible? Like, you're more credible than them.
Website. It's on the fucking Naruto website, and it talks all about it.
Yeah, it talks all about like the very highly credible individuals that edit, that revise, that scribe. Like, dude, you're telling me you're more credible than these individuals? Well, let me see your credentials, man.
Yeah.
Where's your body of work? I agree completely. I don't like that shit either. Like, come on, man.
It's absolutely ratty and so much fucking soft.
Extreme intuitive dishonesty. Like, especially with the one shot. We saw it all over. Oh my god, that's not what the raw translation says. I'm like, dude, you understand that Japanese, that the connotations, pronunciation, the way rhetoric is, sentences are constructed, etc. Like, it's different than English. So the editors and the translators have to make it make sense to the English reader and the English writer, the English speaker. It's not 1-to-1 ratio.
Not just for us. It's even for fucking English. It's for everything.
For every fucking language. There's different nuances in language, different cultural differences, different everything. So these translators, whether it's fucking French, English, Spanish, they have to make sure it makes sense to the language that they're conforming to, the speaker of the language that they're conforming to. So you certainly don't have more credibility than they do. That's insane, man.
And like, the cherry on the top, like, if you guys have actually taken fucking language classes in college or high school or whatever, even high school, like, you don't even need to take it in college. Even in fucking high school, like, in Spanish class, the teacher that I was with said, do not use Google Translate or any fucking translator or whatever, some bullshit, because it will literally misguide you. It's going to give you the wrong information. It'll be mistranslated.
Yeah.
Okay, when it comes to Spanish, there's certain variables and et cetera and this and that, to where certain things can be X and Y and Z. So if you're just using some fucking translator to try to, for a test or practicing or to double check your work, that's not going to work. You have to verify it through me. I'm the one that actually knows the goddamn language. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's like, for me to like use it, let's say I disobey her and I use a translator and then I take the fucking test, you know what I mean? And she's, and I got the answers wrong and fucking, so what, am I correct? Am I really going to sit here and be like, oh, you're wrong, language teacher? Like, I'm right. I translated this shit. Look, I put it English to fucking Spanish. So therefore I'm right. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so honest. Like, there's many variables with it. And unless you're in that profession and actually know how the language works and operates, you can't just be like, oh, let me just use a fucking translator and now I'm correct. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, exactly. It's very disingenuous. I appreciate
like
that.
Six even like talks with a guy that's actually a professional and doing translations and the whole nine or whatever. Like, he even knows the person that does it. Like, there's certain ways of how you're actually supposed to do it.
Yeah.
You can't just use a fucking translator or go online or whatever and be like, oh, therefore this is it and I'm right now. Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Yeah. I still appreciate that Swag hates the Boruto scaling, making it so that base Team 7 scales above Kage. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Team 7's dude.
Yeah,
they're fucking.
They're all busted. Like when people say the kanji and Kage creator dimension actually says we, forgetting Japanese is a figurative language. It isn't a Latin-based language. It isn't direct. Yeah, it's not a one-to-one translation. It's not rawly. It's not like a raw translation directly to English. It's more complicated than that.
Like I'll never forget, like, Boruto gets like punched by a bloodlusted Delta because she got pissed at what Boruto was doing. She like charges whatever, she speed blitzes him and like literally like punches his goddamn face and that motherfucker just eats it. Like, and you're talking about a bitch that's going like blow for blow with 6 paths KCM2 Naruto Sage mode. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
They're just ridiculous.
Yeah, they're especially now post time skip. I mean, Boruto thinks he can kill Code, and Code was stated stronger than Jigen. That's fucking insane. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. To be frank, some people got an official translator to do it. I don't see why he's any less reliable than Viz. Well, why isn't he working for a high-profile company like that then, if he's that official? Do you think Ishiki could use tree seeker orbs and make new dimensions? I wouldn't be able to answer that because we never see that. Make new dimensions? I'm sure he could. Kage can, or weave them or whatever. I'm sure he could as well. Let's see. My 5 favorite characters are in this order: Aizen, Ishiki, Madara, Light, Yagami, and Sasuke. Those are all pretty good characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as translation, I'm not going to go out of my way to try to disprove the Viz translation. In the vast majority of cases, it's very accurate. I'm not going to go like, oh, I don't like how this represents this character. It has to be fucking wrong. Like, no, it's very, very intuitively dishonest.
What's really funny about that is, like, even if the translation was wrong, we still have the feats. Yeah. And the translation is connecting to the feats that are happening. So it's like, is the translation actually correct? Because that's where it just basically becomes like a losing battle at that point. Because like if you're over here trying to argue the discrepancy of the fucking translation, when literally the character not only has the translation but also the feats to back up the translation. So it's like, at that point, what are we fucking doing? You know what I mean? We literally see the motherfucker like change the seal and everything to a full 9 tails, something, literally only certain individuals can do, and he even remarks that. And then we see the guy with a baby ass incomplete Rasengan fucking fighting the 9 tails full power. Yeah. Like, I don't know what more you need, bro. Like,
but yeah, folks, feel free to ask any questions at all. It could be anime, anything about any several animes that we're familiar with: Naruto, Bleach, JJK, Dragon Ball, of course, and even more narrative-based ones, Death Note, whatever, or about other stuff, politics, conspiracies, whatever, current events. Feel free to ask.
Any update on the Tate, bro? I haven't heard about that shit in a hot minute.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, any update on like the Tate stuff or whatever?
Oh shit, Tate, yeah, he's still under house arrest. I think they're pretty close to getting released. Pretty sure, like released even. Actually, no, they're not on house arrest. They're just confined to the country itself. They can't leave Romania. So that's like
I heard the evidence mainly pertains, like, what they're using to try to hold against them is something to do with, like, a website they had.
Yeah, this is some bullshit, like, weak circumstantial crap. That's going to get dropped, I'm pretty sure. So,
Mm.
Yeah. Just so you know, I wish Orochimaru's past was explored. I mean, it kind of was, but like his childhood, yeah,
Kind of was.
yeah,
Yeah, not really. Oh yeah, like apparently his parents died and fucking and that was the first thing to kind of fuck him up, and then it was just basically him being intrigued like in certain aspects of life and reality and ninja and then with him being in war all the fucking time, that kind
yeah,
of had a effect on him, and it
yeah,
just goes from the moment he wasn't able to become Hokage, like that also fucked him up even further, and that was like the last like line, and then it just made him kind of like snap and go rogue, and then like he just wanted to basically, I don't know, master all fucking jutsus and learn all things and just go in a weird ass direction.
yeah,
So
exactly. I think Shikamaru dodging Delta is overrated. She tend to kick while holding back. Yeah, she was definitely holding back, man. He's not dodging her. Base Naruto dodges her kicks with ease before she said she's going all out. Yeah, just because someone dodges a kick doesn't automatically assume, oh, they're dodging this individual at full speed. No, that's not exactly the case every single time, so I agree. Certainly overrated. It's more than likely she was holding back. I mean, she's able to go toe-to-toe with prime six-pass Naruto. Shikamaru's
yeah,
not fucking dodging her if she's going all out.
no,
Yeah, that's not going to
hell
happen.
no.
That would contradict the power scaling chain entirely. Did Itachi respect Hiruzen? I think he respected his title, but he probably thought he was a bitch because of how weak he was when it came to Danzo's undermining as far as his authority is concerned. So he probably didn't respect him that much. So, how do you think Boruto would react if he saw Naruto again? Do you think he will try to take Naruto to a safer place away from Kawaki? I think if he saw Naruto, the first thing he'd probably ask is, "Do you remember me?" Right? He probably would wonder, like, is he also under the omnipotence? He'd ask him, and
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah, and if he says yes, if he says yeah, I know you're my son, then he'd probably be like, dude, you got to tell Shikamaru, you got to tell everyone, because everyone thinks that I killed you, right? So that's probably what he would do, and then obviously everyone would believe him, because Naruto would be like, yeah, I fucking, what the fuck's happening here? This is my fucking son, you know? So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably what he would tell him. Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting though, what based upon how that works with him.
Exactly. He's still stuck in that dimension. We saw it in the first chapter.
Sakura didn't affect Sadara for whatever weird ass reason. From what I
Sumire,
heard.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Sar-
like if it
Sa-
doesn't,
yeah.
maybe it might affect Naruto.
Yeah, exactly. That would also prove that it's interdimensional. Like it doesn't not just the globe, but dimensions. It affects people. We'll see though. We don't know yet, but
Yeah, yeah. If he is affected, that means yeah, it affects people through
that's like
fucking.
it's like a multiversal fucking omnipotence jutsu. That'd be insane. How strong would Sasori be if he had a Hashirama puppet? Holy shit! If he had Hashirama's
man.
puppet. First of all, that would imply that he could defeat Hashirama. That means he'd be stronger than Hashirama probably, unless he like somehow theoretically got his corpse
Yeah.
or some shit. Yeah, like it. And more than likely, that means he'd have to beat Hashirama.
Yeah.
That means he's fucking.
But-
Either way, no one in
But-
Shippuden is gonna beat him. So, besides his six
Like-
pass, yeah.
Yeah, like the one thing I could also say though is like there is one thing you could argue possibly is like would Sasori even be able to control someone as powerful like that? Because like fucking well, and the reason why I'm saying that is because like the amount of like chakra it takes to do what Hashirama does and shit, you know, like
Yeah,
fucking I don't know if Sasori would even be able to do it. I feel like he'd just run out of like stamina or some shit.
yeah,
Because he has chakra, you know.
yeah. Because the Kage, he's able to control him, but yeah, Hashirama's a whole different level.
Yeah, he's a whole different tier. So
It all-
like, there's a
Yeah,
there's a possibility where like it could just be too taxing for Sasori, and that's why he can't
yeah.
really control it along the caliber.
It's
Like, I'm not
almost-
saying definitively, but you know,
It's almost implied that for him to take you as a puppet, he has to be relative or superior to you, like the Kage. Like if he can't beat you, he probably can't. First of all, he won't be able to kill you, and he probably can't
Yeah.
control you as a puppet. So he'd be above Hashirama or damn near his level if he has him as a puppet. And at that point, no one's beating him. I mean,
hell
gonna,
no.
yeah, no one's gonna beat him besides like
Now-
six pass characters. So
yeah. Now, if that's not the case for whatever weird reason, and let's say it doesn't matter about power and all that bullshit, and he could just control a fucking Hashirama, then he just solos at that point. It's
yeah,
fucking
the whole verse is
Well,
fucked.
Anyone do, yeah.
Yeah.
It won't be Sage Mode Hashirama, but even base Woodstock Hashirama is ridiculous. So
Yeah. Would you say Anbu Itachi's base signing level or possibly higher? Oh, higher. I mean, not too long after he fodderized the Orochimaru, so.
well, actually, Jay, I just remembered a detail. So technically, actually, so I just remember this shit. So Sasori used his third Kazekage puppet and he used it against Orochimaru's Edo Kazekage, and it was equal. Like they were equal to each other the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
so if that's the case, technically you could argue that the puppets are not nowhere near as full power as the individual. That it is nerfed as well.
Oh, that makes
So
sense. Yeah.
And around that time, that was Orochimaru was like, I don't. I would have to go back, but I don't think he was able to fully utilize the Edo like he did in the war yet.
Yeah, probably
I think
not.
they're like trash ass fucking severely nerfed Edos that he used against Hiruzen. So if that's the case, you're kind of talking about that level of a caliber of a puppet.
Makes
so
sense.
Basically, even if Sasori had Hashirama, it'd be the same Hashirama that fought Hiruzen.
Yeah, it'd be like a shitty Hashirama puppet. That'd make more sense.
Like they fought in the anime and in the game.
Yeah.
So.
In the UK, the Tories are still ruining the country. 10 years ago, she blocked a bill for building regulation, meaning now we have to deal with schools near collapse. Yeah, dude. In general, in the West, it seems that elementary and grade school regulation is just falling apart. There's so many things I could talk about, but it's extremely like controversial shit. And just in general, in the West, man, the UK, the United States, Canada,
like
grade
they're
school,
involving basically.
Yeah, grade school consists of indoctrination, and it consists of poor regulation. I think that the West in general has a lot of work to do when it comes to that. So I'm not surprised, man. The UK, it's the same thing here, to be honest.
It's weird. Like they're just involving so much politics, and they're doing it around certain ages and certain things where there's still development, there's still environments and other factors where that can influence kids' decisions, yada yada, etc. Like it's all very very like controversial and contentious. But it's really sad because for the most part, like if you're talking about elementary and you name it, like why the fuck are we even doing that to begin? Like that was like during our time when we were in school, etc. You name it, like that was never ever brought up.
Yeah, not even remote. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Not even remotely mentioned. It was like an idea.
You didn't learn that until high school.
Yeah, it was an idea that wasn't even thought about, let alone actually executed and now implemented in real life. So it's a mess in the West, man. It's just the truth.
Like in middle school, like they were teaching us about like historic history, like the Civil Wars and yada yada and all this other shit. And then there was even like certain things about like racism and stuff. But that was it. You know what I mean? It wasn't about any other like controversial or any other political shit or yada. Like it's just I don't know. So it's just dude of how young they're bringing upon for kids.
Yeah, it's too liberal. The term liberal doesn't even represent what that side of the political spectrum is. They're not liberal. They're more so, if anything, they're the opposite. They're imposing their will on the very society we have.
Weird is like, where's the whole like parent authority? Like they're just completely removing that out of the equation. Like when it came to like sex ed and stuff, you name it. Like at least for my school and whatnot, like your parents had to actually like supervise it, like give permission and be like, and sign a paperwork or whatever that it's okay. Like for all this other shit that's going on, like it's just like fuck the parents, everybody. We're just putting it, and there you go. Whether you like it or not.
Exactly. There's already been some backlash, like videos of parents like fucking protesting and shit of some shit. I forgot where, but that's good news at least. But yeah, it's crazy. I was trying to think the JFK assassination just conspiracy theories are. I personally believe there must have been at least 2 shooters. I'm not sure about the CIA doing it unintentionally. The JFK assassination, man, is certainly interesting. I'm certainly no conspiracy theorist or a conspiracy fucking nut. I'm more of like a skeptic, if anything. As far as the assassination, I certainly believe there's more than meets the eye there. I mean, the guy's the most powerful individual on the planet, the chief, literally the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and they allow him to fucking sit on a car in front of thousands, who knows how many fucking people were in that area. It was a fucking parade, and just leave him out like that in the middle of open space. I think there's more to meets the eye. I don't know if it was a CIA or it was a fucking who the fuck did it, but I think there's more than meets the eye than just one crazy fucker that wanted to kill him. And I highly doubt it was that simple. Again, we'll never know. There's many conspiracies I don't want to get into as to why they killed him, but it's fucking crazy that they dropped the ball that hard, whether it was intentional or not. So
it's something like that. Just like you said, we'll never fully know, unfortunately, but when you really think about it, it's like just to further substantiate that, like look at fucking Russia. Like the moment he's ever under any danger, threat, whatever, that motherfucker's gone. He can't be found. They're doing shit very protected at all. Like, so it's like the fact that that man was just assassinated that easily. Like, and then we got, like, let's be real, we got like controversial figures like Trump, a whole bunch of other people that are heavily not liked at all. And you're telling me people wouldn't want to assassinate him or those type of presidents?
Exactly.
Like, and you know how crazy our world is. You know what I mean? And the fact that they're not being assassinated or killed or anything, like, it just goes to show, like, it's pretty strict. And when it comes to security, like, unless you're doing something like absolutely ridiculous, like some bombing or you're some fucking military assassin or some shit, and you're like snipe away, you know. But either, like, bottom line is, like, nothing's happened. And if it hasn't even happened, those figures, which, let's be real, to the times we're in as of now, it's way more sensitive too. Like, there's way more initiative for mass shootings and et cetera, and assassinations and this and this and that, because of just how crazy society is right now. And the fact that hasn't happened, and it also never happened, like, it happened so easily before, it's just like, like, there probably is way more to it. It's just
exactly. They did building regulation. I mean, the school itself is falling apart. Oh, I got you. So the actual infrastructure itself. Oh yeah, that's a simple problem to fix. But yeah, like I said, the West is a mess regardless. How strong? Okay, I just read that. I've seen Six argue that Ida's only opponents makes her immune to Xeno's power in an old stream, which sounds kind of wanky. Do you agree with that? There's no way to determine whether that theory is true or not. As far as that theory, I highly doubt that she's on the level of Xeno. I think anything she has would be overridden by Xeno's literal omnipotence ability. He doesn't have an omnipotence jutsu. He is omnipotent himself. So I highly doubt that anything he does to her would be overridden. If I had to theorize who's the more, like, capable combatant. The guy's literally God. So I mean, or the guys, the two Xenos are literally gods. So.
Oh, AJ, you want to know a fun fact? I was on a Discord server today, and there was this one dude that was in the voice chat. I was listening to these two dinglings debating for the meantime, and literally the guy was like, "Oh, I'm gonna pick this Marvel character, and he's the strongest or whatever." Blah blah. He says something like this random ass Marvel guy I've never heard of, and I'm like, bro, I'm be honest, I'm not even debating you, but the fact that you just said that shit, like, that's a little concerning, because the one above all is the strongest one.
I mean, yeah.
Like, are you act like what are you on about right now? He's like, no, the one above all is not the strong one, all this other I'm like, bro, I can show it right now. He's like, okay. I show him I just Google it. Is the one above all the strongest?
He's literally,
right off the whip.
Literally in the name itself, one above all.
Literally, like, that's what I was telling him and everything. Like, and the motherfucker, like, pulls up all these random scans of this like omnipotent Marvel character or whatever, some shit, and all this other. I'm like, bro, like, you're still not understanding. It's consistently shown in the narrative, Marvel writing, you name it, in comics, Google, all over, on YouTube, you fucking name it. And the one above all is literally the most powerful omnipotent being. Thanos had to use a hack's fucking device to literally steal his power in order to beat him.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Thanos is the smartest fucking villain, you know what I mean, and knew that the only threat to him was fucking the one above all. Yeah. That's why he had to fucking utilize his hacks bullshit and then deal with him. And then once he obtained his power, nobody could beat him.
Yeah, exactly.
And it took for, I forgot what happened, but it took for someone to do the talk no jutsu to Thanos.
Oh,
and then he gave up and then gave up the power and made everything go back to normal. You know, like.
Yeah, €5 from Steven again. Appreciate that, man. Let's see what he said. What's mad to European is America hatred of socialism, like free healthcare and worker regulation. The Red Scare really changed our whole culture. Yeah, this is what I'll say about government, right? Government is a very volatile aspect of society. Now, I agree that there should be certain aspects of socialism implemented into America. I agree with you, like free healthcare probably is one. Obviously, like free education for the youth, things like that. I absolutely agree that should be implemented. Those are necessities for society to function optimally, so I agree. Now, is there like a disdain to an absurd level for socialism? Yeah, there probably is. Some people are extremely capitalist, extremely pro meritocracy, to the point where they say, "Oh, if you don't earn it, you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve nothing," which I do disagree with. Specifically for children, I think children should live in a society that's primarily socialist for them, at least. Education, healthcare, things like that should be given to them freely. I agree with that, because they're unable to even provide any sort of service to society, right? They're still children. They're still growing. So I do believe socialism should be implemented when it comes to that. protection amongst society with police. That should be a socialist aspect as well. So I agree. I do think there's a disdain for it that's not fair. And the Red Scare, like you said, certainly scared the United States, especially the right. So I do agree. I think there needs to be balance between socialism and more so democracy, meritocracy, etc. So I agree. So I could see the disdain there, you know. Let's see here. Apparently, they're stealing kids' phones in school now, and they can only be unsealed them with magnets in the hallway. Really? What the fuck is that? That's insane. That's too much. Continue on. What if Aizen was in the real world? What do you think he'd do? If he has his powers, we're getting slayed. But if he's just a regular person, I mean, he'd be a narcissistic sociopath. That'd probably get arrested or something. How viable do you think making a text debunk on a video is? A text debunk on a video. I think it's corny and will be annoying when I have to transcribe shit instead of just playing clips. I just can't use mics for now. Be harder, yeah, more work if you have to use text. No ability to actually use audio. Yeah. And ironic, the people who are indoctrinating kids are usually the ones that push for everyone to be able to making their just deductions, in my opinions, at least. Yeah, it's a little hypocritical for sure, right? You're advocating for liberal openness, progressiveness, yet you're indoctrinating. You're not practicing what you preach, essentially. So I agree. It is ironic. It's hypocritical. It's comical. Insane.
Well, you know, what's just hilarious about it is, like, kids, you know, they're kids or whatever, but kids should be allowed to kind of, like, be able to make their own decisions that they want to do. You know what I mean? Like, they're basically, throughout their entire phase, they're kind of just learning, adapting, you know, seeing things, whatever, doing what they fucking want, either being disobedient to your parents or not, whatever, etc. Like, at the end of the day, that's the biggest problem. Like, parents try to always force the kids to do shit when they shouldn't be, and they should just let them be who they want to be. You know, then it's these weird ass political, you know, systems and shit. Like, it just kind of gets to the point where it's like, just let the kids be a fucking kid.
Yeah, yeah. When it comes to kids, there's this extremely fine line here where it becomes very gray. Like, what's the difference between discipline and the difference between, okay, you're overdoing it, it's just a kid. That, especially between the left and right in the political spectrum, they clash heavily on where that line is. Some say, oh, you should never even yell at your kids, you should never do nothing, never even punish them, nothing. That's lack of discipline. Obviously, the other extreme would be like, oh, I hit my kids, I beat them. Like, no, that's extreme. That's too much. That's not discipline anymore. That's like abuse. You gotta find the fine line between that.
You gotta find a middle ground. You know what I mean? You can't be abusive, and then you can't be too lenient. You know,
yeah,
like
exactly.
there are forms of discipline as well. But when it comes to when it comes to kids, like the no-brainers, obviously we should always teach about, you know, common sense and morality. You know what I mean? Obviously, discrimination should never be allowed. You shouldn't be hating people because of their orientations or what they want to do or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Obvious. No, you know, that's nothing wrong with that, and advocating for that stuff and teaching kids, you know, or even especially sexual education. That's also really important as well. So this way, you know, fucking women are young in their teens in high school are not getting fucking pregnant and shit, you know. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that is blatantly and obviously okay, but then there's just certain things that they'll just take way out of the spectrum. That it's like, whoa, what are we doing there? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Even when race, you know, like, that's understandable. That makes sense. Nobody should be fucking racist. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, the whole nine. That's why there's books about that, etc. There's history, you name it, and also just showing how basically shitty the United States was before. You know?
Exactly. It was extremely right wing to like a radical extent. I mean, obviously, hundreds of years ago there were awful things happening. Now we're leaning towards like extreme left wing to the point where like indoctrination of sexuality is like they're trying to push that on children. Like, nah, it's too far. That's too much.
And they also try to like say like they'll also bring up false equivalences, which is also really annoying too. Like, how do you go from like trying to like tell kids or, you know, teach kids that either abortion is right or not, and all this other bullshit or whatever, and then compare that to teaching about like racism and shit.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like it's blatant false equivalences, and it's just like you're literally comparing apples to oranges at that point. Like, there's certain things that are just blatant common sense of what's not okay, and then certain things that are clearly controversial and that you have no business trying to like force or manipulate a certain mindset of what is actually deemed okay and not. Like I don't get that
and
shit.
One thing I do see that's positive though in the West is there's the majority of the societal body, I guess you could say, is not okay with the extreme right or left. They're like, no, that's fucking insane. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, we're not gonna just sit here and take that shit. Parents,
Like Jay, why do you think like we have to wait until we're 18 to vote? You know what I mean? Like we have to wait for a fucking an adult technically at that point in order to even get involved in the political spectrum of things or whatever. Like, so it's like, so we're really going to sit here and immediately try to force that upon the kids in elementary and you name it. Like
that should just come that should just come organically rather than like rather than synthetically and just indoctrination. I disagree with that. Yeah, exactly. The guy who killed JFK was also a complete nutcase, and the CIA completely chose not to secure any of the buildings. Yeah, he's a perfect just like placeholder to put the blame on. I agree.
Yeah.
Americans hating socialism and communism was mostly a thing 3 decades ago. People have been softening up. That's true. We're not like as disgusted by it like as we were when the Red Scare first happened. That's true. Specifically socialism. Communism's still pretty like revolted against.
Yeah.
I think communism is a failing ideology, in my opinion. Socialism makes more sense, to some extent. It's all another kind of worms, though. When did Naruto surpass Akatsuki members, not including the Era Vosges, only Akatsuki members? Oh, there are certain checkpoints where he would surpass people. Like, Hidon and Kakuzu, probably when he got his Rasen Shuriken, or at least relative to them.
He was full power as well. He wasn't, like, immediately starting off fatigue, or if he even, like, went like fucking full QB mode, like what he did against Datara and shit.
Like, yeah. As far as the next duo, Sasori and Datara, probably Sage mode is when he surpassed those guys. After that, Pain and Conan. Conan he surpassed probably with the Sage mode for sure. But Pain, he doesn't really surpass him until KCM.
Yeah.
It was a long time until he passed that level up. Yeah, it's a long time.
Like, I mean, and even KCM is like very like, you know what I mean? Like, can he?
It was probably like, probably like Middle Wars when he surpassed him. Like middle of the war is when he finally passed his level up. Itachi and Kisame, same
too.
But yeah, same with them. And Obito, I mean, fuck man, it took a long time for that too. Those guys are just
like needed KCM too to even be remotely of a threat to Obito.
Yeah, Obito's fucking cracked. So yeah, it's probably not till like late war till he passed that guy up, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's checkpoints. What's going on, Furton? Thanks for coming in. Let kids discover politics on their own. Exactly, man. I agree. It's called a mixed economy with some interventionist policies that promote meritocracy. Yeah, that's a better solution for sure. Sort of a mix of ideology. I wasn't sure if Tate was guilty at first, but now there's no doubt. There's photos of Tate being closely associated with Eddie Power, who was convinced of him. I'm not aware of that.
What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I've never heard of that. I'm still trying to change the mind of Ishiki's down players that still, for some reason, revere the statement of Kage leaving Ishiki near death, even though he was caught off guard. Oh yeah, I mean people are gonna be disingenuous, but yeah, the only reason she almost killed him was because he was off guard. It's blatantly stated.
Not only that, like, what's just so sad about it, it's such a blatant, easy-ass, sophist, dishonest tactic. Like, what I don't understand is, like, you're talking about a Kage that, like, fights Naruto and Sasuke in the war, and then, like, all these years pass, and they get, like, tremendously way more stronger. Like, we see blatant plenty of examples for that. And, like, even, like, Sakura was, like, apparently now, like, around, like, 8th Gate guy level, like, during, like, right after the war. When she gets to a certain point, like, everybody has all these progressions. Kakashi's also another example throughout the entire fucking show in Naruto of how much stronger he gets. Like, so, like, we have all that, and we see these motherfuckers, like, doing what they did all the way at that time, and then all the way to where they're fighting against Jigen and then now Ishiki. And we're just going to sit here and be like, yeah, Kage, she's stronger than Ishiki or equal to him.
Yeah, that's absolutely extremely intuitively dishonest. It's obviously not true.
So, like, it's like, I guess power cliffing doesn't exist anymore. You know, same thing for Dragon Ball Z.
She literally feared him. Yeah, it's not true.
I'm gonna make a whole army for his bitch ass.
Yeah, literally.
She thought a fodder ass army could make me help. I don't know why, but
yeah, I'm still shocked. Noodles burned his British swag. Oh yeah, dude, that shit is. I don't know, man. He didn't approach that. He didn't approach that debate the right way, in my opinion. I got no problem with Noodles. I got no problem. I got no problem with Noodles, but yeah, no, that wasn't the right way. But
Like what? Like,
he just kept talking shit to him on Twitter, like calling him a pussy and shit.
or shit to him?
Yeah,
Oh
and
my
he hasn't stopped. Yeah, that's not the way you're gonna get the A side to conform. Like Swag's the A side. Like the
He
usually
literally has the entire Naruto community,
you
bro, in his
confirm
pocket.
usually the B side conforms to their terms, not vice versa. So it wasn't the
Like
right
what
way.
he also doesn't understand, even if there was like a point where he could maybe be better than Swag Kage in debating terms, or let's say there was something he knew, even that, like, let's say Swag pulled an okie and was wrong about something, and Noodles was right for a moment. Bottom line is, wait, Noodles would just never understand when it comes to a reality check. Is literally he has millions of fucking people. He has the entire Naruto community in his pocket. There will be bias for that man all day, every day. Like the Noodles is the last fucking person that is ever going to get any fucking spotlight. If they had to pick between Swag and Noodles, it's always going to be Swag, even if he is wrong. You know, like, and that's what he just doesn't
I mean,
understand. Like, you
fucking Pain versus Kakuzu, everyone's gonna be on Swag's side. It's very obvious.
and that too, like, even for something like when it comes to actual transparency, like it doesn't even matter at that point about reputation. It's just like, really, we're talking about fucking Kakuzu and Pain. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
are you serious?
Like, debate would be cool, but yeah, fucking talking shit about him. Obviously, he's not gonna want to debate you. You know.
No, you know, like he's just going about it the wrong way, and it's just blatantly immature as well.
Yeah.
Like, he's a grown ass man, and he's doing that shit.
Yeah. I don't have any problems with him, but yeah, that was the wrong approach, in my opinion. Burning bridges with a massive YouTuber over petty shit like that seems stupid. He fucked himself over. Yeah. I hate the world and its current system of failed politicians, even reality itself. Am I starting to become a nihilist? Not necessarily. I mean, understandable why you hate current state of affairs. It's a mess, especially in the West. In Scotland, the Scottish Parliament tried to get under 18 sex change bill through, like changing your genitals before you can even play COD. Dude, even here in the West, that's been attempted. Yeah, that's absolutely absurd. Like, you can't vote, you can't play COD, you can't play GTA, you can't drink, but you could fucking have the legal right to say, oh, I want to be this gender or that gender. Like, come on, that's absolutely fucking absurd. That will be probably the one piece of legislation that would cause civil war in the West. Parents would literally start saying, you know what, if you don't change this shit, we're going to civil war. Part 2. Like, yeah, no, people are not going to play that shit, man. So, that's absolutely preposterous. Regardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on, the vast majority believe that to be absolutely absurd. Absolutely. The most insane plot twist of the year happened on Noodle's stream. Seth showed up. Oh, I saw that stream. Yeah, he paid him like hundreds of dollars. Told him to not pick a fight with Swag. Yeah, I saw that. That was fucking insane. That was crazy. Jay, would you ever go on Modern Day Debate? They are always looking for new people. Seems like good exposure. Never heard of them, but yeah, if there's exposure, I would be down to see what that's about. It's a debate. Try to make, get exposure. Any exposure is always good. Definitely look into that. Let's see. I generally think that the guy had quit the internet, but guess not. At least he tried. He seemed to be aware that he wasn't getting his career back. He seems to be doing self-reflection. Yeah, Seth. I'm not. I still don't like Seth. I still call him Seth the pedo. I think in the majority of fans' eyes, or past fans, ex-fans, whatever you want to call him, he has a lot of work to do. He has a lot of work to do to regain our trust, rightfully so, because he's did some nasty ass shit, some weird shit, fucked up shit, etc. So, yeah, man, he has a lot of work to do, and he should self-reflect. I want to get my first vid analyzing underrated immensely powerful Naruto characters like Karin. Do you agree? That's an underrated video always does well, so that's a good video idea. The Noodles versus Ask Yourself debate is so insufferable. I think I saw that debate. It was about veganism or something. I saw it a while ago. Yeah, it was kind of annoying. They were arguing technicalities, right? That's the whole point of that debate. They're wrong. I hate everything about the world and its current failed system. If I had the death note, I'd kill people like Biden, people in China. Hate it. Dissatisfied with it. I don't hate it. I'm just dissatisfied with the rate of the trajectory of where things are headed. I love how Myron's always says women are so emotional, while Myron's always the most emotional person. He started claiming that Swag cheated in the debate just because Six was trying to DM him with arguments mid-debate, and Swag started looking for his scan and found it relatively quick. Listen, I'm not cool with cheating. If it's true, that's not cool. I don't know the truth. I don't know anything about that, but cheating's fucked up, whether you're Swag or Noodles. I agree with that. Shouldn't cheat. Shouldn't get arguments from other people. That's help. You shouldn't have help in a one-on-one encounter. So if that's true, that's obviously Noodles is right about that point. But if it's not, then I don't know about that. So I don't know whether he cheated or not. But
what are you talking about? My bad. How to go for a moment.
fucking how Noodles said Swag cheated in their debate when they had that one debate, Kakazu versus Pain.
Oh, I think it was. I think it was something like to where like Six sent him certain scans or some shit.
That's what he said. Yeah.
And it's like at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like you could send anyone a scan, but if they don't have good argumentative skills or don't know how to argue the scans, etc., it's still not gonna make a fucking difference. It's basically like giving me a gun, and if I don't know how to use a fucking gun, it's not gonna make any difference.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
scan's not cheating. I don't care if you send a scan.
If it's like that, and that's from what I did hear and what I didn't know, then whatever. But if it's Six like providing him arguments, you know what I mean, like or typing that shit, then that obviously is a whole other story.
That's cheating, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thoughts on For All the Dogs being delayed, Jay? Drake. Here's the thing about Drake, man. Drake's my favorite artist, not my favorite rapper. Favorite artist. He takes his time with his music, and usually it comes out very well. So I don't mind the delay. I just hope the delay's worth it. And he did say this is more former Drake music, like OG Drake, which I've been kind of missing. I think, honestly, his older, in my opinion, his older albums are the better ones. I'm not saying his new albums are shit or anything. They're still good. There's still songs that I've saved, but his older albums...
Ones are built.
Yeah, the older ones, like, I saved several songs from each album. Now, I'll listen to the new albums. I'm like, all right, one or two I'll save, maybe three. But if this is old Drake, like he's saying, the shit should be heat. So I don't mind him taking his time. I just hope he delivers and we get some 2015 nostalgia. I remember when he dropped If You're Reading This It's Too Late. I was in high school. Dude, that was the most hyped album I think that I remember in my lifetime. Like that shit was fucking amazing, in my opinion. It was
everybody's blasting it.
I was blasting it, dude.
Paparazzi,
and I was
pepperoni shit.
Yeah, I was doing combat sports a lot, so I would blast his shit before like competition every time. That shit was fucking fire. So I'm okay with the delay for sure. In the West, Scotland, part of the UK, so Westminster blocked it. Good, man. I'm sure they're gonna continue to block it in the West. It'd be fucking insane if it ever got passed. Let's pray it never does. The debate seems to be a very sore topic for Noodles. You could tell he was infuriated on the stream right after Swag told him he won the debate. Yeah, dude, if he cheated, I'm on Noodles' side with that. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what the fuck's true. But if it's true, you shouldn't cheat. For sure.
Yeah, that's bullshit. You gotta earn your W's.
Yeah, you gotta earn that shit. For sure.
And then not only that, like, it's just like, really? Like, okay? Like something for as easy as that? Like,
like Pain versus Kakazu? Why would you cheat on that shit?
Yeah, literally.
Is that hard?
And then like, even Six even had a remark on that. He said fucking, like, Swag, like, if it came to, like, them doing it right now and debating, like, that, especially if it was that topic or even Minato, like, it would be an utter sin. Like, Swag could easily fucking do it. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know about about him cheating was actually really fucking legit. I really don't know. But,
yeah, I don't know either. I don't know.
But it makes it more questionable because, a lot of people have a lot of faith in Swag for whatever reason and say that if they were to do it, Swag would just slam.
Yeah, exactly. 6-2, yeah, he said the same thing. Like, he'd probably win. Yeah, so... more people like Destiny and Mott Hunty frequent modern day debate. It'd be next level if you could go up against those guys. Yeah, certainly that would be IRL topics, which I've debated a lot in my day. That'd be cool. Destiny's a good debater. I think his only flaws is he gets emotional. It starts to make like these.
It's very emotional.
He makes like these appeal to emotion premises a lot of the time. And I think that's probably what I would look for if I ever debated him in the future one day. I think he's a good debater though. Very good rhetoric, very good logic. He's good at adaptation.
He's really good at shutting down dishonesty too.
Yeah, and he's good at he's good at adaptation, like mid debate. He's good at that. He's really good at that. I'm sorry, Kakazu retards. Where was I? Pain would wash Kakazu at most. Yeah, obviously, yeah, for sure. If Swag cheated,
We literally see it in the game too.
yeah. If Swag cheated, that sucks. At least he knows that Sasuke is the best Naruto character. Yeah, facts, man. Noodles told Ask Yourself that he can win any debate. Ask Yourself debated him on whether he could prove that a paradox was logically consistent, and Noodles ratted and said that he used can. I think I remember that. Yeah. As in, the technicality. Yeah. He was definitely ratting there, bro. Yeah, I saw that.
Like, the best thing about the Cogs versus Pain shit, like, I'll just say it to this day, like, regardless of the manga, the anime, even those, or data books, there's an abundance of shit to crystal clear prove, like, Pain slams.
Yeah.
But the funniest thing is, like, we literally also see the fight in one of the games that is, like, the only game Kishimoto is, like, heavily involved in, made, etc., the whole fucking nine. Like, so much evidence for Kishimoto involved in the production, story, etc., the designs, etc.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He really fought in that game. Pain was the one sent to bring in Kakuzu and get him into the Akatsuki, and he just beat his ass by himself as Tendo.
Yeah, like, it's very narratively displayed, like, blatantly, that he's above.
Like, Kakuzu falls to his knees, and he looks at Pain, and he's like, what is this power?
Yeah.
And then Pain's like, you lose, you join the Akatsuki now, and then walks away.
Yeah, exactly. I know how you feel, Zilla Kami. I was waiting for an album since March, and it just came out Friday. Yeah, man. We just gotta pray that the waits are worth it when it comes to these artists. It's possible for a human being to theoretically be smart enough to win any debate. He acknowledged it was ratty in the comments, but said he did it because Ask Yourself did the same thing to other people. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, is it theoretically possible? I would say, slightly theoretically possible that you could win any debate. Maybe if you're debating something as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it'd be damn near impossible to win that debate. If you're on the opposing side and you say no, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, you probably have to be a genius mathematician that presupposes certain theories in mathematics. I'm not a mathematics major, so I can't think of the theories off the top of my head, but there are very like high level mathematical theories that some people would presuppose, some people that don't. Theoretically, I think if you're like a genius level mathematician, you could argue 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 or some crazy shit like that. It's basically impossible to win that, but I guess that's kind of true. That's why, as far as math, dude, math is fucking at the highest levels. I never got there in my educational career, but there's some crazy ass shit, man. Crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
Like the idea of infinity and how that's debated against, like how people debate each other and what infinity is, like whether you believe the theory that there are different sizes of infinity, the axioms of truth. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit, man, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In Swag's defense, he has consistently claimed that he didn't find out about Six trying to DM him until after the debate was over. Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry about being unfairly favored towards Madora's plan, but I wonder if his plan would work in the real world. If it worked the same way as it did in Shinobi World, I guess. Yeah. I'm sorry, but Zabuza is smoking that Shishui pack. I have a morally great question. If you had to choose between having to save a person who did nothing wrong or someone who killed countless but regrets what he's done, I'd obviously save the guy that didn't kill anyone. The guy who... I'd have less guilt on my conscience if I saved him as opposed to saving the guy that's killed countless people. So, Seth the programmer versus... Oh shit, $5 from Steven. Appreciate it, man. Thanks again, man.
You know what I paid to see to this day, bro? Actually, I wouldn't even fucking pay him any money, not for that fucking loser, but I would literally, it would be hilarious to see you and Seth debate.
Oh my god.
Just to see you slam him.
Yeah, now I'm confident I'd slam that loser. Confident.
Like, ever since that performance, bro, I'll just never, like, that shit was so ass.
Yeah, he did. No,
like, there's no way this man's top tier from this shit.
Yeah, no, in the Keemstar stream, he was pathetic. It's fucking pathetic.
Fucking pathetic.
Yeah. I think in politics, emotional arguments aren't that bad because it goes hand in hand with moral debating, and taking morality with politics is good. Depends on the reason for that, right?
Yeah.
If it's for promoting your brand, like such as a political candidate, you're right. Emotional arguments are good because you're appealing to the audience. You're appealing to the people, especially in a democratic state like for example, the presidential elections. Appealing to emotions is critical to win a presidential election.
Yep,
Like,
absolutely.
like for example, Trump versus Hillary. Like Trump appealed to a large majority of conservatives in America by shitting on fucking Hillary Clinton, shitting on the liberal policies, and just really appealing to the audience. So you're right when it comes to that. Um,
Yeah, when it
and-
comes to politics, you got to appeal to the audience. So like
Yeah, you
whatever
have to.
people are mainly feeling, percentage, whatever, it don't matter. Whatever the fuck it is, it could be like, oh, giraffes should deserve to have rights like humans. At the end of the day, if that's what the people want and the president is supporting that, that's how you're gonna win. 9 out of fucking 10 times. I'm just being real with you.
Yeah,
Either just
exactly.
appeal to the emotions or to the wants and needs of the people.
And
So,
what I tend to see and observe is the more morally gray a political aspect is, the more likely it's inevitable that you will use an emotional charged argument. It's almost impossible. Like, for example, the death penalty, for example. Like, you can't really avoid not using an emotional argument for either side. On the pro side, you'd say, well, justice is served and you're cleaning up the streets by getting rid of people like Ted Bundy. And on the con side is, well, we shouldn't play God and none of us have the right to eliminate life. How does that make us any better than the murderers we've executed? That's all emotional. Yeah.
that's basically Batman's argument.
Yeah, exactly. So they're both emotional arguments. So I see your point. You're right. When a lot of the time,
Like, and the
emotional
court is
arguments
a
are good.
really, really good example.
Yeah.
Court system and law. Oh my God, the amount of emotional arguments fucking lawyers use.
Oh my God,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
all
Or
the
especially
time.
towards their end verdicts, you know?
Yeah, especially they talk about jury. They're like, oh, the unbiased jury is here. Like, there's no such thing as unbiased. There's always a arbitrary level of bias within every juror, within every judge.
Always.
Always,
They literally set up their jury like that. Like, I was literally looking up certain shit, and there's certain lawyers that actually want certain jury or certain people based on their background or this and this and that, because if there's more bias for that particular person,
Yeah, exactly.
that's going to further strengthen their whole case in order to either defending or prosecuting a fucking person.
There's
You know,
times
they
where
literally do that shit on purpose. They literally want to like take advantage and prioritize as much bias as well. They don't give a fuck about unbiased. Or
no,
They're
exactly.
not there to do that and play by the games. you
Lawyers
know?
always speak of like, oh, appeal to the jury. Like, for example, if you're a defendant,
jury-
yeah,
verdict.
for example, if you're a defendant and let's say you're on trial for murder or something, the lawyer's gonna say, oh, wear this because you'll seem more humble to the jury. They might sympathize with you more. Or put your hair like this, put these glasses on, you look more humble. Say this in this way, you'll seem more humble. Like, just appeal to the jury. Like, it's impossible to not appeal to emotion. We're emotional creatures, so that's definitely true.
Like if there's a lawyer and he looks at two candidates, option A, one guy that thinks guns shouldn't be in the hands of humans, the other guy that thinks guns should, and for his side, he's doing it for a person that was using a gun as a self-defense, and basically it's whether if he either murdered or was self-defense or not. Obviously, he's going to want the guy that believes in guns, you know what I mean, to be on his side as a jury, you know?
So, in politics, it's great. But when it comes to, like, companies where logic is needed, for example, like wartime, logic is needed, right? Emotion is not going to save you too much. It might. The only, like, benefit it would have is, like, if you're uplifting resolve in your fucking army, in your infantry or something like that, that's going to help. Like, oh, let's go fight this war. Let's go win it. Okay, yeah, you should charge them up. But as far as like decisions, like tactical decisions, they certainly shouldn't be made on emotion. It should be logically based analysis rather than, oh, we fucking hate Bin Laden. Let's go blitz him. Like, no, they're gonna make a fucking plan to make sure they eliminate Bin Laden. You know, so.
And that's just blatant common sense with the military. You have to have some logic and reality checks because, like, for instance, China and everything, they thought they could actually, you know, beat us, you name it, be at war, whatever. And we're like, we're not fucking playing this emotional game or this like, oh, you know, fair. Nah, hell no. We're just gonna drop a nuke on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's literally what we did. And they got fucking folded. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing matters at that point. Emotions, none of that's gonna save you at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Power is power.
Yeah, power's power. So, who's your favorite Naruto character, Jay? Probably Itachi. I think he's like one of the most complex, one of the most idealistic characters in the entire verse. And he's personally my favorite character.
Even rumors that motherfucker be brought back in Boruto.
Yeah, probably Itachi. After him, though, close seconds, I should say, plural, be like Minato, maybe like Kakashi, Might Guy, guys like that. But yeah, Itachi's probably my number one, personally.
Yeah,
So
me, it's like it goes Kakashi because just like it's just more in depth of like him as a character, what he
yeah,
does. He's always my favorite, number one, and then two, it's basically like between Pain and Itachi. It's like really really hard. But if I had to pick, like if I'm really really forced, it's super close. I'd probably say Pain just for certain like things and whatnot.
yeah. Pain's a great character
Third
too.
third would be Itachi. Fourth would be Madara. I just love Madara. I think he's fucking cool as fuck.
Yeah, he
And
is.
really loaded. And then five would be like Obito.
Yeah,
That
yeah. Pain had one of the best dialogues in Naruto history during the Pain arc when he was talking to
yeah,
Naruto.
just insane dialogues, insane reality and political fucking
Yeah,
arguments, etc. Just everything. It was just
yeah.
crazy.
It was goated. Yeah, that's why the Pain arc is my favorite arc. I think still.
Yeah,
So
like him just flat out exposing all the systems, how the world works, you name it, money, this, that, like there's all that shit, bro. There's nothing but facts and so much like similarity and like and like how our world kind of operates in a way, and cycle of hatred and this and that and yada yada,
exactly.
and just how humans operate as a sense. Like everything he said throughout all that shit, he was just spitting nothing but
Yeah,
facts.
exactly. He was actually getting to Naruto in a way.
Even
So
Naruto was like for what speechless. He
yeah,
didn't know
it's
what
very
to
rare.
fucking say.
The only
That
time he's
was
ever,
like,
yeah, he's very rarely speechless. So, very, very
yeah.
rare. Another moral question: would you rather have as a friend Itachi or adult Sasuke? As a friend, well, Itachi's more open than adult Sasuke. Adult Sasuke is still a little closed off. Probably Itachi. Adult Sasuke's learned from Itachi's mistakes, though. He's probably wiser than Itachi. He's lived longer.
Yeah.
It's close. I'd probably still say Itachi. He'd probably be there more often than adult Sasuke. So
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I have to say Itachi, yeah,
yeah,
still over adult Sasuke. I love Sasuke. Don't get me wrong. I love Sasuke, and I even love Naruto. But for me personally, I'll never understand why those are people's favorites. That I don't.
yeah,
That's just
exactly.
me though. Like I can get why, and I can understand why, but at least in comparison with these other characters, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
Um.
Itachi's just that dude, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. Roshi's turtle versus Kiba. Man, Kiba's such a bitch, man. Roshi's turtle probably beat his ass. To be honest.
Kiba's such a bitch.
Yeah.
I still got to react to that one stream you did, Jay. Fucking with
Oh
the Sigma
fuck. Yeah.
character. I can't wait to react to that shit, bro.
That shit was so funny. Just watching it back, the dumb shit we were saying. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, cause I'm gonna be streaming tonight. I'm gonna be doing some gaming, and then I'm gonna also do some reactions. But I gotta check that shit
Oh,
out. I
dude.
also gotta check out your
Yeah.
fucking videos with TG you've been
Oh, yeah.
doing lately.
Oh yeah. By the way,
Pain-
folks.
I got
Yeah.
so much shit to do, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. By the way, folks, let me know if you enjoyed the new. Oh shit, Ken Rock with $2. Appreciate that, man. Menma versus Itachi. Menma is the fucking like the inverse Naruto, right? Of like the opposite of Naruto.
Yeah, he was the
Yeah.
one in that one movie.
That one movie,
It was
yeah.
called Naruto Road to a Ninja, to where
Oh
Naruto
yeah,
went
yeah,
rogue.
yeah.
It was basically because there was a point in time where it would have happened to our Naruto too, where if it wasn't for Iruka like being there for Naruto and accepting him, that
Yeah.
Naruto would have just ran from the village and went rogue and probably been evil. Who knows what would happen?
Yeah, wasn't he
That's
like?
kind of like the route it took, and he was like an evil Naruto.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid, but wasn't he like cracked? From what I remember.
Oh, he was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Fucking that motherfucker mastered the Nine Tails.
Shit.
Then he also, well, not like when Naruto did in the war. Technically, to be fair, he didn't have like the KCM shit.
Oh,
It was
okay.
more like where he could just like summon the Nine Tails and use it as a pet.
Oh shit.
It
Yeah.
was really weird, but other than that, like he could do that. And then what was really ridiculous is he could just summon like this Biju Bomb Rising Shuriken thing on his fingertip,
Yeah.
and just drop it, and it blew up the entire village.
Holy
Just
shit.
Folded it effortlessly, and he wasn't
probably-
even cast or nothing.
Yeah. Since he's not friends with Kurama, then he's probably not as strong as KCM Naruto. Then, huh? Probably not.
No.
Yeah,
'cause
probably-
that was the thing. Like, the movie
Yeah.
was blatantly demonstrated that he didn't befriend Kurama. It was more that he was using him, and he was just more
Yeah.
powerful.
So off of that, I haven't seen the movie since I was a kid, but I'd probably say Itachi then wins if that's the case.
Yeah.
If he's not like KCM plus.
Like he's no joke. He's really fucking strong, but yeah,
Yeah.
he does have his limits.
Yeah.
So
$2 from Steven or €2. Appreciate that again, man. How do you argue Kakazu over Pain when Gamabunta wipes? Facts, man. Exactly. What the fuck? Let's see. I have another argument for Madara's point of view. Maybe Naruto's free will argument is righteous, but he's gone who will keep peace. Yeah, that's the argument against it. Exactly. That's the argument that I've given against Naruto's argument. Like, yeah, there's free will, but as long as there is imperfection, there will always exist, challenges and threats. And look at the Naruto verse now. Fucking, he's sealed away. Sasuke's probably dead.
So much fucking problems,
Yeah,
bro.
so that's the argument against Naruto's ideology. So yeah, that's exactly. I've talked about that many times.
Even when it was the most peaceful, like the fucking Onoki arc in the anime only, I don't think it's in the manga. I could be wrong though. But in the anime, like that shit was very fucking dark and depressing. His grandson just got killed by these fucking rogue ninja and shit. Like they just killed his ass. Yeah. Onoki had to like witness his son dying in the hospital.
Exactly. I gave up on rehabilitation for criminals when a rehabilitated past terrorist got released in London. Then stabbed people the same day. Yeah, I'm more on the anti-death penalty sort of train, but yeah, I am against rehabilitation. Like if you're Ted Bundy, I don't ever want to see you free.
You're just gone.
I don't ever want to see you free in society ever.
It's like
again.
Joker. It's like fucking Joker, bro. Like that motherfucker, he's gone. Like
no. There's nothing you could do. I would say honestly, solitary confinement. Honestly, I think it's worse than the death penalty. I think it's worse. You lose your fucking mind in there. You're in there 23 hours a day, and if you're lucky, you get an hour of recess or like an hour of
literally.
Yeah, like that's fucking awful.
Like some school shit.
People probably want to die. They're in there like, fuck this shit. I want to die now. I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah.
So.
I guarantee anybody in jail. Yeah. Probably want more than like one. There's two reality perceptions. It's either they like fucking absolutely hate it and just want to die, or two, they're like, well, this is better than nothing, and I'm actually scared to death, so I'm just gonna suck it up. And
exactly.
At least have food. That's the only two things you got.
If anything, that's worse than death. And there's a mafia, like a famous mafia, ex-mafia guy. I forgot his fucking name. Sammy the Bull or some shit. I forgot the guy's name, but he was talking about like, I was in solitary for 7 years, and I almost killed myself. Like I was losing my fucking mind in there. I forgot what the mafia guy was called, but he's old now and retired, but he was in solitary for like several years. He's like, it was the worst experience of my life. I was like, I bet, man, that's fucking awful. So
like you have no rights. You're discriminated. You're disrespected. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
Yeah.
The food is ass. Like, or it's not even enough to where you're still hungry. Like you name it. Like jail is fucking horrible.
Yeah. So
it's absolutely horrendous.
Because so essentially, I absolutely agree with life in prison. I'm against rehabilitation for especially the very, very heinous criminals. I'm against that. I agreed as well. So, war arc over faded between brothers arcs, Sasuke retrieval. All my rankings are based on thematic impact. Oh, thematic impact. Yeah, the war arc by far is the most, for sure. I view Madara and Kawaki similar as far as taking away free will. Yeah, exactly. They're very similar actually. Kawaki and Madara are similar in many ways. Pain was the only person that could make Naruto silent. Yeah, him and Obito in the war arc are the only guys that shut his mouth. So I keep getting into debates when I say Edo Madara is stronger than EMS, but people say because of Edo's nerfs, he's weaker, but his Hashirama and Rinnegan power should make him more than make up for it. Hashirama actually says during the war that you're approaching your past powers, implying he wasn't at his full power, and he already had his Rinnegan and stuff like that. So you could argue maybe after that point he is stronger and he's still an Edo. Actually, I'll have to look back. He might have been alive already by then. I'm not sure the timeline when he revives himself exactly, but I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look back. I'm not sure if he was alive actually at that point. Gamabunta's over Jiraiya. I can expand if you want. Thanks for the €2, by the way. Feel free, man. Yeah, I'll expand on that. Appreciate it. My top 5: Obito, Tobirama, Mu, Madara, and the 5th spot. Can't decide between Kakashi and Guy. Tobirama is a good character. Mu is actually pretty dope. Yeah, Mu is pretty cool. I think Kakuzu can beat Gamabunta by himself, but Pain obviously slaps. Oh yeah. Was Kurama from the alternate universe fodder then? How would base Naruto beat that would be a KCM2 version of Naruto himself in that movie. Yeah. I haven't seen the movie in so long. I'll have to see it again, to be honest. To be honest, without my Madara bias, people say that part of annoyed me is his narcissism. I mean, clearly he's a totalitarian for sure. It's his way or the highway. Question to Batman. Oh, I think he's busy right now. How much for a rematch with Noodles in part 1? Choji versus Gamabunta. Yeah, when he comes back, I'll ask him that. Plus, I also hated Madara, always talking down to everyone. Yeah, he's certainly a totalitarian and narcissist to some extent, for sure. Yeah, I never got solitary confinement. Like, chances are you're only going to make him crazier, more dangerous. Yeah, you should never let him out if that's the plan. Yeah. That shit is awful, man. I hated the fact that Ishiki was so arrogant. The attitude is what I hate about Momo. Yeah, all the antagonists are going to be arrogant. The powerful ones, Madara, Ishiki, Jigen, well, that's Ishiki as well. Momo. Kage was just retarded. That's why she wasn't arrogant. She was retarded. She probably would have been if she had her wits about her. Pain, guys like that. Obito, and War. So. Thoughts on the philosophy of the samurai of old, where they argue that murdering some people so that more may live is righteous. So, I agree to some extent. This is what I'll say. If murder in general is avoidable, completely, of course, then opt for that choice by default, right? That should be the default selection. But if you're left in an inevitable and inescapable sort of predicament where you have to select between Group A and Group B, and Group A has more people and Group B has less, then you're going to have to pick your poison, essentially, right? So that's why I do agree with that ideology where you kill some to save many, right? That's kind of like the ideology Itachi probably had when he killed the clan. To him, it was kill a few to save more, right? It wasn't just Sasuke; it was Konoha, because if the clan hadn't been massacred by him, Danzo would have started an all-out civil war, right? There would have been more casualties, including probably his brother as well. So I agree with the ideology as far as that's concerned. And it goes back to this idea of morality. It's called, I believe the individual that came up with it was, forgot his first name. Kant is his last name. Kantism, right? The idea of net morality, right? You have net good and net bad. You always want to have a higher net good when making a choice, especially one that involves a moral dilemma. So I do agree with that ideology to some extent. I do agree. I think that you should try to enact as much righteousness in your choices as possible. So again, with the example I gave, you're going to choose Group B because there's more people in Group A, right? So you're going to have to pick your poison. All right, so that's what I say. So yeah, I agree with that philosophy for the most part. Thoughts on my top 10 Naruto characters: Sasuke, Naruto, Obito, Itachi, Gaara, Kakashi, Pain, Jiraiya, Shikamaru, Madara. They all they all arguably belong in the top 10, especially Obito, Itachi, Kakashi for sure, Pain for sure. Shikamaru, he's definitely top 20, so I don't mind. I don't see any problems with him being top 10. Gaara's actually a really good character. I'd have him in like my top 20, top 15 as well. Yeah, they're all good picks. Naruto Guardians of the Crescent Moon Kingdom was my personal favorite movie. Oh yeah, I saw that movie a long time ago. I haven't seen a Naruto movie in a long time. It's been a long time. My favorite was probably, what was the name of that movie? It was the one where people thought that he was an enemy, and I remember Konoha, Genin, or I think whatever rank they were at the time, were going after him, and he was gonna fight them. I forgot what the movie was called, but that was probably my favorite. Gamabuta Blitz and ate the animal path when Jiraiya fasted Jutsu couldn't go. Oh, I see. Kept up with Jiraiya consistently in war. Interesting scaling. The only red pill I stand with is my boy Choji. Shout out to Choji, man. Yeah, the red pill ideology. I think it has some benefits. There's certainly some negative aspects to it, just like any ideology. I think the discipline and the sort of self-accountability it promotes is good. But also, obviously, the radical version of it isn't. The sort of negative sort of representation women get, things like that. I disagree with that, of course. Just like any ideology, is good, and there's a good and there's a bad, so. What I hated about Madara was thinking he was so much better than Obito and he deserved to save everyone. He's the one who could break the cycle. So pretentious. Yeah, Obito was certainly manipulated emotionally by Madara from a very, very early age. Certainly. Let's see. Wasn't Sasuke justified in wanting to destroy Konoha? People call him Mimo, but I refute that by saying weren't there Uchiha children too, so why criticize Sasuke when Danzo did what Sasuke planned to do? Well, Danzo wanted a totalitarian state where the powers, the threats that presented themselves were kept in check. I don't think he wanted to destroy Konoha. He wanted to reform it to a more dictatorship type government. Yeah. Jar also admits inferiority to Ma and Pa, meaning Ganbuto being below them doesn't mean anything. I'm talking base Jiraiya. Oh, I see. I mean, hey, if you're debating someone and you use those pieces of empirical evidence, you have a chance of winning. You know, winning that premise. On that premise, I should say, rather. The thing I always disliked most of the Naruto movies is they don't fit anywhere in the timeline. Oh yeah, they're not canonical. Yeah, exactly. JD, you regret watching Seth's 6-hour video, or it's all in the past and you don't care about that much. So this is my thing with that. As far as the reactions, give me a second, folks. My fucking shit fell. As far as my reactions to Seth, I'm thinking eventually I'm going to take him down in time. I think I'm going to make more original content, get him more out there. Once that starts to take over more on the channel, I probably will start taking those off. Because, yeah, right now it makes up a majority of the catalog, my video catalog, obviously. But, yeah, that's my thoughts on it right now. Do I regret it? No, because at that time I was a fan of his. And I think a lot of people enjoyed the Seth reactions I had. So I don't regret it because of that. You know, it brought people enjoyment, so it wasn't a waste. I don't like Seth, that's for sure. And eventually I'll probably take those down. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. The only part of the Red Pill I disagree with is the relationship advice. That's fair. It's not for everyone. That's fair. Not everyone agrees, and I have no problem with that. You know, it's to each their own, I'd say. As long as you are happy with how your relationship's going, you're legitimately content with how, you know, the dynamic between you and your partner is, it doesn't matter. You know, so that's fair. To me, it's more so to each your own, you know, to each their own. So Jiraiya Jutsu hasn't shown the scale to do damage without a summoning apart from Dark Swamp, and as Toad, you know, Boruto would swim in that shit. Yeah. You could just refute and say it's a pill to ignorance, though, but yeah.
Oh, Jay, real quick, sorry, I had to go for a moment.
You're good.
I forgot to throw this in when we were talking about the whole evil Naruto. Another good thing to help with the scaling too is when Itachi came, like he forces Obito to like run away and concede.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And like, and Obito's like, I just can't fuck with you or whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, even in this world, you're still a threat. And then, but when it was Naruto, Obito comes back and then basically like goes into Mema and then starts fighting. And then basically, and has like a whole battle with Naruto and shit, and it goes from there. But basically, where I'm getting at is like Obito could be dealt with by Itachi, but Mema and Naruto wasn't someone to really deal with him, if that makes sense. So it's like a simple chain scaling.
Yeah. Those guys are like the bigger bad wolves compared to Naruto and Mema. Makes sense. Yeah. To be frank, a lot of Seth's old videos are still up. Well, to this day, if you divorce them from the man himself, I wouldn't recommend watching them. So as to not give him money. You might want to keep them up. A lot of them are taken down. Your actions are the only way for anyone to watch them anymore. Yeah, I might have asked the people themselves, should I take it? Once I get to the point where I'm like okay with taking them down, I'll ask the people. Maybe I'll make it like a poll or some shit as far as Seth's videos. Like if they all say, yeah, take that shit down, and you know the channel's doing well with original content, then yeah, I'll take them down. But I'll probably let the people decide that. Yeah. I don't fuck with Seth right now. He has a lot of work to do to gain trust from me or anybody else. So, what I hated about Light is that he has a god complex. Yeah, from the very beginning, as soon as he got that Death Note, his god complex came out for sure.
Not only that, it's like it's also technically like an issue and annoying for you, like business wise as well.
Yeah,
because you know how like people are in the world is they'll make false narratives. Like even if like some time goes by and you were to now ease up with Seth or whatever the case may be, they'd be like, oh, Jay now associates with pedos or some other bullshit and yada yada.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact that Seth is even in that light remotely, it's just not even productive and healthy for anyone. So that's why Swag and Six just let it go completely.
Yeah, it's like fuck that. Not affiliated with him no more. He has a lot of work to do to gain trust again, obviously. So at least keep your reactions to Seth's videos he deleted and take down the reactions that are still up, the videos and stuff. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna ask the people on that. I'm gonna put out some more original content, do some more of that, get those doing well, and then I'm probably gonna ask the people what they want when it comes to that.
Oh, Jay, I forgot to throw this in there too. When Obito went into Mema's body, that evil Naruto basically still has the same scaling and stats, and they're like equal. He was equal to base Naruto, but that motherfucker had Kamui. So it's like, imagine Naruto fighting someone that's equal to him and has Kamui, and Naruto's still able to use like a body flicker and then pull like the Minato to Obito move and beat him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Like that, I'm sorry, but that's like a really horrible L, bro. Like you got fucking Kamui now. You name it, and you still lose, bro. As Mema.
Yeah. Someone did ask you though when you were gone. They asked how much would it cost for you to rematch? What was it exactly? Rematch Noodles on Part 1 Choji, Red Pill Choji versus Gamabunta. Someone asked you.
Bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like freaking, I don't mind debating Noodles, but like it kind of just gets draining at a certain point because you're basically just dealing with blatant dishonesty. You know what I mean? And like sophist tactics, and like it becomes really long to deal with because it's very like draining.
Yeah,
you know?
It's tedious. Yeah.
It's very tedious. Yeah, like it's not something I obviously I can do, and I know it's like entertaining and like fun for you guys too, but it's just for one, like even like kind of interacting with them, like that's something of itself as well, just for all the shit that's been going on. Yeah. And then two, like, I don't know, it's Noodles at the end of the day. His ego is extremely fucking big.
Yeah.
And no matter what, like that's just how it is. He's just gonna do stupid shit. So I don't know. If it was to even ever happen, like, yeah, it definitely had to be some money involved, and then like obviously if he's even willing, but I don't know, it's a stretch. So
yeah. Seth needs to leave the internet forever and get a job and a therapist and live outside. I agree, man. I think the internet, it's sort of distorted his perception, maybe, or that's not an excuse. He did some fucked up shit. He's a grown-ass man, but it seemed like the internet not distorted his perception of things, but more so influenced the way he would operate. I think the power went to his head. He had a Discord with thousands of fucking people in it. I think one had like 10K, and he allowed that power to go to his head. He ended up doing some fucked up shit. Like the power, it uninhibited his desires, and obviously
there's that saying, when you get rich and you have money, you start letting loose your true colors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like power just makes you more of who you really are. So I think he had like weird shit, and now that once he got that power, it seemed like he had like he was uninhibited, and obviously he had some weird desires, pedophilic desires.
The rest of it, cancel culture too.
Shit. Yeah, exactly.
He thought he was like invincible.
Yeah, he did. At one point, he thought he was invincible. So the truth always comes out. That's the way.
It's just crazy because he would have hit 1 million subs too. He's about to hit that shit and everything, and
by now
the same threshold as Swag. And
yeah, by now he might have even surpassed Swag. To be honest, he was like on a high rate of growth at that point.
No, he would have. He would have surpassed Swag. On God, he actually would have.
The truth always comes out, man. I think, despite who you are, despite the power you have, the truth always comes out. And Clyde was the catalyst to that. So Clyde showed us who fucking Seth really was. So I do think he needs to get the fuck away from the internet. And that seems, to be fair to Seth, that seems to be what he's doing. He's not posting like that. He's not like fucking live every day like he used to be. He seems to be obviously I'm trying to fucking
give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt. He seems to be trying to get his shit together. Hopefully we're not wrong and he's just doing fucked up shit in the real world. Who knows? But hopefully he's trying to fucking change.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, if he's going out, working out, and shit, and
like go to the
doing
fucking
shit, doing whatever he has to do, and
go to the,
he's still making money at the end of the day. He's still making plenty of money from YouTube.
He made 6 figures in December. He made a fuck ton of money. So
yeah, I mean, so like he's still doing, so he's still good financially, and as long as he just kind of utilizes that money and basically stays away from the internet, does what he has to fucking do, take the L and take it to the chin and do whatever, that's going to be the best way for him to even remotely get back into any spectrum of light or or for people to even just like forget or just move on and yada yada. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that's all he can do. And even then, he probably still won't ever. It won't ever still be the same. You know, he's still gonna have to
Yeah.
deal with shit, deal with jabs, you name it, this and or deal with constant rejections or sponsors probably not even wanting to associate yada. Like it goes on and on. You know, he'll probably still have to deal with those domino effects, but as long as he reduces the negativity and the casualty of it, he'll be all right.
Yeah, I think that there will never be 100% clearing of his name. That's impossible, especially
No.
when you do something like pedophilia. It'll never go
Yeah.
away. But I think what he needs to do, keep his fucking head down, turn his fucking phone off, go to the fucking gym, just maybe begin to absorb different types of content, not just fucking anime bullshit. Whatever the shit he watches clearly wasn't working for him. Watch him. I don't know, man. Just get your shit together. Hopefully he's doing that, man. Hopefully. We don't know.
If
But
he just does that and comes out with the videos, or whatever, then he'll still be fine. And regardless how people feel and think about him, you know, at the end of the day, he's still living his life and doing what the fuck he wants. So.
yeah, exactly. So hopefully.
Yeah, mental health will always be more important.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about your fan base, money,
fuck
this
the
and
money.
that. No matter what, if your mental health is shit, you're gonna have a shit life. If it's great, you're gonna have a great life.
Exactly.
That's what it really boils down to.
All that money didn't mean shit to him when he was getting fucking shit on for what he did. I doubt it.
Yep.
So, he was feeling like shit. He actually had to go to a fucking mental hospital, like a mental rehabilitation hospital, all kinds of shit. So, let's see. I slightly sympathize with him on the internet, fucking with his mental state. I guess kinda, but he's the one that decided to have do some pedophilic shit. So, but I guess. Did you know that Dragon Ball was airing in Japan? When it was airing in Japan, 30% of the Japanese population was watching it. Hey man, I'm not surprised. Dragon Ball's fucking goated, man. It's fucking goated. It's probably, if it's a phenomenon here, I can only imagine how godlike it is in Japan, bro. It's probably fucking.
Oh yeah,
it's like
any of that shit, or even Pokemon. Yeah,
it's
it's
fucking
gonna
massive.
go off.
Massive. Yeah, that's just huge. Is Pain's best speed feat barely outrunning Six Tails Naruto? And if it is, Kisame's faster because Kisame. Well, that was a fatigue pain though. That wasn't full power pain.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Kasame ain't fucking outrunning a V2 Six Tails Naruto either though. What the fuck?
Yeah, Kisame, V2B, Six Tail Naruto, and most of the 5 Kage beat.
Like we saw what happened with like V2 Killer Bee and how that motherfucker like blitzed Kasame in a sense to where like he could only really block and he got like really really fucked up. Imagine what V2 Six Tails Naruto would do, bro.
Yeah, that's a fatigue pain first of all. So yeah, it's not Pain's full speed. So
yeah, and that too. Yeah, no, it's not Pain's full speed. Yeah, he's way faster. Like you see the guy go against the Six Tails and Judiki, and like he fights against that V2 whatever, and he just easily folds it, just no dips it.
Yeah, he's he's substantially weaker than his full power at that point. Yeah. Please read
even with the fatigue feat, it was like really incredible. The fact that he's outrunning V2 Six Tails, and we see like what Four Tails V2 does to the Soning and shit, you know?
Yeah.
And while he's like severely fatigued, you start running that motherfucker, and like you name it, like
Chewbacca,
man, there's no joke. Like Kasame literally could only block. He couldn't outrun anything.
Chewbacca Tensei and Kisame is dead. I mean, he's not getting out of that.
Yeah, no, he's fucked.
Yeah.
You know?
Please read my. Let's see. No one in the world understands Obito. I viewed him as a person who was broken beyond repair, with absolutely no one who cared about him in the end.
And that's technically not his only speed feat either. We actually see him in the war with white hair.
Yeah.
You know, like at his like weakest, like crippled and everything, white hair, and he's still combating Killer Bee and V2 Killer Bee and KCM Naruto. Then gets red hair and just shits on them and no diffs them. You know, like the only difference is just Nagato using chakra on his body compared to using chakra to the passive pains. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Please read my whole. Okay, I just read that. If any of the Otsuki gets introduced, can you please tell me they won't be arrogant? Maybe Shibai. Shibai's a god, but then again, if he's any type of antagonist, he's gonna be arrogant. But
yeah.
V2B is fodder compared to Six Tail Naruto. I don't know if he's fodder, but KCM Naruto 6 Tails worth of energy. And B is inferior to KCM Naruto. I don't know if that's true exactly, but I would say V2 Naruto is stronger than V2B. I'll say that. But yeah, folks. Any questions you may have at all? We like a lot of you guys just saw. We had a political sort of discussion, which we enjoyed as well. Morality, conspiracy, current events. I'll give Seth this. He's not EDP, at least. Speaking of current events, EDP, for you folks that are unaware, has been re-exposed as the piece of shit that he is by Gideon. Shout out to Gideon. He tried to get him on an interview, probably just for content, and he said no. But he joined Gideon's Discord, and he found a 15-year-old girl on the Discord and started messaging her very, very explicit photos and weird shit. And now he's, he is legitimately being investigated by prosecutors. Hopefully this time he's locked away. So. V2B is closer to KCM1 than to Six Tails Naruto. Yeah, I agree more with that. I checked for Menmo Ninetales, said he could use all his power. Really? Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in so long. When he rips the energy out, you only see Six Tails out, and Kisame fight B is slower than Red Kage. I think he was in V1 still. I think. Yeah, I do remember him saying he can rip out 6 tails worth of chakra in one slice or something like that. I do think KCM1 Naruto's faster than Killer Bee, though, regardless. I do agree with that. But I don't know if the proportionality is as exact as you say, or is exactly to that level of discrepancy, I should say. Why did Seth turn out to be a pedo? I don't know, man. I think we're all disappointed. We were all disappointed by that bullshit. Found out the loser that it really is. Blitzed by the Red Kage. The tails Naruto got from Kurama are inconsistent. We see 6 and 7. It still annoys me when people try to scale No Arms Oro to 4 tails. Did they forget he only hits Naruto twice? Naruto tanks both hits and nearly kills them with the Bijudama. Yeah, he doesn't scale to 4 tails Naruto. Yeah, you're right about that. He doesn't scale. And pure fighting skills alone, who's better, Goku, Saitama, Naruto, Luffy, or Ichigo? As far as experience, I think Goku has the most. I think. Most fighting experience. Age-wise, and I would assume Goku has the most martial arts experience. As far as just pure martial arts, hand-to-hand combat, skill, technique, etc. I don't know that much about One Piece and shit, but I'll probably say Goku. At least it's stronger than 6 tails in raw power. Yeah. I mean, Danzo would have tried to kill Uchiha if Itachi didn't, so why should anyone criticize Sasuke? Sasuke was just a hurt brother, at the end of the day when he found out the truth. He was hurt. He resented Konoha for what they did. And obviously Danzo, who he killed. Kurama should use his chakra more efficiently than Naruto with his crazy IQ feats. Yeah, Kurama is very intelligent, that's for sure. Look at Baryon mode. What he concocted with that when they fought fucking Ishiki. Very impressive. How sad do you think Sasuke was when he learned who Itachi really was? I think he felt deep remorse for his actions, and he was also extremely sort of rageful towards Konoha, resentful towards Konoha. I think that's what it was. He had a mix of emotions, all hurtful emotions, right? Resent, remorse, guilt, etc. Sympathy, all the above, man. So he was very, very broken, as we could tell. People really need to start rereading the Naruto manga so they don't make stupid arguments like that. Yeah, I agree. What people do is, this is the two most common cases. One, they'll ignore the context of a battle, right? For example, like you said, Oro versus the Four Tails, and just take it at plain value, right? At face value. And say, oh, Oro is relative to the Four Tails. Look how it went. Not necessarily. You're ignoring the context. You're ignoring the specifications and parameters behind that. Another thing people like to do, which is very disingenuous, is they'll take a small substrata of datums, right, or empirical piece of evidence within the entire narrative, and try to use that to represent what the narrative is trying to represent, right? For example, they'll take Kakashi versus Pain, for example. people that argue for Akakuzu will say, well, he was able to contend with Yugito, and Yugito is shown later on literally competing with Casey and Naruto. Well, that's an intuitively dishonest analysis, because Yugito was being amped by dojutsu. It's stated by Gyuki when Obito is controlling the Jinchuriki that they're being amped by dojutsu, right? So it's not a one-to-one comparison, right? Yugito was already fatigued from battling them, right? Had to take on Kakuzu and Hidan. It wasn't just Kakuzu, etc. While conversely here, she's being amped by dojutsu, right? So it's not a one-to-one comparison. So to try to make the conclusion that Kakuzu's KCO1 level is extremely disingenuous, right? That's another comic tactic I see, but that's an intentional one, right? They're not misreading. They're intentionally trying to manipulate the narrative representation with their intuitively dishonest analysis. I see that a lot as well. So it's the attention to detail, especially, that you got to be careful of, especially if you're debating anything in general, not just anime, but whether it's in no matter the field of discipline, whether it's in academia, fictional based reality, and anything, morality, it's the attention to detail that it can come down to sometimes, so even though we never see Yugito directly compared. Yeah, exactly. She just participates in the jumping. Yeah, it was 6 of them. It wasn't just her. Exactly. Yeah, it's extremely intuitively dishonest. It's not, honestly, I don't think it's a intentional, actual, genuine claim being made. I think it's intentionally, intuitively dishonest, if anything. I doubt people make that argument in good faith, because it's very obvious that it's not a direct correlation of the same Yugito here, so. What if Itachi didn't kill the Uchiha clan or turn against the Leaf? Now, there would have been a civil war, inevitably, and Itachi would have had to have made a choice, right? He would have had to either side with Konoha or side with the Uchiha. If I had to put my money on it, I think he would have sided with the Uchiha, because that more so guarantees the safety of his brother. Either that, or he does neither, and he exits and sort of leaves Konoha with Sasuke. Maybe he says, you know what, we need to get the hell out of here. People are going to die, and I don't want you dying here, so let's go. He might do that as well. He either sides with the Uchiha or he leaves, which would be in character for him, because he avoids confrontation when necessary. So that's probably what would happen. He either joins the Uchiha in the coup d'etat, or he leaves entirely, doesn't even try to participate, along with Sasuke, in the Civil War. One of those would take place. If he participates in the coup d'etat, Konoha will fall, because think about who they would have at that point. Itachi, Fugaku. Honestly, Itachi would probably go to Obito regardless. He would say, hey, I know you hate Konoha, help us out. He'd probably go to Obito anyway, so he'd probably have Obito. Hiruzen's not beating that group of people. The only real threat would be 8 Gates Might Guy. And Itachi's already aware of the gates that Guy possesses, so he would plan ahead of time. He would tell Fugaku and Obito and the Uchiha, hey, we need to get rid of Guy first, because if he reaches 8 gates, we might all have a problem. So they'd probably genjutsu him first secretly, and then attack Konoha. At that point, it's lambs to the slaughter. Kakashi won't compete. Hiruzen's old. Danzo's inferior. They'd be fucked. So. Let's see. Try to read through all this, folks. Give me a second. I just watched an old swag video where he debunks parrots in Naruto 72 times faster than Kage calc. That's very exact. Very exact. Yeah, that's funny. I love the pixelation arbitrary metric system, arbitrary metric system that people use to try to get specific quantitative numerical values for scaling. It's hilarious to me. There's no way to prove their credibility one way or the other. I don't like really using numbers unless it's blatantly stated, like in Dragon Ball, early Dragon Ball, where they're giving power levels. That's blatant. But Sasuke crossed the line when he wanted to destroy the whole village, but his brain was being broken down by trauma. Yeah, exactly. If he rips chakra out of Six Tails and uses it to travel and wastes it, he's slower than Six Tails when he fights the Great Kage, who's the fastest ninja alive. To be honest, Sasuke is my favorite Uchiha. Even then, we never. Okay, I read that already. Akima's Naruto is the most hated out of the big three. Let's see. What was that? I was trying to read that. Every time I open Twitter, OP fans are just shitting on it. OP fans are hostile, man. Yeah, I see it on Twitter too. Very hostile. Maybe they're just very, very sort of microsensitive to just any criticism they receive, even if it's slight. That's what I see from OP fans. I agree with that. Very hostile. Even microaggressions stimulate their senses, you know. The manga also implies that he done ran away from Yugito and waited to sneak her. Yeah, in the anime as well. Kakazu got slammed by Yugito. I think she like slammed him into the ground or something. The whole feud between Swag and Noodles click back in 2019 was crazy. It was an entertaining time. Yeah. First time Swag and Seth had beef. Oh, I remember that time as well. Yeah. Could Nagato absorb Gaara's sand? Oh, that's interesting, right? That is interesting. The sand is like physical, right? It's not like Amaterasu where it's chakra generated. If anything, my theory would be he would absorb the chakra infused within the sand, and the sand would fall. It would no longer be controlled by Gaara. I feel that's my theory based on how that interaction would go. Because he absorbs chakra, he absorbs like chakra created abilities. It's strange. That's a good question. I think if it's sand from the earth that he's like manipulating, I think he would simply absorb the chakra that's infused into the sand. Yeah, that's a good question actually. That would be my presupposition, but obviously I could be wrong, and maybe he can. Yeah. Okay, let me try to speed through these folks. I think a lot of people are stronger than V26 Naruto's. Like the 5 Kages, it's just that pain was fatigued. That's a good point. He was fatigued. It wasn't a full power pain, so you can't use that version of pain to scale 6-tail Naruto. I agree.
Bro, all full power pain would do, bro, is shoot fucking 6 rods, drain his chakra, one shot.
Yeah, 6 tails Naruto. Yeah, no, I doubt full power pain would have trouble. Yeah. Kakazu's best feat is holding up a paw, and the Sound 4 got a better feat and strength. Yeah, Kakazu, man. You have to really, really be dishonest to scale him as high as some people get him, for sure.
Kakazu's scaling is just blatantly obvious. Like, he scales to high-tier Jonings, like Kakashi and you name it, Asuma, etc.
Yeah.
What's it called? He scales to Baby Kyuubi Naruto. And then he also scales to, like, base hit-on. Like, base to base, he scales equally to. If in his technical form, he's way more stronger. So,
yeah, exactly.
Like, it's just blatantly obvious. Like, even Shikamaru was fucking relative to that motherfucker.
Yeah, craziest part was that it all started because Swag claimed that the 5 Kage would beat sick Itachi. Quite a jump to go from that to pedophilia. Yeah. That is fucking crazy, dude. Ah, man. Seth just ready. Man, the truth always comes out, man. Always comes out. Let's see. Realize what he did to Sasuke when he was revived. Yeah, Itachi was remorseful and he felt guilty for the mistakes he made when he was in Edo, that's for sure. If the Uchiha were successful, then I don't think there would have been a civil war, since they planned to sneak years in with Matsukami. Yeah, they could. Yeah, that's right. That is a good point. They could have theoretically just attacked the top, right? But then someone like Danzo would certainly be wary of that, right? Because Kodo, to my knowledge, can only affect one at a time, specifically the one that it's like a 10-year cool-off period. So if Sishu were able to successfully Kodo heroes, and Danzo would certainly be suspicious. It'd have to be a very subtle Kodo to where it seems just believable enough to where Danzo doesn't become suspicious.
Yeah, what's weird is, like, I think there was a point where Shishui said he could use Kodo on, like, the entire Uchiha clan or whatever. But I have to go back. I don't remember. But it's just weird because with all the only thing we really have for Kodo, like, feats-wise, is one is just, like, if you look into the eye, that it's clearly stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
To where it's able to literally defy fucking Edo Tensei, which is ridiculous. Okay. And then the other eye is like it doesn't need eye contact. It just affects you, but it's like weaker.
Yeah, you know? it like affected several people, but it seems weaker. Yeah, the one with Danzo using the 5 Kage, it's like affecting all the Kage except fucking
And then
Yeah.
not only that, like Donzo even implies that it can only affect one person, even with the weaker, technically with the weaker Kodo, because he was literally debating on who to use it for, either for Sasuke or Madara,
Yeah, exactly.
Obito.
Yeah,
So like
so
even the weaker one, yeah, regardless of even the stronger one, even the weaker one was just implied that it can only really work on one person at a time. But then again, that's Donzo, so maybe it only applies for Donzo and not Shishui.
yeah,
We just don't
that's
know
true.
though,
Yeah, we don't know. It seems that it's one person, and if that's the
Yeah.
case, it's gonna be very difficult to efficiently succeed in just we're gonna manipulate heroes and no one's gonna get suspicious because
Yeah.
Donzo is gonna get suspicious, almost guaranteed. Yeah, so
That's literally the reason why he fucking took Chishui's eye. Like he was like, what's to say you wouldn't use it on me or some shit, you know?
yeah, Naruto and Six Tails gap the Sanin, who has the highest AP apart from Onoki. Highest AP?
Anoki could be able to fuck
I
up the
I
V2
don't
Nine
know
Tails if he
about
lands a particle
I
stopper.
don't
I
know.
don't think he's
Yeah,
fast enough.
I don't know about AP. Yeah. Um. Well, Tsunade has very high P. Yeah. But Onuki has durability negation. It's not even AP. It just negates
Yeah,
durability.
it's
So
straight hacks.
yeah.
Like that's why Itachi was able to no diff the Mizukage, the Three Tails V2 Mizukage, because he just did a Mataratsu and just done. That's
Yeah.
it.
Like technically, Tsunade has higher AP, but Onuki doesn't need AP because he negates durability entirely. Yeah. So
The only thing is the question is like, do you think Anoki's fast enough to like survive from V2 Six Tails
oh
before it could
man.
even like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, before he could land a particle style? Because if he lands a particle
He's
style, he's
slow.
definitely killing Naruto.
Yeah, if he can land it, he's killing it. But he's old, and withered, and shit. He'd have to fly. Maybe he's flying
Yeah,
in
maybe
the air.
flying.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
like,
yeah.
but on the ground moving,
Oh, he's
I don't think.
fucked. Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah,
he
I
get
don't.
blitzed real quick. Yeah, nah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think because like fucking. Yeah, I don't know. Because like
Yeah,
even the Sonning, which mind you, the Sonning are all collectively like basically equal or relative to the five Kage.
yeah,
What's it called? Like even them, like just four tails alone was just too much, and they're just over here getting fucked up or blitzed or whatever.
yeah.
So that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. I just don't think it'd be anywhere near as different with the Susukage. Like if he's flying, he's probably okay, but in order for him to fly, he has to start from the ground. You know what I mean? And I think it just doesn't get that far, and then he's fucked. But
Yeah, exactly. Ken said, I guess the question is, what if Itachi made a powerful team to scare both sides into not fighting? I mean, he need quite the fucking team. Um, Obito's
you
not
need
gonna.
Madara.
Yeah, which is dead. He could try to go get Obito. I don't know if Obito would want to help him with that. He's like, hell, can you help me stop a war? Obito fucking hates both sides, so um, I highly doubt maybe he would manipulate Itachi and be like, sure, I'll help you, and then he'll take Naruto or some shit. But um, I don't know what team he would create. Maybe him and Shishui together, along with who else could they get? I don't know. It's gonna be tough to make a team powerful enough to scare them into not having civil war. The Akatsuki, but the Akatsuki don't give a shit about what Itachi wants. So, yeah, that'd be weird. That's probably not the most likely plan Itachi would come up with. If the Uchiha were successful, here's two outcomes: a total victory with no civil war because of Kodo, or one where the kidnapping fails and then I could see civil war. Yeah, pretty much. I think pixel calcing is okay, but size calving a drawing, which can have mistakes, is crazy to be bulletproof. I think pixel scaling in general is very, very flimsy and unreliable. There's no way to conclude the credibility of your arbitrary metric system. And this, because it's on Versus Wiki, doesn't prove it right either. Versus Wiki has been incorrect as well. They have like calculations, and people are like, oh, these are the one and only holy calculations that must be revered and accepted. No, not necessarily. I think a qualitative analysis is more of a safe bet if you want to be logically consistent and more accurate than a quantitative one where you're trying to like calculate via pixel scaling whatever arbitrary metric system you're using. It's more unreliable in my opinion. So what made Sasuke change all Naruto? Let me try to get through these, folks. OP fans shout out the newest Boruto chapter of a random panel. It looks perfectly okay. I think I saw that. I saw like a tweet about that bullshit. Also, it's silly to say because Kakuzu can lift out Yugito Paul for 1 second before getting smushed means that he scales to Yugito. Yeah. I sympathize with Sasuke and Madara more than anyone else in the show. Like, the art for Boruto is pretty mid for a monthly manga, sure, but calling Aura ugly. Yeah, it's not spectacular, but it's not ugly. I disagree with that. Some scale Kakuzu to Hashirama. Oh, Jesus, I'm not surprised. Beginner Shippuden Sakura ironically has better striking strength than Kakuzu. Yeah, facts, man. Speaking of that, I recently found a Twitter account dedicated to watching Boruto weekly despite clearly despising the series, just so you could shit on it. Hey, man, truth, shock value sells. You know, I think people do that for shock value, for clicks, for interaction. To them, any attention is good attention. Alright, so I'm not surprised. Obito has some of the best durability feats, tanking KCM2 Naruto's or Sengun in the face, facts. Swinging rocker to the heart, exactly. Swinging KCM2 Minato slashing assault. Yeah, his durability is definitely better than people give him credit for. I agree. Not to mention teenage Obito, you know, tanking over Sengun. Well, not tanking, but surviving over Sengun from Minato. That's also impressive. Let's see. Itachi, guy, the White Fang, Minato. I think Minato is dead already. He was already dead during the Massacre Clan. If it's during that point, I mean. If it's during, like, the actual point where you had to make the decision, and you had the ultimatum, I think Minato was already dead. And I think the White Fang was dead, too. I don't know if Guy would have joined him. I doubt Guy would be convinced by Itachi. He's very loyal to the Leaf. Very loyal to the Hokage as well. Let me get through these. Speaking of that, I recently found a Twitter account. Okay, I read that. Pretty sure my host. Itachi didn't say it was his fault that Sasuke was like this. Doesn't that imply he hated his actions? Oh, well, also Sasuke has always been full of emotion, so why judge? Yeah, Itachi was definitely remorseful, yeah. Jiraiya is more of a fraud than Gamabunta. My board Gamabunta is boxing-tailed beast, while Jiraiya is some running from pain summons. Yeah, man, Gamabunta's that guy, that's for sure. I really don't even get why he clearly can't analyze Boruto fairly. Yeah, most people don't. Most of the time it's intentional, to be honest. They're intentionally, intuitively, dishonestly analyzing the narrative for shock value. Trying to microanalyze and pedantically analyze the narrative. Oh, look at this, look at that, X, Y, and Z. They're just trying to, you know, create shock value for sure. So X 2019 takes weren't the best, to be fair. He said Edo Itachi was substantially slower than the Red Kage. Really? Yeah, we all evolve, though. You know, we all evolve. I used to have some bad takes in the past as well that have changed and stuff like that. So I get it. Otorama or Minato had to deal with Danzo and the Uchiha massacre. They wouldn't play that shit. They'd probably incarcerate Danzo. They would not even give him an option to make a decision. Especially Tobirama. Tobirama would be like, who the fuck are you talking to? I'm the fucking Hokage. Well, actually, Tobirama would actually agree with him because he's racist. I forgot. Minato, though, would be like, nah, I don't play that. You're incarcerated. I'm the Hokage. We're not doing no massacre. We're going to make peace. And I'm not asking you. You know, he's not a spineless coward like Hiruzen. So Tobirama's racist, so he might actually agree. The thing that pissed me off the most was I found a 2020 tweet from him where he said that Naruto had mediocre art. Really? For the weekly manga and mocked the excuse that Kishimoto worked weekly. Jesus. What if these Akatsuki members became Kage, Itachi, Sasori, Kisame, and Deidara? There was never a Cloud Village Akatsuki member, so not counting them. Itachi would have been a hell of a Hokage. Very, very suitable candidate. Probably would have became the Hokage if he, you know, in the perfect world, of course. He would have been a very, very good Hokage. Sasori, I mean, he's very, very fitting for the role. He beat the strongest Kage besides, obviously, Boruto Gaara. So, power-wise, he definitely fits the bill. Character-wise, I feel like he's a little... Obviously, he's an antagonist. I would say probably one of the best policies, to be honest. I don't think the people will be a fan of his, especially if he has the same sort of personality he did in the original narrative. Power-wise, I mean, he more than fits the bill. But as far as his personality, probably not the most liked. So that's what I would say about him. Kisame, he's actually very loyal. So if he is loyal to the, you know, to the Mist, he'll die for the Mist. Look how loyal he was for Itachi. He died devouring himself rather than giving up secrets about the Akatsuki. So I think he would have been a hell of a Mizukage, honestly. And I think that power-wise, obviously, he fits the bill. We saw what he's capable of. He could slay perfect Jinchurikis. So I think he would have been a very good Mizukage in an alternate world where he's loyal to the village rather than the Akatsuki and Itachi. So Deidara is another guy who just doesn't have the personality. He's very narcissistic. Only cares about himself. So he would have been a very good Hokage. If anything, there'd probably be a revolting against him because he's just very narcissistic. So he probably wouldn't last long. Power wise, he meets the prerequisites. He's very powerful, clearly, but the two best Kages would be Itachi and Kisame for sure. Instant blocked me from after I saw that guy can fuck himself. Sorry, yeah, there's some weird people on Twitter. Uchiha saw people on Twitter clowning Megan Fox's voice acting for Nintara. Lol, nothing more than that. People will say Boruto retcon Naruto like when retcon is even in Boruto. Uchiha is not a race. Well, technically, you can argue it's a race. You're genetically predisposed to have Sharingan, so yeah, technically kind of is. I know it's called the Uchiha clan, but technically, yeah. You have genetic predispositions when you're in that clan. Just like, for example, in the real world, if you're white, right, you're more genetically predisposed to have green eyes, blonde hair. You know, so technically, you can argue it's a race, yeah. You know, semantics, but no. People will say Boruto retcon Naruto like when retcon is even in Boruto. People retcon Naruto. Retcons? Yeah, no, I don't think there's any retcons. Yeah, I agree. Like from Naruto to Boruto for Naruto characters? No, I don't think there's any retcons. I agree. There's a large power cliffing. Like the new characters are insanely powerful, but yeah, not retcons. What's your opinion when people say Shisui is Akatsuki Itachi level? I think it's incorrect. I think it's his anti-feats prove that the negation of that premise, of the antithesis, I should say, of that premise. He lost in all continuities. He lost to like inferior opponents in comparison to Itachi, Danzo, the Aburame clan poisoning him, etc. So, yeah, he's not. I think it's not the best opinion. People used to say Sakura beats Sasori all the time, even though she... yeah, man. Yeah. That's just an intuitively dishonest claim. I hate Ishiki down players. Wasn't Ishiki basically beating Naruto and Sasuke to a pulp? Yeah, he was. Even Jigen was. Let's see. If Gohan trained for 11 years after the Cell Saga until Battle of Gods, could he beat Beerus? If he's in the hyperbolic time chamber, shit, maybe. His latent potential is insane. You know, look what Frieza became. And I would say that his latent potential is at least relative to Frieza's. At least, I would say. So, possibly. But then again, Beerus is always retcon, so maybe it'll just make him stronger than what Gohan would become. You know. I agree with Tobirama. Uchiha do nothing but cause trouble. Hey, man, I mean, hey, you look at history, they kind of did cause trouble, so. You're not wrong. Now, do I agree with his racism? No. But the Uchiha have caused trouble. Obito, Madara, Itachi, you know. So, Sasuke, you know, so. You can't say Uchiha isn't a race because that's an American view. The Japanese used to think Koreans were a different race, for example. Yeah. The Uchiha are absolutely a race. If we go by dictionary definition, race literally just means major grouping of humanity with common and physical differences. Yeah, exactly. Kage versus Kinshiki. Kage is superior to Kinshiki. Kinshiki is inferior to Momo. Momo is arguably relative to Kage. In base, I should say. Base. So, yeah, Kinshiki is inferior. Technically, Boruto retcon Kage's manga origin. Oh, really? Yeah. I guess you have a point. Pain versus Sasori. Oh, Pain wins that. Hypothetical 3A Jubidara with Susanoo versus Susanoo Telbi Susanoo. Versus Sasuke Telbi Susanoo, excuse me. Versus DMS 6 Pass Obito with hypothetical Susanoo. Oh, shit. Jubidara is out of the question. He's losing. That's assuming he doesn't have, of course, the Infinite Tsukuyomi. He's losing. Now, between Obito is arguably going to be superior to DMS Kakashi, who blitzed an exponentially times stronger Kage. Honestly, I think Obito probably takes it. So, but I'll be right back, folks. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. So give me 1 second. I've returned. Alright, see what you folks are saying. Remember when Goku Black first appeared, everyone was scared while Beerus was on the couch. Yeah. Let's see. How much better would the Akatsuki have been as a group if they all went to capture the Telebes together? I mean, the success rates would be better. For example, if the Akatsuki went to get B, he would have been almost 100% captured. You know? So. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to read what you guys said. Depending on the pre-DBS lore, Gohan wouldn't be stronger because he'd need God Ki to even hurt Beerus. With post lore, where everyone can hurt people with God Ki, and that version of Ki is worthless, maybe. Right. Yeah. Makes sense. God Ki is a prerequisite to get stronger in general, for most people, unless you're Beast Gohan or Black Frieza, but yeah. Ishii versus Adult Naruto, Adult Sasuke, Time Skip Kawaki, Boruto Code. I mean, Code is stated to be stronger than Jigen. Boruto's confident he can kill Jigen, Code, hence he's probably comfortable with killing Jigen. Kawaki's hard to scale. Adult Naruto, Adult Sasuke, I mean, they're a non-factor. It's possible they could win. I'd probably still lean towards Ishiki. Also know by that logic, all people you see with a different last name is a different race. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but if you're referring to the other guy, you said physical differences. So the last name isn't a physical difference, like as far as a human being himself or themselves. $2 from Ken. Appreciate that, Ken. Will you be playing a new Naruto game? Oh yeah, definitely gonna be playing that. I know it's coming out very, very soon, and maybe I'll even stream it. Who knows? I could do that as a stream or something. Just playing the game, checking it out, checking out the mechanics, the fluidity, things like that. Let's see. Gamabunta oil is a counter for Konan. Kakazu gets blitzed and sliced. Heat on fodder. Datara gets blitzed. Hey man, I respect the Gamabunta hype for sure.
Yo.
Right,
I'm back officially.
Let's see. Yeah, do you think that the Uchiha is a race If you had to say yes or no.
Oh, for me
Yeah.
personally,
Yeah.
um,
Ken says it's
I,
not.
like
But
like from everything we have and like kind of like all the implications, etc. I would say like probably yes.
yeah.
And like the reason why is because it's just kind of like how it's implemented and how even Tobirama like I'm not trying to like be like make this sound weird or anything, but the Uchiha are basically like black people, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of like the best way to like put it at. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's the treatment they're getting the whole fucking time. You know, and obviously like skin color wise, like no, you know what I mean? They all look, you know, whatever. But like when it comes to like their clan and like, you know, with their shotgun and how that all that is, you name it, that particular thing, yeah, I would probably classify that as a race
Yeah.
technically
Yeah.
because
They're,
you
yeah.
know,
They're genetically predisposed to have that dojutsu.
yeah,
So yeah. Kind of
exactly. And
like
no
I
one
was
else
saying.
has that, and it's just them. You
Yeah,
know?
that's like how I was saying. Like white people are like more genetically predisposed to have green eyes or blonde hair or whatever. So
Exit blue eyes, yeah, and
yeah,
then
blue
like,
eyes.
and then black people, they're more genetically to be built like for more, you know, stronger and faster, like the you know sports, you know, aspects and things like that as well.
Yeah.
For the most part, like if you analyze every fucking sport professional we have, 9 out of 10 times it's a black guy that's the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but you know, either
Uh,
way, like, so there's just certain things that have certain traits or attributes, and the Uchiha, they have that, and so yeah, you can basically by those definitions and the implications from Naruto, everything we have, you could consider it a race.
yeah. Exactly.
That's just me personally.
Yeah. So Sori versus Kakazu. The Sori slams. Yeah. Not if they don't share major physical characteristics with a bunch of other people that they don't share with most of humanity. They wouldn't be. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like physically, obviously not, because the Uchiha, there's like plenty of the same exact color, like white, you know, whatever you name it. I don't think I've ever even seen like a dark skinned shinobi. I think it's like rare. I think there's been, no, yeah, Killer Bee. Yeah, some people from like the Lightning Vision, those have been like dark skinned shinobi.
Yeah.
But other than that, like obviously, like in the physical sense, sure. But once again, like in the actual, like you know, with like their heritage, their genetic DNA, whatever, the shotgun, all that shit, everything like encompassing all of that, that would technically be considered a race. You know, they're the only
Yeah.
ones that have that. It's their race. Even the Hyuga, like with the Byakugan, you name it, that would also be, another race. You know, it's just literally for only their race, and you name it. Only they have those certain genetic, you know, things, which that is also technically a physical like aspect. So technically, even for the physical spectrum of it, it would also still classify, not for the skin color itself, but mainly for what they have, like when it comes to their dojutsu, their eyes, their heritage, and how that basically defines their characteristics or even their personality. You know, they have like that visual chakra and shit too. So,
Yeah. $5 again from Steve. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate
even
all
the
donations.
aliens, bro, like those fucking aliens, those people, that's a race as well.
Yeah. I will push Ganaba to agenda until he becomes a WinCon. And battles like Tobirama, makes summons Minato. Someone's gonna boom to solo. Hey man, respect, man. Appreciate the donations too, brother. Respect.
Oh, hey, I finally got to the point in the anime, Jay, and for JJK to where like the fucking, I already forgot his fucking name, but like the main character with the pink hair and shit that has Sukuna.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where him and him and his two partners, like basically, I guess I'll just say the Team 7 of JJK.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
They are finally getting strong enough to fight against special grades and defeat them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah, usually progresses pretty quick. Obviously Gojo's the guy, but yeah, he's getting stronger. Getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just pretty cool because I didn't expect his two partners to get to that level that quick either.
Yeah.
Like the pink hair dude, like he got there way quicker than them. He was able to do it during like the tuning exam type scenario shit or whatever, that arc.
Yuji,
where he
Yuji's like implied to have like immense potential. Like even in the manga, people, when he's fighting the special grades,
Flash.
Yeah, the Black Flash. And then when he's fighting like cursed spirits, they're always like, "Holy shit, he hits hard!" And this is not even cursed energy; he just naturally hits hard as fuck. Like he's very, very highly talented. So yeah.
Yeah, he fought like that one muscular dude that has like the same exact battle prowess, so who also hits hard, but it's mainly due to like his physique. While with the pink hair dude, like he fucking just does it because of like kind of like chakra control, basically is the best way to explain it. You know, like what his how he channels his energy and hits and you name it. and then him incorporating like the fucking cursed energy to where it's like that blue color, and then eventually he can like use black flash to make it look like all red and black and shit,
Yeah.
which is like very very rare for any sorcerer to be able to do that. Apparently, the one that has the best record was that one dude where he did it like 3 times, while this dude, the main character, does it like fucking 6 or 7 fucking times against that one special grade, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Yuji is very, very highly touted out. So
Yeah, but he got the special grade in like the tuning exam arc. That was pretty cool. And then right after that, he still doing it and pulling them feats and you name it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Which clan would you rather be, Uchiha or Utsuki? I mean, Utsuki seemed to have a boring life. Probably Uchiha.
Yeah.
It's a boring.
Like if it's power wise,
I mean, obviously it's Utsuki.
Aliens, obviously, yeah, because you're just
they're just bored, like roaming the universe and eating.
Literally,
chocolate.
everything's like fodder. It's like being Goku and just traveling the planet.
It's like being Clark Kent on planet Earth. Fucking boring as shit.
Literally,
it's fucking boring. The Hyuga are
yeah.
Go ahead. The Hyuga are inbred. It's crazy. I think all those fucking clans are inbred. Fucking Naruto. They don't even talk about that shit, but technically you're right. Yeah. Ishiki versus Shibai. I mean, Shibai is confirmed 40, so probably Shibai. Darui, third Kage, B's brother Kage, and B are dark skins that come to mind. Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I said from like the Lightning Village. Yeah. They're the only ones that are actually dark skinned.
To be frank, Danzo thought he could use Kodo and Obito after killing Sasuke. It's still kind of weird for him not to expect Obito to just blitz and one shot him. Yeah, he thought it was possible. But yeah, it'd be very hard to do that because Obito.
Well, yeah, like I'm gonna be honest with you, Obito was just basically, he was basically chilling for the most part and just watching the whole fight. Now I'm gonna be honest, what was weird, because there is one discrepancy with it, to where like Danzo starts doing like that suicide move, and for some weird reason Obito was not able to be fast enough to get the Kodo before he could destroy it. So that was a little weird, but at the same time, there's still an abundance of evidence that Obito is way beyond Danzo. Abundance. So
you can't use Sharingan to say that a different race. The majority of Uchiha can't use. I think they all have the ability to awaken it though, under the right parameters. So that's why they're Uchiha. Unless you want to say there are sub races. Okay, it's still sitting. Race, I think that means it doesn't equal race. Skin color. Ancient Greeks, for example, viewed Northern Europeans as a different race entirely. Yeah, race is certainly, obviously, a human colloquial term. The whole idea behind it, it's more apparent when there's blatant differences in physical characteristics, like the difference between like fucking someone from Mexico and someone from Iceland. It's like very, very obvious. But I guess it would become more difficult to sort of differentiate if you're talking about, maybe an individual in the same region as another. It'd be a little more difficult.
Yeah. The Uchiha do have certain physical attributes that are only for them as well, though. Yeah. Like their hairstyle compared to everyone else. Their face that they normally have. Like there are certain features that they only mainly have, and once again, obviously the Sharingan. Only they. But it definitely fits within the criteria of them having their own race.
Yeah, and also Danzo, Obito had like hundreds of Sharingans, didn't he? Like stored. It kind of proves it too. So.
Yeah. But like when it comes down to it, like obviously if we're just talking like, the physical color sense, then you have like white and black even in Naruto still, and there's those two races. But if you're talking overall, like as a general sense, like they would still qualify and classify as their own race, like as an Uchiha. Yeah. And the best way to explain it too, like if you play a bunch of games, or if even like anything like associated with aliens, like any alien species, they would also have their own race. Like they could look exactly like a fucking human, but it doesn't mean they don't have a different race. No, they still their own race. They're an alien species.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Obito he had a lab with a shit ton of Sharingans in it, if I'm not mistaken, from the massacre.
Yeah. Oh, he did. It shows in the manga and the anime. But like it's when like it was right when he left after talking to the 5 Kage, and it shows him in a room, like an Uchiha room, and it just shows a whole bunch of like Uchiha crest, like more fucking stone places, and it just shows where all the eyes are.
If anything, that reinforces the likelihood that any Uchiha can unlock it. It doesn't mean they will, but can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no. All Uchiha can be able to do it. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
so
They just have to hit certain like extreme circumstances
yeah,
of high emotion,
they're just
etc.
genetically predisposed to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuji and Nobara using Black Flash together against the Curse Brothers is still my favorite fight. JJK. Oh, that was a great fight. Yeah, that was a great fight. Oh, it's $5 from Steven again. Appreciate that, man.
Oh,
Appreciate the go with the stream, with
appreciate it,
the
brother.
donations, man.
Yeah.
Like saying the Irish weren't oppressed by the English race doesn't matter. They are an oppressed minority. Donzo L, but Tobarama's a goat. Yeah, man. Fuck Donzo.
Yeah.
Facts. Fuck Donzo.
Donzo just caused so many fucking problems, bro.
Yeah.
Even in Boruto, that man was still causing some shit. In Boruto, bro, that motherfucker's still being talked about, and it's somehow his fault. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that Donzo is just probably arguably the most hated character in the series, like by most people in the fandom at least. So
I finally saw that one. I saw this one meme from JJK. Finally, I get why everybody was posting or using it as like a funny comical reference. But I saw when when literally him and his teacher are like beating up that one weird looking dude that can have like instant regeneration and like manipulate his soul and manipulate other people's souls. Motherfucker was getting jumped and just getting beat the fuck up, and that shit was hilarious. I was dying laughing. They were just both beating him up. The way how they were beating him up was just hilarious, dude. Oh, it was so funny. I don't know if you remember, but it's like that long white hair dude with the weird like stitching all over his fucking body.
Yeah, the Chris Spirit, yeah.
Yeah, him. And he can like instant regenerate. He can manipulate
He's
like
powerful.
his body and weird
Yeah,
shit.
he's
He's really strong. He can manipulate your souls. But now there was a funny moment with him though, because he tried to touch the soul of Sukuna.
Oh yeah, that's the part I was telling you about.
That shit was funny.
Sukuna was like, "If you ever touch me again, I'm gonna fucking kill you." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Literally, like he said, "If you touch my soul again, I will fuck you up."
I was like, "Oh shit."
He got so scared and like he's like, "Oh my god, like what blah blah." And then next thing you know, he does it a second time, but it wasn't on purpose. It was like unintentional. It was on accident, like because of what was happening for the moment. And literally because he touched his soul again, he literally like fucked his ass up. He moved his hand like once, and mind you, like he's not even in the real world. He's like in that weird ass astral fucking place within that dude.
Yeah, he's in
and he
like
just waves his hand. Yeah, he waves his hand and like just completely fucks him up.
Yeah,
in the real world.
Sukuna's fucking powerful as shit. Yeah, he's super powerful.
This shit was hilarious, bro. And right when he did that, he's like, "I told you not to fucking touch me again. Like that's what you get, bitch."
Yeah. The amount of instances in Konoha must be insane. Yeah, dude. That I don't think Kishimoto even cared, like thought about that. He's like, "Oh, I'll just have the Uchiha fuck each other. Fuck it." You know, he didn't care about that shit.
That shit was wild. Yeah.
Redheads are their own race. Well, in the real world, gene pools aren't necessarily like mutually. Well, even in it's not as displayed in a fictional based reality like Naruto. In the real world, gene pools aren't mutually exclusive. Like, you know, the gene pool in fucking a region of Iceland isn't just mutually exclusive to a gene pool that's maybe in another part of the world. Like, if two individuals are from different regions and they reproduce, that gene pool will mix. And again, a race is a colloquial human term. Like, it's used to differentiate as much as possible between individuals. It gives you like an idea of what a person looks like when you're looking at documentation, but it's not like a mutually exclusive thing. Now, when it comes to redheads, that's kind of like an anomaly. I don't think very many people in the world have red hair.
That's rare.
From what I remember, like I think I read about it a while ago. I think there's only a very, very small population in the entire world that has it, like a couple % of the world population.
Yeah, the reason why is because they were eradicated. They were put to the verge of extinction after the Senju and Uchiha clan teamed up to fuck them up.
Yeah, so
and then it's kind of fucked up, but they kidnapped all the women, like the last remaining woman, and basically wived them. Like Hashirama got his wife, and then it just went from there, and that's how they were kind of like spread out, like reproductive wise, like here and there, and like towards it's rare to see them. You know?
Yeah. So if I look up red hair here, it says right here 1 to 2% of the world population. Yeah, so red hair, and it even says here, appearing with greater frequency among people of Northern or Northwestern European ancestry. So it's more common amongst that race, I guess you could say. But red hair people themselves aren't a race.
You know,
no.
They would still be part of like whatever normal races like around that time, like for like a white person. You just say white, I guess white people.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like in Naruto, they don't really talk about a bunch of races. Like you can tell clearly there are certain ones that are obvious. Like you can see when someone's white, you can see when someone's dark skinned. You could also see when someone's like more like on the Asian side of things, with like Aruka. You know what I mean? Like you look at him, he looks more whatever you think it could be. Whether if you think it's Asian, Chinese, whatever, I don't fucking care. But like there's certain distinctions like that, but other than that, they don't really go into detail with all the races. You know?
And as long as you have the gene pool of the Uchiha, you can get a strong like Sarada, for example. She's not full-blooded Uchiha. She has Sakura's genes too, so it applies there too. So, let's see.
Naruto's another example.
Yeah,
like he was part of Kushina and Minato.
Yeah, so he's not pure Uzumaki. He's part Uzumaki. How strong would the Sound 4 be if they lived into Shippuden? I feel like their ceiling wasn't that high. But then again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, no. Their barriers were Kage level bare minimum. Yeah. Because it was able to keep Hiruzen in there. Like he would break out of it if he could. Like that's what he would do. But he couldn't do that. But at the same time, you could also argue that it's just basically the technique that they're utilizing as well, because they were trained on Orochimaru. But I believe with that barrier that they use, like it's like the purple one, like that's actually like a Jonin level barrier. Because like there's a Kage level barrier. I forgot what it's called, but it's the red one. So if you're like blatantly Kage level, only like Kages can be able to utilize those barriers, which is why Hashirama and Tobirama here is in a Minato were able to do it. It was like the strongest one to even contain like 10-tailed fucking BG bombs. And you have that shit, but the Sound 4 dude, they do like a purple one, and it's a way lower tier. Yeah. So it's weird, but like that lower tier of a barrier, for some reason, could keep Hiruzen in there. So like, I don't know. But overall, that's kind of what you are. They're not like Kage level, obviously. Like Sonic and Hiruzen would fucking slam them to oblivion.
Yeah.
Like they were struggling to 2 low tier Jonings.
Yeah, it's even implied like Kimimaro was just way more touted out as a candidate to Orochimaru than before.
Yeah, Kimimaro was a Kage level.
Orochimaru saw great potential in him. He didn't really care about the Sound 4 that much.
Sound 4 just basically like the little underlings, like to kind of get like the side work done.
Yeah, exactly.
Kimimaro was the guy that like was no joke, like another Kage level opponent, to be around like similar to Orochimaru, and then like Kabuto was just the Kakashi of the team. That's all it was.
Exactly, yeah.
No.
Let's see. Since Naruto and Sasuke still has 6-pass chakra, do you think Sarada could unlock the Rinnegan if she fused her chakra with Boruto? Can unlock the Rinnegan? I mean, Boruto's not... I don't think he's a reincarnation of Ashura. And Sarada is not a reincarnation of Indra. So, I don't think so.
The only way Boruto can awaken a Rinnegan is if he has Indra's DNA and Ashura's DNA. That's the only way. That's how Madara was able to do it. He needed to have fucking Ashura's like DNA when he took a chunk of Hashirama and bit it off him before he died and collapsed or whatever. That bullshit.
Because then you would argue that Minato had Ashura's DNA as well. I don't think he did, even though he's Naruto's son. I mean, Naruto's father, excuse me. I don't think he had his DNA. I think that was more of like a reincarnation thing. Like, I don't know what picks. I don't know what picks that. If it's like God or whatever, but I don't think
it's weird. Yeah, because they don't ever really explain that. Like, all they really say is it's a reincarnation thing that happens upon each generation.
Yeah. So
and the people. It started with like the aliens at first. Then it goes from the aliens to Hashirama and Madara. And then it goes from Hashirama and Madara to Naruto and Sasuke. So it's not like every generation, but it takes a long fucking time for them to reincarnate.
Yeah, so I don't think it works like I don't think it's passed down from father to son or anything like that. Yeah, so I'd probably say no. Yeah, isn't it frustrating? We know nothing about the Akatsuki culture. I mean, yeah, we don't know too much. It's very unexplored still.
I'm sure they're going to explain way more. They're more than likely, because with how it's all leading, with all especially this, like, whatever the fuck it's called, that whatever, it starts with an S, that new shit, in Boruto, whatever, like, with all the gods or the robots.
Oh, the Shinjutsu? Yeah.
Yeah, Shinjutsu. With all that shit coming into place and fucking you name it, I'm pretty sure we're going to start getting way more in depth with all these aliens and where they kind of originate from, and maybe get some more background. We'll probably see maybe Momo, more Kage and shit, you name it. We'll probably get a lot more to kind of explain where all this shit eventually connects to. And I believe that it's going to be the case because, think about it, it's the only way for Boruto to get even more crazy and scaling. Like, in order for them to go further and beyond, it's going to have to go in that direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, they're just going to be stuck where they're at forever.
I think once Shiba is introduced, then they're going to really start to explore some stuff.
Yeah, and we'll probably get way more insight, way more information on that clan, and it just kind of picks up from there. You know?
Let's see. Which Beach Clapton has the best win-loss rate, and why is it Mayuri? Dude, your Mayuri, dude, in the new episode? Dude, he's fucking... The last 2 episodes of Bleach, dude. He's been so cold. Like, he fucking whipped that one Ritter's ass, right, the Quincy, that was able to make zombies, and he stole the zombies from the zombie maker. He's like, bitch, these are my zombies now.
Fuck?
Yeah, I was like, holy shit.
Like a Sasori?
Yeah, and then he bitched a really strong captain that was a zombie of that Quincy, of Toshiro. He bitched him too and made him like go crazy. He's like, oh, you thought you killed me. I just drugged you. I was like, damn, dude, he fucking whipping everyone's fucking ass. Like, he's fucking cold, man. Like,
You're running a gauntlet?
Yeah, he was running a gauntlet, literally whipping everybody's ass, including captains too. He's whipping captains' ass.
Damn.
He's fucking strong as shit. He's pretty cool. Like, he's not only is he strong, but he's obviously very intelligent. He's the head of the
Oh yeah, he was always super smart.
Yeah,
even from the beginning.
He's kind of like the Orochimaru of Bleach in a way. That's literally what he is, or the Kabuto of Bleach. Isn't the Akatsuki branch in the main class similar to the Hyugas? The Hyugas have a derivative of the Akatsuki dojutsu. They have the Byakugan.
I forgot like what's to what, because in the Uzutsuki, like they also have the 2 branch thing too as well, like the head branch and the side branch.
Yeah.
But it's more of just like, it's kind of like, once again, it was just a genetic DNA trait that was eventually passed on to the human race. Because fucking Kage, slept with a dude. They had, she had her children. They had fucking children, and then it just kept eventually just passed down to humans,
Yeah, exactly.
But they just don't have the alien shit. They just only have the dojutsu part of the alien shit.
Yeah, exactly. If you're too weak to be Hokage on your own, you can't be prejudiced. You're just ass. Yeah, exactly. That was Danzo, man. Danzo was resentful because he couldn't be that guy, and Tobirama too. Which version of Goku can Pain beat? Not very many at all. Dragon Ball, maybe like little kid Goku when he had like below 100 power level. Honestly, even early Dragon Ball Z is probably whipping Pain's ass.
Goku is just no joke, dude.
Yeah, he's a fucking dog. He's already planning level.
Like, wasn't he already like
by
fucking up moons and shit
by
when he was a kid?
Yeah, by the Saiyan Saga, he's already planning level probably. Once he has like Kaioken and shit, he's already
Didn't Kid Goku like fuck up a moon?
Yeah.
Or was that like the evil Piccolo dude that he fought?
Yeah, the evil Piccolo guy, the fucking Roshi.
So he's like moon level already at that point.
Yeah, it would be like little Kid Goku.
Pain's not moon level, bro.
Yeah, no. Kid Goku is like the weakest Goku you could be. Like little Kid Goku.
So no matter what, I think all versions of Goku just slam Pain basically. But like if you're being super generous to Pain, maybe Kid Goku. But then again, like if you just analyze the feats, you name it, like he's just way Nagato has nothing to indicate that he can blow up a fucking moon.
Yeah, if you want to be real ratty, we see that panel where Goku as a kid breaks out of the panel and transcends reality.
Yeah, pulling some fucking reality type shit. Yeah,
well, that means Pain would never. It means he'd never be Goku.
Maybe
even infant Goku.
That's that fucking Boruto Jiraiya inconsistency.
Yeah, literally. Pain said they shouldn't get close to Kakashi during their fight. Well, he didn't take this precaution against Jiraiya, so Kakashi slightly about Jiraiya. Pain seemed more worried about Kakashi.
And like the intelligence aspects, sure, because Kakashi is just really intelligent and Jiraiya is a fucking retard. Like Jiraiya is not like stupid, like he is like capable, in comparison like to critical thinking and strategizing, Kakashi definitely takes it all like the long way, and that's what mainly Pain was like very like impressed by and being cautious. He just wasn't underestimating Kakashi.
I don't think he was more worried about Kakashi, and the way in which he got rid of him was less effort than the way he killed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, he blitzed him with all 6 pains. He didn't do that. He didn't do that with Kakashi, so he's not worried more. He's not more worried about Kakashi now.
Yeah, no, Kakashi, like he was just with him by himself, and then Kakashi was like using his intelligence and shit and strategizing. Then he gets a second path of pain just in case, to not like just in case, just to make sure with whatever he could potentially have up his sleeve. Because that's not just how Nagato is. He doesn't care who you are. He's not going to underestimate you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's going to take you serious, and he's going to take every precaution, no matter what, just in case. Unless you're like some fodder ass bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, and that's what he does. It goes from there. Like, Kakashi's still struggling, and then basically like Kakashi says, if I don't get help, then I'm gonna fucking lose. And then that's when Choji and all those other ninja come. And then basically, it was because the robot pain was off guard. He gets hit by like the big fucking fist from Choji's dad. And then after that, like, then it's just like, it's all of them working against Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain just one-shots every single one of them except for Choji's dad, and Kakashi. And then he does another Shinra Tensei. And that's where, like, basically those two get dealt with. And it's, Choji's only up because the dad took the full hit. Kakashi also got completely fucked up from that. And Kakashi's out of the fight. So, like, overall, like, Kakashi does good, but he still just basically gets, like, no diff. Like, the only thing Kakashi did that seems very, very impressive is that, like, he's basically utilizing his intelligence and strategizing and using his teammates to try to create an opening, because the only weakness Tendo Pain has is that 5-second interval.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the only thing to do, and that's what Kakashi was trying to heavily, like, execute with. And other than that, because Kakashi is super smart and how he goes about it, whatever, and how he was close to doing things, that's why Pain just acknowledged him the whole time and said, you know what? Like, what's it called? You're a little crafty fox. I respect that, now I understand why, you're respected and feared among nations and shit, but just in case, just as a precaution, I'm not going to come near you, and I'll just fuck you up with this nail. And that's it. It was just more of him being precautious and not underestimating.
Oh, two more bucks from Steven. Appreciate that, man.
What?
Roshimaru did nothing wrong. He beat the case. Hey, free Oro, man. After the war, I was like, free Oro. And then guess what? They freed him. He's out again.
There was that one fucking post I saw on Twitter. I think I retweeted it. I don't know if you ever saw it, Jay. But it was like when Orochimaru, where like it says all the horrible shit he did, and then it just shows this motherfucker in the Hidden Leaf Village just living life. It's like nothing ever happened.
Hey, he beat the case. That's facts, man. He beat that case. He got off, man. He got off easy, and he's during the war. I was free Oro.
Like, thank you to Naruto. If that was anyone else, hell no.
If that was fucking Tobarama, man, or Tanza or something.
Oh, hell no.
No.
Yeah, hell no.
He did beat the case. That's facts, though. He beat that case.
He probably would give him the death penalty. Shit.
Oh yeah, facts. All the pedo shit, weird shit. Let's see. Josh Allen is the best player in the world right now. Oh, football? If you mean Josh Allen, I'm assuming you mean the quarterback for the Bills. He's a very, very, very good quarterback. I think his arm is almost as good as Patrick Mahomes' arm. Very, very good arm. He might have not a better arm than Mahomes. Mahomes is more accurate. He might be able to throw the deep ball better, actually. But he's one of the best. I think he's a better runner than Mahomes. Better mobile QB.
Do you think he'll eventually surpass Brady?
Mahomes has a chance. Yeah, Mahomes already has two rings in his first 3 years.
Oh goddamn!
Yeah, I think
he's already that.
He's already that good. I think he has one or two. I know for sure he has at least one ring.
I have not been keeping up with football.
Yeah,
so.
He's been to 2 or 3 Super Bowls already. That's already Brady-esque. He's already on that level. Shattering records yards wise, win percentage wise. He's fucking killing it. Yeah. If he plays like this for another 15, 20 years, he'll surpass Brady. Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, he's that good. Josh Allen, very gifted quarterback.
Imagine Brady starts getting salty.
I bet if he's like, "Oh, I won my 8th ring, Brady," and then he'll be like, "Fuck." Brady has 7. That's gonna be really hard to beat. 7.
Yeah, that's
rings.
a lot.
That's like some Jordan shit.
I was about to say that. It's like some Michael Jordan, bro.
He's literally the Jordan. I mean, he's not undefeated in the Super Bowl, but he's basically Jordan.
No.
Basically Jordan. I guess Jordan technically would be Joe Montana. He went 4-0. He's basically Jordan, but Brady's fucking. I mean, he is the Jordan. People consider him the GOAT. I think he's by far the best, and I don't even like Brady. I have to admit it.
I hate Brady, but I have. Yeah.
I was a Denver fan when Manning was there, and he would always beat Manning in the playoffs. I was like, fuck.
I remember when everybody was a Giants fan for Eli Manning.
I was happy when Brady lost those 2 Super Bowls. Thank you, Eli. Fuck. But yeah, that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, both of them were miracle wins because he should have lost both of those to Brady. But hey, a win's a win.
When the Giants were about it and they won that shit.
Yeah, I was like, let's be honest. Eli got lucky that that the helmet catch, and he got lucky with the other Super Bowl. He should have lost both. Brady should have 9 rings, but whatever. I'll take it, man. Fuck it. Let's see. The other brother's host dies before they can pick theirs, which is weird, but yeah, it's probably done.
Another thing to substantiate that one thing you talked about before was Jiraiya and Kakashi comparison. Like at the end of the day, like Jiraiya also fought like 3 Paths of Pains at the same fucking time.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like there's
And
that
beat
too.
them.
Yeah, like fucking he did concede like that, like, he can't beat him. He will die if he continues in Sage mode because Pain's just that guy. But like he was able to at least utilize a Genjutsu and beat them. He still beat them.
He beat 3 of them.
Even
That's
if it's
impressive.
off guard.
Yeah.
Even if it's off guard and like something Nagato would never predict because he knows Jiraiya would never use Genjutsu, so that's why it caught him completely off guard and he underestimated him in that aspect. But still, like that's something Kakashi could never be able to replicate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it is what it is.
Yeah. There's a reason. Is Naruto fodder in Boruto now? Pretty much, unfortunately. Yeah. There's a reason most crossverse scalers that don't want Naruto to multiversal agree that Inoshipudi Naruto caps off at Saiyan Saga DBZ. Yeah, exactly. That's what most of them cap off at, around there. Besides that Kage. But yeah, Naruto and Sasuke do cap off around there at the end of the war arc. Kid Goku would literally just speed blitz. Yeah, facts, dude. Fucking, yeah, he would clap. Shiba versus Kakuzu, Danzo, Toburama. I think it could go either way. Yeah, Kakuzu's omnipotent, man. Kakuzu's omnipotent. Toburama has his racism amp. Danzo has his racism amp. So yeah, they have a chance against Shibai. Mayuri zombies of those fodder fox Espada and around car would unironically mop some low tier Espada. Oh, facts, dude. Yeah, facts. What if Naruto had Kaguya's level of power and abilities after gaining the Rene Sharingan? The war arc would have ended and Naruto and Sasuke would have died. Not Madara.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be real with you. If Madara had Kage's level of chakra and power, it's over.
Yeah, they would have lost the war. Naruto would have ended
like,
there.
He was only equal to Naruto and Sasuke because of his chakra control. It's just so fucking good. He's like Itachi, you know what I mean? Like his chakra control is just ridiculous. And that's why he could still fight against Sasuke and Naruto, even though they had way more chakra and power.
Yeah.
There you go. But like Kaguya, fucking, she just had so much goddamn chakra and power. And if her chakra control was just as good as fucking Sasuke or Naruto or Madara, she would have just destroyed everybody. But her fucking chakra control was also fucking ass. Yeah. She's basically like Kid Naruto.
And she was retarded,
has all
too.
that power.
Yeah,
exactly. She's retarded. She has all that power and chakra, but her chakra control is also pretty poop. So, like, the fact, like, at the end of the day, like, when it really comes down to it, like, if Madara had that power, bro, they're fucked. That's that's like Itachi having a 10 tails Shinchuriki chakra and power, bro.
Yeah,
like, what
fucked.
do you do?
Yeah, no, everyone's fucked. Madara, would Sakura and Naruto be a better relationship than with Hinata? No, it would be an abusive relationship. It wouldn't be better. She'd be beating him and shit in front of his kids and shit like that. So nah. Naruto and Hinata is not a very inspired ship, but Naruto and Sakura is definitely worse by a lot. Yeah, facts.
The funny thing is, a lot of people gave Kishimoto a lot of shit for that, though. They were all wanting Sakura and Naruto to get together.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, people were happy, but yeah, back then they were like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, back then, yeah. Orochimaru had OJ's lawyer. Yeah, facts, dude. He had Rob Kardashian on the case, bro. Beat the case, facts. How much stronger would Sasuke get if he got Sashirama's Cell Arm, 10 Tails and Cherokee, and then ate a chakra fruit? I mean...
he fucks everybody up at that point. Shit.
I mean, probably even stronger than his prime.
Yeah, like, look at him now. Like, every time he fights, he's not even at full power. Like fucking on par with Naruto. Like, when he's using his Susanoo and shit. Like, he's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Is Orochimaru a tranny? I don't know. Man.
The amount of times he had a girl body, bro.
Yeah, he can. I think he can be if he wants to be. That's all I'll say. He can be. Like when he had like the disguise and the force of death. Yeah, like the.
Well, to be fair though, like he's not really a tran because he's technically like using hacks to biologically have a female body.
Yeah, he might literally just be a female.
Like he's literally just a female technically. Like because the times where he's like a woman. Like, he's literally a woman. Like, they even say, like, he is, like, it's not like he's just, like, fucking, still has a fucking, penis and then, like, just, now looking like a woman.
I think he's literally, like, changing into a female. Yeah.
Yeah.
Orochimaru,
Like, he has their face and everything.
yeah, Orochimaru probably got pardoned for taking care of the 5 Kage in the war. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Yeah, he did a lot of good things in the war, like saving Tsunade's ass, which got cut in half and shit like that. So,
Yeah.
in a way, Pain did the same thing with Jiraiya, not sending in all the Pains at once. Basically, see about Jiraiya's ability. Then, when the 3 Gods Frog song, he releases all of them. Yeah, first he was not too wary, but yeah, then he jumped him. Yeah. Mount Miboku Loki solos any village average summon. What if all Obito needed to unlock his Renegon was Senju DNA? He would have unlocked it a long time ago.
Hey, one other thing too, though, with that one guy that talked about the dry shit. Well, technically, it's still greater for Jiraiya though, because he starts off a 1, and then he summons 2. He doesn't summon 1 more; he summons 2 more. So that's still better than, like, you know what I mean, in comparison for Jiraiya. Like, Kakashi only summoned 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Donzo definitely that one out of pocket uncle at Thanksgiving. Yeah, facts, dude. He's that one guy that just can't refuse to take an L. Like, he's always running his mouth and shit. Yeah. He'll probably start problems at like the fucking barbecue and shit. So, Mr. Popo versus Prime Kage. Mr. Popo, I heard some crack shit about him. Maybe he'll beat Kage. I don't know. I haven't scaled him in a long time. Like, bro, Pain wasn't going to risk chains coming up from underground again. You have to understand the context. Get real. Yeah, facts, man. Facts. There's always the context. Fugaku's clapping Sishri, no diff. I don't care if he's feetless. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Itachi was wary of him. So, Swag's biggest L during the 2019 feud was making the video where he edited his debate with Parrot. He picked only the parts where he got a hand up on him. Really? I didn't even know you ever uploaded that. I wish I would have seen that back. I wish I would have seen that back then. Racism amps never gets old. Yeah, man. $2 from Steven again. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the $2. Tobarama over Block Frieza. Racism amp goes crazy. Dude, facts. Facts. As soon as that kicks in, the boy is damn near universal. Or beyond that. He's damn near omnipotent.
Nobody can fuck with him at that point, yeah.
Yeah, he's
even
broken.
greater than omnipotent raw durability Kakuzu.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, he's that broken. Didn't Mr. Popo box with Super Saiyan Trunks? Oh, that's right. Yeah, dude, Mr. Popo could scrap, bro. Mr. Popo probably fucks up Kage.
Oh, that reminds me though. There was this one dude that got so butthurt. It was named Mono. Like, cause he was like pulling all like he was arguing all like this fucking retard ass shit for Togurama, saying like, oh, he's stronger than Madara and all this bullshit, or 6 pounds and yada yada. And I basically had a rule in my server, like, if you're gonna argue retarded shit or be a rat or sophist, whatever, you have to debate that shit. If you don't, then you're just gonna go, you know what I mean? Like, be gone. Like, nobody has time for that bullshit.
Oh my god.
What's it called? And the man got so butthurt, and because like he refused to fucking debate and shit or whatever, and like along with this other dingling. So basically, I just got rid of him because I wasn't gonna deal with it, and then they start like doing like talking shit and just irrelevant from the topic at hand. So they got dealt with, and that man got so mad, bro. That man started going like on fucking community servers, like "fuck you, blah blah, I'll slam you, yada yada."
What the fuck?
Then going on YouTube and like on different areas and like commenting and mentioning me. I'm like, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm like, bro, like, are you good? Like, are you this butthurt and obsessed? Like, relax, bro. It's not that fucking
Some
deep.
guys on Discord, yeah. It's so deep for them, man.
Yeah, like, it shit was hilarious. And it's like, at the end of the day, bro, like, if you love Tobirama that hard, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm sorry, but he's just ass. Like, the entire narrative of Kishimoto demonstrating, like, he's fucking poop. Like, the man lost to Kenningen. I don't give a fuck. And it was just so retarded. And then he kept trying to, like, bring up, like, some dishonest, like, arguments, like it had to be like a surprise attack, like meaning like an off guard hit for Togurama. I'm like, bro, you're trying to tell me this motherfucker at like a political enemy nation meeting to have a peace treaty meeting that this motherfucker's not going to be on guard? Are you kidding me? Like, he's just going to be sitting there like picking daisies and like, oh, I have nothing to fucking worry about, even though the Lightning Villages had fucking smoke and clout with us for who knows how long, but yeah, no, fuck this. I'm just, it's all good. Even though the 5 Kage Summit, like, you see all those motherfuckers there, and they're all ready to blow. Like, the moment somebody does something stupid, all of them are getting ready to fight and shit and pulling up. Like there's always tension. There's always, you name it. Like, there's been the cycle of hatred, etc. Like, it's blatantly dishonest. And this motherfucker's going to sit here and be like, Tobirama was hit off guard. It's surprised. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're
surprised.
like, hell no.
I'm surprised he would get that impressed. I heard he was
Like
chill.
literally, he's a sensory ninja, one of the best. You know what I mean? He's at near an enemy nation political fucking meeting. That motherfucker is not gonna be off guard like that. He's not like, at the village where he's safe and with his brother and shit. Hell no. Like, that's so fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Like, they Kanigan pulled up. I know damn well they were sensed because those motherfuckers have ridiculous amount of chakra, and the threat they had even in the war arc as Edos, okay? They are definitely detected. They're trying to launch a surprise attack because they're literally coming up out of nowhere and attacking, so yeah, it's considered a surprise attack. And then Tobirama tried to fuck with him, including the right Kage. They both got bitched, and he only survived because he used Fine Vision. Is that fucking simple?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, where were we? Tried to claim that the reason Perry left the debate was because he left in anger. He's having health issues. Yeah, I heard about some things between Perry and Swag a long time ago. I just forgot what happened, but yeah, I did hear about something between those two.
That shit was funny though.
Yeah. Do you think Fugoku would beat Itachi at that point if he had chose to fight his son? If they would have fought that night. I know Itachi definitely saw him as a threat. He said this is the worst possible sort of confrontation for me, an opponent. He has the MS just like me. It's tough to kind of gauge where his followers at. I would probably still lean towards Itachi, because he has more feats. I'd probably say he beats his father. I don't think it'd be easy. I think he would struggle.
Yeah, it'd be a short. Even Itachi admitted that. He said a fight between another Megekko user is going to be really tough.
Yeah.
There was implications that it was going to be a tough fight, and it was for many reasons. Emotionally, obviously, and then most importantly, him just being a threat. And Itachi never bullshits. He's very, very humble and very transparent.
Yeah. So I'd probably still say Itachi, but again, we'll never know the truth. So.
Yeah. And the main reason why it's more likely in Itachi's favor is because Itachi's just such a fucking genius. If Sasuke's over here able to do Susanoo on the fly while, kind of in battle and testing out the 5 Kage Summit, Itachi would be tremendously greater. He'd be whipping out that form real quick, way better and faster than even Sasuke. Basically what Sasuke did in the 5 Kage Summit, Itachi would probably do what Sasuke does against Danzo, where it's way more, formed and shit. You know what I mean? He'd just be way more advanced. And then what Itachi having the Totsuka Blade and Yadomir, even if Fugoku has his Susanoo, what the fuck is his Susanoo doing against a Totsuka Blade and Yadomir?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Which Kage do you think Jiraiya can beat? A lot of obviously the lower tier ones Mei and shit like that, he'd beat a lot of those guys. Unfortunately, most of the Kage are not explored. The first Kages, there's not, besides Hashirama, there's not much history on the other ones. He'd probably beat, at Sage Mode at least, guys like Mu, like Onuki. He'd blitz them in Sage Mode at least. At least on the ground. I don't think he'd beat the Rei Kage if he's in V2. He's too fast. He'd probably beat Gaara. Mei, well, not Boruto Gaara, but obviously the week before. Mei obviously beats her ass. It's
Boruto Gaara slams.
Oh, no, Boruto would absolutely demolish him. Yeah, Boruto Gaara.
Yeah, Boruto Gaara would just slam everybody in Shippuden, bro.
Yeah,
that motherfucker just speed blitz with his sand and dead.
Yeah, he speed blitz everybody. Yeah, that Gaara is slamming everyone. An interesting fight would be maybe Jiraiya versus the Kage, the third Kage or something like that. That one would be close. I would actually lean towards the third Kage because of the scaling with Sasori and scaling with Hanzo and all that, and Chiyo and stuff. So he beats a lot of the lower tier, but once you start getting to Kage, Rei Kage, mostly because of his speed, obviously guys like Minato slam him. Once you get to those levels, he starts to lose. So.
Yeah.
Popo is feetless, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Mr. Popo's a goat. Who's hated more, Black Zetsu or Danzo? Oh, dude, people hate Black Zetsu's bitch ass too. For me personally,
Danzo though.
I think I still hate Danzo more. Yeah, I still hate him more. Easiest.
Zetsu, he was always on the sidelines. He just manipulated shit, but he wasn't really the core issue with all the really fucked up and dark shit that happened. It was mainly because of Danzo's fault. Him and Tobirama.
Yeah.
So, and Hiruzen being a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Zoro and Tobirama versus Killer Bee and Madara. Zoro? From One Piece?
Zoro gets bitched.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Zoro, so.
I don't know anything about him, but he probably gets bitched.
In the anime, Popo reacts to Super Saiyan Goten and Trunks. Yeah, man. He's a fucking goat. Kakuzu uses diamond hardening turns. Black Tobirama overwhelms his durability. Facts, man. Kakuzu versus Tobirama. I mean, they're both omnipotent.
Yeah, Tobirama would beat him though.
Yeah, I'd beat him. Yeah. Hobby, don't do them like that. He's gonna make the Grand Line and lead great again. Facts. Wasn't Monoichi a Noodles goon? Yeah, I've heard of Monoichi. I've seen him around the Discord. Let's see.
Well, Monoichi, he originated from Six's server. He's actually from Error. He's an Error goon.
Yeah.
But he adapted and took Noodles' arguments for Tobirama.
Yeah.
And shit like that.
Yeah, on Discord, like the way I operate, like I don't really affiliate with most people. I only affiliate with people I like that are cool.
Yeah.
Or that I'm doing collabs with. But I'm really not in like the trenches talking shit. I don't even talk to anyone besides like our group and guys that are cool to collab with, like Six and TG and stuff like that. Besides that, I don't.
Yeah.
When someone talks shit to me, whether it's my server or another one, I don't ever respond. Like I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, and even if you do, you'll just ignore it, give a warning, but hey, if you keep it up, you're banned.
Yeah, if it's my server,
still go, and then you ban them.
If it's my server, and like they start talking shit, I'll be like one more time you're gone, and then they do it, I just kick them out. It's kind of boring. Like it's not
because there's just no need for it. Like who cares? It's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah,
like,
it's a huge waste of time.
If you're able to be the pack god, you know what I mean? Nobody gives a fuck about your Eminem roasting skills or whatever. Like we're here to fucking debate, and that's it. Simple or. And yada yada. Like if you don't fucking like it, who cares? Like it is kind of basically getting to a point where like who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, $2 from
like,
from Kedrick Adams. Appreciate it, Kedrick.
Appreciate it, brother. Like it isn't entertaining to hear and listen to. I will
say,
like,
it is entertaining.
Debate, yeah, like that shit I will say. But as for me to engage with it, for me it's not.
Yeah, like if I'm not getting paid to talk shit to someone or something, I'm not gonna. I don't really give a shit. So.
Yeah, and even if I do, like I'll entertain it for a little bit, and then once I get kind of bored of it, then I'm like, all right, fuck this shit.
Yeah, exactly. You said Boruto or Gaara versus Hashirama. Oh, Boruto or Gaara would slam him and
Gaara would slam. Absolutely.
He would sand coffin him and literally obliterate him.
Bro, Hashirama was pissing his pants against unstable Jubito.
$2 from Steven again. Appreciate it, man. W with the donations. I'm paying for your.
What the fuck does?
I'm paying for your next. I'm paying for your next meal. Hey man, I appreciate that, man. For sure, brother.
Yes, sir.
Facts.
You got a lot of banger donations today, bro.
Steven's a goat, man. He's been on here just grinding them out. Appreciate that, man. Tamari is the baddest chick in Naruto, in my opinion. Oh, facts, bro. Boruto Tamari, bro. She's a bad bitch, bro. I agree.
I'm not gonna lie, but I'm pretty sure she has the same size of boobs as Hinata too. Like,
yeah,
I'm actually not I don't think I'm tripping on that either.
She has like the drip. She's bad. Like I agree. Second would probably be like Boruto. Yeah, she's bad. But yeah, Tamari's
her
the best.
personality's ass though. Cause
personality.
Man.
She
like she beats the fuck out of Shikamaru.
Yeah, I'd only fucking smash and dash. That's it.
Yeah.
Hinata, I would like fucking.
That's who you want.
Carry and marry.
That personality, yeah.
I would clap and marry. Yeah, that's a marry. Tamari is just dine and dash, man. Fuck that. Let's see. In the anime, okay, I just read that. Let's see. Exactly like if Kakashi would have fought Pain in the exact same situation, Jiraiya fought Pain, Kakashi would have got completely annihilated. Oh, facts, dude. In the Rain Village?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like if 3 was there, he's fucked.
He's fucked.
If all 6, he's fucked.
Yeah, he's getting absolutely obliterated. One Piece is planetary 10 tails level. Really? I need to check One Piece out. I know Shinobi's told me about it. He says that they do, like the strongest ones reach that level, but I haven't read it. So, heavily fatigued Kage 5% versus Jubidar full power. That's hard because it's hard to quantify the discrepancy between Jubidar and Kage. Kage is so strong, she might still beat Jubidar's ass, to be honest. I don't know, though 5% is a very, very low amount. But,
yeah, like, the way I see it is, like, when she first appeared, it's like, he'll definitely be able to keep up. Like, he should be relative, because of him fighting against Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah.
But basically, the moment she starts doing, like, her abilities, she more than likely basically kill him because she didn't kill Naruto and Sasuke immediately because they resembled her kids. Like, she was kind of, like, mentally nerfed for a moment, for a good bit.
Yeah.
And then eventually, once she started getting serious, that's when like they're both getting fucked up. She's immediately able to separate Sasuke. She's immediately able to like fuck up Naruto and shit. And Naruto's like he's doing all right, but it was clearly still shown that like he just can't beat her on his own. Like he needed Sasuke. Like it's literally said over and over. And so basically, like where I'm getting at is if she's able to perform that way while being like mentally afflicted, you know what I mean? And mind you, this is not even like her next form where she gets like exponentially fucking more powerful.
Yeah.
To where it took for Kakashi to save the fucking day. Basically, where I'm getting at is she either basically just speed blitzes and kills Jubi Madara at a certain point, or even if it base isn't enough for him, she'll basically go to her next form and she just slams. Like there's nothing Madara can do. He can't seal her. There's nothing he can do. He's fucked.
Yeah, the gap is so large. Like she'd have to be damn near dead to fucking lose. Yeah. Blood Mist battle Obito versus Orochimaru. It's hard to gauge Obito in comparison to others. Yeah, he slaughtered platoons of Anbu, but it doesn't really like give us too much of a grasp of how powerful he is in comparison to like Orochimaru. But if I had to deduce, he's not very like knowledgeable and like practical with his abilities yet. So maybe Orochimaru. I don't know. Like full power of Orochimaru. It's tough to gauge him though. So Tobiramo's like top 5 greatest sensory ninjas in Naruto. How is he getting caught off?
For sure.
How is he getting caught off guard? But caught off guard, but the lore does state that it was off guard. So I think Tobiramo's sensing is a retcon. That's fair. It's a fair. Yeah, that's fair. I agree. Pluto has 9 planets. The moons don't mean anything, and the Naruto planet has 2 supercontinents minimum. Naruto planet has no concrete statements about its size without non-canon pixel scaling. One Piece, we know relatively small nations like Alabasta and are almost as big as... Oh, really? I didn't know that. How many of Noodle's goons has Batman had beef with on Discord?
Bro, I'm be honest, I can't even really remember the number at this point because there's been a lot. I don't even remember them because that's how like irrelevant they fucking are.
Yeah.
But it's been a bit. Like at least what's been recorded on my YouTube channel, maybe like 1 or 2 that I've like just early just slammed and just bullied and even like fucking roasted. But that's about it.
Oh shit, like, we got 3 donations in a row like right away. Appreciate that, Steven and Kedrick. Appreciate those guys. WWW. Let's see. Let's go one by one. Can anyone beat Boruto era Gaara and Shippuden? Maybe exponentially times stronger Kage. I think she would.
Yeah.
She's stronger than base Momo, so probably. Yeah. She'd slime his ass. I told TG I got a new job. Oh, that's where I remember you from. TG streams. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Shout out to TG as well. I gotta show the income. Hey, man, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, brother.
Like, bro, like, what does Gaara do against that big ass fucking truth seeker?
Oh no, he would.
What
did
he do, bro?
Yeah, he can't kill. Like even Naruto and Sasuke couldn't kill her. They had to seal her ass. Like he's gonna
literally. Like not only that, they also have like their second strongest form. Well, technically Sasuke doesn't count because he needed the tail beast for.
Yeah, exactly.
But Naruto still has his second strongest form, which is Sage mode, Kurama Avatar mode.
Yeah.
Okay, and he didn't even use that against her because clearly that wouldn't have even been enough.
Yeah,
otherwise he would have done that.
Yeah, Gaara is like inferior to inferior and arbitrarily. I mean, even that's a stretch. Arbitrarily relative to Kichiki. Now, exponentially times stronger Kage would slam his ass for sure.
Yeah, like base Momo was trash. Like Gaara could be able to beat up base Momo and even like fight against Kinshiki and shit and like subdue him and whatnot and do some crazy feats.
Yeah.
Like it was the only way Gaara was like getting fucking bitch was when Kinshiki and Momo combined their power together. Basically did a fusion Dragon Ball Z moment. And it's called Fuse Momo, literally. And when they was fused, then he was like in a different tier. Like now he's in a Sasuke and Naruto tier to where that's why the 5 Kage just get bitched. They just get literally speed blitzed in one shot.
Yeah, exactly. Then Kedrick with the other donation, Haku versus Mei. Haku, even in part 1 was never Kage level. Like, yeah, she was like revered for her potential, but I think as fodder as Mei is in comparison to high caliber people, I think she'd be Haku.
She would. And I think she's a hard counter as well because of her lava and everything you name it to deal with the ice.
And the mist. Like, how would she see her even with the mirrors? Yeah,
like, and Haku says like as her weakness, like that level of fire style won't work. So clearly, if your fire style is strong enough, just fire style.
Yeah,
you can fuck up her
she was even able to like counteract Madara's fire style during the 5 Kage fight. So yeah, she'd fuck Haku up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's impressive. No matter what, like, because
Yeah.
like, you know, and like Madara's fire style, he went all out and did that shit, and it took like I don't know, like fucking 100 plus shinobi to use water style to stalemate it, but it's still Madara. That's still
Exactly. Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
fucking strong.
That's still
So like,
very
you got to
impressive.
give that. Yeah, it's still impressive, even if like you want to also argue that he's also holding back with that, which I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of weird to hold back your fire style, but what's it called? But either way, it's still impressive. So like no matter what, like Haku, yeah, she just kind of gets bitched. Like she's a high tier Jonin, don't get me wrong, but she's not. It's really hard to say
Not
she's
Kage.
Kage level.
Yeah,
like,
no.
because even Kakashi, like he always just bitches her with a Raikuri
Yeah.
every fucking time. Like she's fast enough to intercept and get in front, but she cannot react.
Yeah,
she literally
no.
just gets blitzed.
She's not Kage level. Yeah, she's powerful,
Yeah.
but nah, not Kage. Itachi
Yeah.
Part 1 versus the fourth rate Kage. Oh, if it's the one that like slammed Kakashi and Asuma and Kurina, he fucking if he's like relatively healthy, he beats the fourth with probably Genjutsu, unlikely.
Yeah.
To be frank, debate goons get shot on consistently, even by other Discord people. People who only go there for the sole purpose of debating are not popular. Yeah, man, it's because yeah, exactly. And the reason for that is because you don't create like a fan base, whether you're on YouTube or on Discord. You don't create a fan base by being a fucking like a dickwad. You know,
Being a dickhead and
Yeah.
just talking shit 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah, and those guys on the Discord, that's all they do. Like that's how they get off or whatever. Like they sit in their basement, eating fucking Cheetos, talking shit to people on Discord. Like, dude, no one gives a fuck about you. Like that's not how you're gonna. I don't fucking care. Like I'm in the gym, fucking like doing a set. In between sets, I'm checking Discord, like some fucking retard talking shit to me. You think I give a fuck, bro? I don't give a damn. Like you're in your fucking basement. Like go get some sunlight, buddy. What the fuck?
Like go get a job, go take a shower.
Yeah, go get a job.
Lift,
What the
go get a
fuck?
girl, go figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, or even if you are gonna be doing this Discord shit, like there's nothing wrong with debating. There's nothing wrong with being competitive. But once again, if you're gonna be toxic about it or be egotistical about it, and I mean nobody gives a fuck about that, bro. Like sure, it could be entertaining. It can maybe even be comical in a sense or whatever, but it's not going to get you anywhere. You don't grow like that.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
I mean?
Oh shit! Another $5 from Steven, man. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate that, brother.
They're all just clowns. And
yeah, guys like that are fucking clowns. Yeah, I think Ninetales chakra is an amplifier, not a multiplier. As stronger people get, less of an amp from it. It's hard to like classify the exact type of rate of growth that is achieved with the Ninetales chakra, whether it's multiplicative, whether it's an additive, whether it's exponential. It is hard to gauge that. A good indicator of at least chakra amount is when Kakashi says, "Oh, alone you have 4 times more chakra than me. With Kurama you have 100 times more chakra than me," indicating that half of the Kurama has 25 times more chakra than Naruto alone. But then again, that doesn't give you an indication of the amplifier received by each tail that Naruto gets when he gets more and more angry.
Yeah, we just don't know.
We don't know. Yeah, it could be multiplicative, it could be exponential, it could be some other slope of growth. We just don't know.
And then not only that, but like even with getting a one tail, like sure it gives him a boost in chakra and power, but Naruto's still pretty ass at chakra control. So even though he has all that chakra and power, he still can't make full use of it either. That's why characters like Akashi can still speed blitz or deal with him still, even when he has tails. That's why Sasuke was even said multiple times, like, you're still nowhere near fucking Sasuke.
Yeah, it's very vague.
With all your tails. So, like, no matter what, like, he's strong with the tails, don't get me wrong. Like, he's really fucking strong. Like, that motherfucker even one-shot Kabuto, which was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's very vague because, like 3-tail versus 4-tail, fucking Orochimaru was so confident he would whip 3-tail's ass. As soon as he gets to 4, he's like, holy shit, I need to get the fuck out of here. So clearly
and he would have.
Yeah.
We see it like for feats with 4 tails. Yeah. He definitely would have slammed 3 tails.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially that jump is quite large. Like for Orochimaru to be like, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck this guy up I need to get the fuck out of here." Like that's a large jump, but it's still.
He went Soning plus with 4 tails.
He went from like below sub-Soning fatigued level to a far like passing up even Jiraiya, who he almost killed too with the 4 tails. So it's a large jump. Yeah,
to be fair, like 3 tails, like you could say he's at least relative to Orochimaru because we do see him like with it missing an arm after engaging with him for a bit.
Yeah.
But then again, you could easily just argue that that's just how Orochimaru fights in character. He doesn't give
Yeah,
a fuck
exactly.
if he's losing limbs, and you know what I mean. So he's probably still nowhere near Orochimaru, and and he's not even Sonic tier yet. So like basically what I'm getting at is Cloak Naruto or QB Naruto or with the tails, that motherfucker is still nowhere near Sonic tier.
Yeah.
He's still basically like in high tier Jonin levels and shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Or at the highest possible.
Like you can
even Kakashi could still deal with him.
Yeah, like you can give like a qualitative analysis of each tail based off what we see, but yeah, to give like an exact rate of growth between each is pretty hard. It's kind of difficult to do.
Like the only other thing you could do is like you could maybe say that like a tail gives like a 10 times multiplier, because of like CM2, like when Sasuke does CM2, like it gives him 10 times or whatever. So like maybe with that, you could say for each, but then again, like once again, like it's just really hard. It's extremely vague. And even when he has like all 3 fucking tails, all right, sure, now like let's say that is a 30 times multiplier, cool, but yet it's still not impressive. Like he's still fucking inferior to Kakashi. He's not even Sonic tier, etc. Like, and even Sasuke's way beyond. Like, it's whatever.
Yeah, like for the tails, what we see empirically, 1 to 2, he's not even Kakashi. Like early Shippuden Kakashi level, he's like at best relative. Then 3, he's still below even fatigued, weakened Sonic level. Once it gets to 4, he's like Sonic plus. Once it gets to 6, we even see a visual difference where he gets like the bones.
Fuck with fatigue,
pain fucking with fatigued pain. So he's like probably mid-tier Akatsuki level.
That's still impressive. Yeah. That's still very impressive.
He's probably like mid-tier Akatsuki level. Once they get to 8, when we saw him like break out of the Chibaku Tensei, we see like him becoming the actual tailed beast. He's like not the full tailed beast, like he's like a hairless Kurama, it seemed like, when he breaks out. So that's probably even a stronger one. We really don't get to see that because he, Minato like ends up influencing him and he gets out of that. But that probably would have been an insanely strong fucking Naruto version as well.
Yeah,
so
nobody's dealing with that unless you're Obito, Itachi, or Pain.
Unless you have exactly. Unless you have like Genjutsu or your Pain or something, you're gonna get fucked up.
You're just fucked at that point. And then like he even sprouted 9 tails while in that form too, because even Yamato's like, fuck, he's at 9. What is going on?
Exactly.
And there is still the implication, like, so basically the best way to analyze is like even with like when he's finally going full transformation and he's about to get like the fur and everything, but he just doesn't have fur yet, but he's at least at 9 tails and fully transformed. Even at that point, like he's still on fatigue level pain.
Yeah,
so he's not like still at full pain or even beyond that or anything, because like pain just literally says like he's not even like phased. It's like, damn, okay, it's pretty strong, but all right, I'll just enlarge my shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was saying. Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna enlarge it, basically.
Yeah, so like no matter what, like it's strong. Don't get me wrong, because getting to fatigue pain, or at least you could even say like probably fatigue Itachi, that's like really, really strong and impressive.
Yeah.
But once again, like that's just basically as far as he gets. So but we just don't have any quantifications.
Yeah, quantifications
like certain level. Yeah, we just only have like certain ballparks that he's clearly within based upon feats.
Yeah. Yellow Mask Obito versus Current Aizen. Honestly, I think Current Aizen would slime his shit, I'm not gonna lie. With his fucking Sanpakuto and his ability to manipulate all senses. Unless you argue Obito blitzes him. But then again, you could argue that he's gonna be, the second he sees Aizen, he'll be in his manipulation of senses.
Yeah, because that's just instantaneous.
Yeah, it's like instantaneous, so he'd be fucked. Probably Aizen, especially Current Aizen. Yeah, man.
Aizen. Yeah.
Couldn't Kage just throw Jubidara into another dimension and leave him there? Oh yeah.
The way he did it to Sasuke. Yeah, that's what he did.
And he'd die there.
And that's what she probably would do. She did it to Sasuke. He could probably do it to him too. Yeah.
Literally. Do you
like
think
Jubimato was struggling with Sasuke, and he was literally equal to them.
Yeah.
Literally equal.
Do you think the Ten Tails will be the true villain of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex? I don't think so. The Ten Tails is just a mindless beast. It's more of a tool that Code is utilizing right now. He has Ten Tail clones in Konoha, like we saw in the new chapter, and we're going to see in a few days when the official translation comes out. It's more so of a tool, kind of like in the war arc when Madara and Obito were using it. It's a tool more so than the actual villain. The main villain is probably going to be Code, I'm assuming. And maybe fucking Shibai, maybe. Assuming Obito has the same strength as his Minato battle self, and that is pre-war Obito, otherwise Obito gets slammed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Plot hole for me is that Sasuke always complained about chakra, whereas Madara never did. So logically, Sasuke should have way more chakra stamina.
Oh,
Moderate.
I forgot to mention this too, Jay. Another thing that's really impressive about Fatigue Pain that a lot of people don't understand, or not Fatigue Pain, V2 Six Tails Naruto, is the fact that not only was he able to go like blow for blow at Pain and pressure him, he then makes Pain concede hand-to-hand combat in like ninjutsu battle, and then Pain has to resort to hacks and sealing in order to defeat him.
Yeah,
And that's also really impressive because right after that entire fight, we see an even more Fatigue Pain going blow for blow and still stalemating Sagemo Naruto with a mental amp.
yeah, exactly.
That's ridiculous.
He's a fucking monster. Yeah.
So V2 Six Tails is no fucking joke. You're talking about like Sagemo Naruto level of power, actually stronger than Sagemo Naruto. But like the bottom line is that they're all in that certain ballpark to be relative to a Fatigue Pain, but still lose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like it's still very impressive. Basically, what you can do as analysis is how do you think everybody fares against Sagemo Naruto, and then correlate that to V2 Six Tails with the only difference it has its armor, yada yada, you name it.
Yeah.
So.
Exponentially stronger and faster Kage versus Fuse Momo. Fuse Momo beats her. Mei is unironically capped so hard by having to fight in a team without her acid mist. Yeah, facts. She can't use that because, yeah, exactly. It limits her ability to use her arsenal. In the Kakashi light novel, there's a character who's basically a grown-up Haku named Kaho, and she speed blitzed at right Kage. Really? I need to read the fucking novels. I haven't really read those. Plot hole for me is Sasuke. I think I just read that, actually. How strong would Momo get if he absorbed Kage and Kinchiki? And Kage and Kinchiki? Honestly, I still
he slams.
Yeah, I still think he's weaker than Ishiki, but yeah, he'd probably give Naruto.
Yeah, no, Ishiki or Jigen too would beat his fucking ass.
He might be strong enough to maybe beat full power Naruto and Sasuke, maybe just maybe each one of them individually, but I still think he would lose to both.
Yeah, like if he has Kage's power as well, I do think he beats Naruto and Sasuke now because they were basically equal. You know, with both their power combined,
two of them.
They were equal, and they just got one good shot, and then they beat him. But then again, they weren't at full power necessarily either. So you could technically argue that if it's like a full power Sasuke and Naruto working together, that maybe he actually would still lose. But you know, but at least against like them not at full power, fatigued, he would definitely win.
Yeah,
I would say that. You know?
Why did Obito recruit Itachi to join the Akatsuki if Obito knew Itachi was a spy? Was Itachi's contribution and collecting the Telebeast that valuable? I think these guys had like a inherent, maybe even implicit, understanding and compromise with each other. Like he told Obito, "Come help me kill the clan." You know, maybe they had like off screen and off the panel, they had an understanding like, okay, if you help me, I help you. So they had like some sort of compromise between each other. There's always tension between the two, just implied like.
Obito just straight up asked. He tries to flex, and he's like, "And what if I refuse, bitch?" And then Itachi like flexes back. He's like, "Then I'll kill you."
Yeah. So there's always like this compromise. The way I looked at it from Obito's side, as far as the compromise is concerned, having Itachi closer is probably better to keep tabs on the guy that he considers a threat. Yeah. Also, it probably does help that someone of Itachi's caliber is willingly capturing Telebeast for him. That certainly helps him and makes the job easier for him. So that's certainly something that he wants, and it's not a problem for Itachi, obviously. So it's more so like a compromise sort of decision he made. It gives him like some sort of power.
Playing safe, you know?
Yeah, he's playing it safe. And from Itachi's side, him being close to Obito helps him know that he's not attacking the Leaf, that he's not going after Naruto,
not
things
his brother,
like that, not his brother. So it's a sort of like mutual understanding between two guys that clearly see each other as threats. So
yeah, and it's blatantly, definitely, definitively that there's a mutual scaling to each other. Even if you still think Obito is still stronger, but it does blatantly prove that Itachi's at least relative. Yeah. You know what I mean? Why not? Or you could even say equal, because the fact that Itachi really believed he could do that is something to say. Once again, Itachi has no reason to lie or bullshit.
Exactly.
That's completely out of character.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, $2 from Kedrick again. Appreciate that, Kedrick. Full-powered Hashirama Prime versus Ten Tails Beast. Now, the way it went in the war arc, when he tried to restrain the Ten Tails, he was able to. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I've seen it. I think the Ten Tails ended up breaking out eventually, though.
It was Jubito. So he restrains the Ten Tails, and it can't get out or nothing. But once it transforms into a Jinjuriki, it completely breaks.
Yeah,
out.
then it breaks out. So
Yeah.
if it was Prime Hashirama just against the Tentos alone, he would be able to restrain it for sure.
He could subdue it, but he
Yeah.
can't kill it.
He can't kill
Yeah.
it. Yeah, essentially, it would just be like I guess it'd be a win for him. He would subdue it, but he wouldn't be able to kill it. I mean, there's no way.
And
for him
it
to
could
kill
still fight back as well. It could
Yeah.
still do like its little fucking weird ass mini clones and shit. It could also it could also still like shoot a Biju bomb
Yeah.
as well.
And it wasn't in a one-on-one fight though. Without the help of the other Hokage, it might be trouble because if he gets hit by a Ten Tails Biju Bomb, that shit might just
He's
kill.
fucked.
It might kill him regardless of having the Wood Golem. It still might.
I
Kill
don't
him.
even think he could tank it. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I don't think
like
so.
in Sage mode, like I think he would have to use like his strongest Sage mode, big ass fucking form to like be able to potentially.
And even
tank
that,
it, you know?
and even that probably wouldn't. If he could
No,
subdue.
actually, I'm gonna be honest, Jay. I don't think he would be able to.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because Rinnegan Sage Mode Madara couldn't even tank all the fucking tails from the Tail Beast. It went through his Susanoo, and he lost an arm.
Yeah, I would say, if he's not able to subdue it quickly, he'll lose. Let's say, if he could subdue it quick enough, maybe. But yeah. Let's see, where were we? Let's see, we're done.
I'm just being real. Like if Madara's Susanoo, like to be fair, it wasn't Madara's perfect Susanoo, so you do have that as well.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
But they were able to get through Sage Mode Rinnegan. Actually no, it wasn't Rinnegan. He didn't have a Rinnegan yet. But they were able to get through Sage Mode Alive Madara Susanoo, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So
base Jigen versus Fuse Momo. Oh, Jigen slams. Buta got one shot by pain because he wasn't taking any chances with my goat. Yeah, facts. He had to get him out of the way quick. I'm not gonna lie, it's between Tamari and Kushina for me. Hinata's a good option too. Oh, as far as like the baddest, Tamari just in Boruto, man. Yeah, to me she's bad as shit. But wife material, it could be between Kushina and Hinata, for sure. Ain't no way Obito can blitz Aizen since Bleach is a verse with concrete light speed feats. Yeah, Seros are very common. Seros, I know they're like light speed beams. With all six sub-6 characters have the data book. Yeah, that's fair. White Mask Obito versus Alive Minato. Oh, I mean, fucking Obito slams his ass. Not gonna lie, Bleach is faster than Naruto in speed. Now that I'm watching Bleach more closely, I think compared to characters that are like below 6 paths, it seems to be the case now. Yeah, that Bleach is faster.
Really, Bleach that's faster?
Yeah, they have Seros. They have like common light speed attacks going around. I need to like scale it more carefully and concretely though, but it seems to be the case. Yeah, at least for like the weaker Naruto characters. Yeah, like
if it's 6 paths, so they can react.
Yeah,
to,
if it's 6 paths, they reacted to that. Yeah. Not enough people have.
Especially Boruto.
Yeah. So. Not enough people have read the manga version of Pain vs. Naruto. Sage Naruto consistently shits on Pain every time they get in a physical clash. That's true. In the anime, it was more relative. You're right. Yeah. Imagine if Kaioken and Sagemo became a fusion transformation. How would the form work, and who would be able to handle it for both the Naruto and Dragon Ball series? Now, Kaioken and Sage Mode. That would be an interesting combination. Sage Mode clearly gives a physical amp, and just an overall amp and physical ability. Kaioken is also a technique.
It's your stats.
Yeah, Kaioken seems to amplify everything. Like, another question with Sage Mode is, does it amplify ninjutsu? Like, is the Russian Shuriken Naruto used against Kakuzu weaker than the Russian Shuriken he used against Pain? Well, it's hard to deduce that. I know that Naruto can use the Russian Shuriken easier in Sage Mode because he has higher durability. I know that as a fact. But I'm not sure if the Russian Shuriken itself is more powerful. That's the question. But with Kaioken though, it would be because Kaioken amplifies all stats.
Yeah, it's all stats now. Sage Mode, the way like from what I've read so far with Sage Mode and everything is basically all it is you're adding a third of another chakra pool to your chakra overall. So like basically you have your 2 parts of chakra, your yin and yang. Nature energy is that third component, so you're adding like another piece of the pie to it. And then what it's been stated, at least, it is stated to amplify your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. So it actually like does amplify all that as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It increases your durability as well. Not like tremendously, but it does increase it. And then that's basically like what you have. And then overall, like the only other thing, this is kind of the vague part of it, is you could say potentially it's like a 10 times multiplier at least, because when it says with like Jiraiya, it says like his ninjutsu is 10 times more powerful when he's in Sage mode and shit and whatnot. So you can maybe like connect the dots and say maybe Naruto is 10 times more powerful with everything else. But overall, like what is at least definitively is that Sage mode does amplify your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. So it does do that. But as for stats, that's where it becomes a little bit contentious. You could say for the most part, it's more than likely is increasing his stats as well. Due to like him punching harder, being more tankier because even his durability is more better, things like that. Even for speed, because the way to think about it, if your muscles and your body's more powerful, you're gonna have more explosiveness, so you would also be more faster. It's not like shown to have like an insane like speed amp like fucking KCM or like some shit like that. Yeah. But it's more like you can just explode more. Think about it this way, like if you're running 100 meter, in base, you do a certain time, but in Sage mode, your body's just way more powerful. Like your muscles are more strong, you name it, all that shit, to where that's why you're going to have a faster time and explode more. So you are faster in a sense, but not drastically like some teleportation shit or whatever. The only other thing that's like really strong with Sage mode as well for Naruto is his sensory abilities and his reaction time. That's also really strong.
I think the smartest way to combine those two would be just adding the amplifiers on top of each other. I think it's stated like you get a 10 times amp with Sage mode at least.
Sage mode also heals you.
Yeah, it also Kaioken, there's various degrees of it. There's like Kaioken times 3, times 10, times 20. So I guess the most absurd combination would be like Kaioken times 20 plus Sage mode. It'd be like a 30 times amp.
That would actually be really goated because what Naruto could do technically is like if he does Kaioken times 20, and let's say now his body's fatigued, like some gate shit basically, it's completely fucked. All he has to do is activate Sage mode, and that completely rejuvenates your body and stats. It gets you out of fatigue and everything.
That would help with that too, yeah. So those combined, it'd be like an insane amp plus like the pros of both. I guess
the whole point of go ahead.
The cons of each would be negated by each other. Like
exactly.
Yeah, that's basically that's why that would be cool.
And that's the benefits and perks of Sage mode. It rejuvenates all your stamina and energy, and increases your taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, and it also increases your threat perception, your sensory, like everything overall in a general sense is enhanced. But once again, like Kaioken is blatantly a stats booster, all that shit.
It's just extremely.
Sage mode is certain attributes, but not mainly everything.
Sage mode would just negate the fatigue of Kaioken.
Yeah.
Because the fatigue of the Kaioken is extreme. Like when Goku's fighting fucking Vegeta in the Saiyan Saga, his body's like fucking just annihilated by it at the end. He can barely fucking move after. So
exactly.
Yeah, with Sage mode, he wouldn't have that problem. So Mei versus Kakuzu, Mei slams his ass.
And Sage mode's also a good combination too, Jay, because it's kind of like Ultra Instinct in a way, the sensory shit. You know what I mean?
In a way,
so it kind of helps with that too.
Also, I remember Six arguing that even Fuse Momo was getting fodderized by Naruto in the manga version of the fight and didn't scale to him at all. Do you recall that being true? In the manga, he gets his ass whipped. That's why you can actually create the argument when using the manga that Delta would beat Momo, at least in terms of taijutsu, because that was a full power Naruto that stated he has to go all out in terms of taijutsu, while conversely, Momo was getting his ass whipped by a 50% Naruto. 50%
how much chocolate did he take from Naruto? Like from the 90s?
He took half.
It was half? God damn.
And then Sasuke was fatigued too because he had to teleport a shitload of people. So,
he conceded the fight. He was getting his ass beat, and then because in the anime, it's way more blatant feats of at least relativity. You know what I mean? Him not being equal, but at least relative. But he's getting his ass beat for the most part in the anime, and then from what I heard in the manga, it's just him getting bullied.
He gets slammed.
And he conceded that. Yeah, he conceded the fight. He had to utilize his transformation technique, the Golem.
Yeah.
Like his next form. It was kind of like Naruto and Sasuke's next form. Like Sasuke has Perfect Susanoo, Naruto's Kurama Avatar. He had to go to his second form in order to be able to beat their base forms.
Fuse Momo, in the manga, he doesn't scale to Naruto now.
Yeah.
He'd get his ass beat. He would have.
Yeah, Delta would slam Fuse Momo.
Yeah, in terms of taijutsu, she'd definitely whip his ass.
Now, if Momo goes that one form though, that's where I think Delta gets bitched.
Yeah, she gets slammed. Yeah, Fuse Momo versus adult Sasuke.
Because even Jigen was dodging their attacks. He didn't want to get hit by their full power mode shit. So the fact that Jigen is not getting hit by that shit and dodging, you know what I mean? Like that goes to prove that even their power can also hurt people like Jigen when he's using his karma and shit. And that is impressive in a sense. So yeah, like Delta, she's getting absolutely fucked. She's not Jigen level. She's not like the level like Fuse Momo has when he does like his transformation technique and shit, you know?
Yeah. Let's see. He did follow her, but he could be off guard as Momo didn't expect that type of boost in an instant. What if Kage ate 3 more chakra fruits? How much stronger would she be? Fuse Momo?
Probably
I don't
stronger
know.
than Momo.
Yeah, I don't know
I don't
how
know.
much powerful you get with the.
Yeah, we don't know the quantification, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I don't know. I wish May's lava and vapor style was more dove into because I find her Keke Genkai is more interesting than the others. Hers are cool. I mean, yeah, she has a lot of variation in her arsenal. How far do you think Onuki gets in an Akatsuki gauntlet? Slams Hidon, slams Kakazu, Deidara most likely beats him based off their altercation in the war. He seemed like wary of Onuki, Deidara, I should say. Sasori, I don't know if he beats Sasori, man. The particle style obviously would be a problem. But if even one whiff of poison gets inside his bloodstream, he's fucked. All it takes is one needle from
I think Sasori beats his ass. The sand and all those attacks, I don't think he's gonna be able to dodge it.
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to dodge that. Probably Sasori's where he falls. Yeah.
Like Sasori would have to be more careful because he cannot get any of his shit hit by particle style, otherwise it's gone.
Yeah.
But Sasori's just so goddamn fast, so strong. Like he'll just beat him.
Yeah. Poison would be the downfall. If he beats Sasori, he gets slammed right after that. Kisame.
He would beat Deidara though. I will say that
he
would definitely be Deidara because like we even see them fight. It's Deidara as an Edo.
He's a hard counter,
and he's literally like just as fast like as Deidara. And then like Deidara was like, "Fuck what I do," and he was about to kill Deidara particle style, but then like I think Kabuto saved him or some shit.
Yeah, that's a hard counter. Yeah, he's a hard counter Deidara, so he'd beat Deidara. Yeah. Where were we at? To be honest, I think the gap between Ishiki and Kage is even bigger than Kage and Madara's gap. I mean, it's fair. Yeah, it's huge. That's for sure. Naruto has the best and most satisfying sound design in all of anime. Yeah, as far as like the OSTs, they're great. For sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, Bleach are really good too.
Bleach is really good though.
They have like that like I don't even know if it's like Latino mix, like the way they make their OSTs. Like for example, the Espada's OSTs, like it has like that fucking exotic mix in it. I don't know. It's like from South America, like that type of music. It's fucking heat though. The way they put it together.
Like overall, like in general, if I had to choose, definitely Bleach. But if I had to choose, like, between what was my favorite OSTs, Naruto.
Yeah, Naruto, yeah. I grew up with that shit, so. Yeah, Bleach has, like, that, I don't know, something about it, unique-ass fucking shit.
It's really good. Even Swag Kage tweeted. He said that shit's better.
Yeah, it's fucking heat. It's fucking heat, honestly. Naruto, let's see. You can get 5 Kage summon characters to Lightspeed if you use the data books, and even without the Naruto's concretely Lightspeed by 6 pass. Yeah, by 6 pass,
they're not like that's the problem.
That's the way Kage, yeah.
Rai Kage and like Minato. Yeah, sure. But like when we're talking about like fucking all these other characters like Kakashi and yada yada, like they are not Lightspeed.
No, they're not.
Scaling. Like, no, hell no.
Yeah.
You know, like their jutsus, you can maybe say like their jutsu shit, like cause like Itachi's like apparently his water style shit was like at the speed of light, you know, whatever. And then Kakashi like reacts with his water wall, you know what I mean, and whatnot. But then again, like that could just be hyperbolic.
Yeah,
it
could be.
We just don't know.
Yeah.
But for Itachi, it actually technically still makes sense because he actually does at least have scaling to prove that he's within the ballpark of Naruto and the Raikage, like that light speed scaling. But either way, like there's just certain other things that it's just it's more like either hyperbolic, not really actually literal.
Yeah.
So.
And Bleach the weakest spotted does a real beam of light. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, it's true. Isaac can blitz 12 captains all at once. Oh yeah, dude, he's safely above light speed. Yeah. Minato would need KCM for me to say he beats White Master Obito. Yeah, he's not beating White Master Obito alive. He's not beating him. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if he's struggling with fucking Yellow Mask Obito, he's getting fucking slammed by White Mask. This is the truth.
Yeah.
Pain Loki could beat 1 to 7 tails at the same time with one Shinra Tensei from the Gamabunta feat. He would do well against them. I'll say that. Is Baryon Mode considered Shinjutsu? No. Baryon Mode was this very, I would say, intelligent sort of, like, plan that Kurama convoluted, maybe even before that fight. I think he always had this sort of fail-safe method in hand in case Naruto ever lost to somebody. So I think Baryon mode, first of all, yeah, it's not Shinjutsu. It's just a perfect sort of connection between a host and a tailed beast, right? It's like the perfect Jinchuriki form, I'd say. The best we've ever seen, for sure. With obviously the only con being the tailed beast dies at the end. It's sort of a testament, not a testament, the word I'm looking for. It's a kind of a respect paid towards nuclear fusion. Baryons are like these sort of, I think they're like particles or molecules that are involved in nuclear fusion or something like that. Let me double check that actually, so I'm not.
I think it's only also achievable like if you befriend the tail beast as well. Like you can't just do that shit, at any point in time.
Yeah, baryons are subatomic particles, such as let's see, that has a mass equal or greater than that of a proton. I think they're involved in, if I'm mistaken, in actual nuclear fusion. I might be incorrect on that.
Sounds familiar though.
Yeah, but the baryon mode, the name itself is obviously from the subatomic particle, and it's like sort of paying respects to nuclear fusion. And the way baryon mode works is kind of like nuclear fusion. It's like a chemical bond between a host and a tailed beast. So it's not Shinjutsu, but more so just the best fusion you can create between obviously a host and a tailed beast. And
doesn't it have hacks as well? I heard it has like some type of weird hacks.
Every time you touch or hit your opponent, you're siphoning away their life force. So that's why Ishiki was.
What the fuck?
So not only you're beating their ass, you're like taking away their life force too. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's so broken, bro.
Yeah, exactly. What if Sasori used the third Kazekage puppet? Kazekage as his puppet body. That would actually be kind of smart because TG pointed this out. Shout out to TG. When Sakura punches Sasori's body, it doesn't just shatter. It like dissipates the pieces, and then he's able to reconnect them. So if he was able to do it with the third Kage, that would be very problematic because you wouldn't be able to break it. Essentially, you'd have to like disintegrate it. And then his abilities are already troublesome with the Iron Sand, so that'd actually probably be better for him if he tried to do that. But obviously he didn't. That'd actually be smart. But TG had that good observation, so. Yeah, that'd actually be probably better for him. Where were we? In my opinion, Onoki beats everyone in the Akatsuki up to the top 3. With Kisame, it's a toss-up. But flying is OP. Yeah, flying will be a problem. I agree with that. How do you think Bunto would get in the Akatsuki? He loses to Sasori. Yeah, Sasori would just poison his ass or something.
Yeah, Datara could just blow him up.
Yeah.
Like, well, to be fair, Datara would have to use his suicide to one-shot Bunto, though.
Yeah,
that was the
probably.
only way to kill Manda.
Probably, yeah. Which transformation, in your opinion, is better between 6 Past Stage 1 or Master Ultra Instinct? In terms of...
Kakuzu and Hit-On get bitched, though.
Yeah, they do. In terms of aesthetics, 6 Past Stage 1 looks cooler. In terms of, obviously, abilities that come with it, Ultra Instinct is a technique more so that allows you to have flawless defense. It's like a subconscious defense where you don't even have to think about it. You just react successfully. It's probably better for... Well, Ultra Instinct probably is a better transformation for battle. And like it guarantees...
It's broken.
Yeah, it guarantees your defense is flawless. Unless you're fighting someone blatantly more powerful than you. Like, obviously, like an angel or something. But... probably Ultra Instinct.
It's just automatic, bro.
Yeah,
like
it's automatic, yeah. What if Naruto and Sasuke were both main characters instead of Boruto? Well, they shouldn't call a show Boruto in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they were main characters for the beginning of Boruto, but then once Kishimoto stripped their powers and she's like, nope, no more, not about you anymore, getting rid of you, now focusing on Boruto.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta start watching Bleach. Yeah, Bleach is really good. It's really good.
Oh, you'll love it. My favorite fight to this day is Vassal Lord Ichigo against Yukura. Even Ichigo against him, which is such a fucking cool
heat.
fight.
Yeah, it's really fucking heat.
Yeah.
The Rikage...
And then my second favorite was against Aizen when he goes his final form.
Yeah, the Rikage being as fast as the weakest spot is not a good look. I guess not for most of the Naruto verse. Edo, Itachi, Sasuke, and YMS Obito versus K-Team 2 Naruto. Genjutsu would be a big problem, especially against Itachi, but he's faster than all these guys except EMS Sasuke. Naruto's so tanky, he'd be hard to kill. They'd have to seal his ass.
Yeah, he'd have to get sealed because like that's the problem. Like Madara and Obito couldn't even kill him.
Yeah, no, he's really hard to kill. The best strategy for that side would be to Genjutsu him and quickly then seal him. Oh, $5 from Steven again. Appreciate that, brother.
Now it would have been interesting, like if Madara went perfect Susanoo, then at that point I'd say he could probably like be able to severely damage Naruto and fuck him up. But at the same time, like I almost forgot, like they're not actually trying to kill him because they want to capture the Nine Tails. Like they need, like they can't kill him. Like a fucking that's still a rule. But when Madara was like fighting, like and utilizing everything, like what style you name it, etc. None of it was working. Like Naruto was fighting against him, and
even Jigen said it would take a long time to kill him.
That too, yeah, with the power of the Nine Tails. So like it basically comes down to like if like either Madara Madara's not part of this matchup, but you get what I'm saying. Like So overall, it's probably hacks that allow him to deal with him.
Yeah. So. I'm the one that pointed out to Teachy that Sage Mode Naruto cracked the third skin with a Sage Rasengan. That's my claim to fame. Cracked the third skin.
No, he didn't crack the skin. It was his spear that pierced him.
What is he
like his Rising Shuriken and KCM did minor damage.
Yeah.
But he never did it with a Rasengan. He just forced his elbow to basically, spear himself.
Oh yeah, now I know what he's talking about. Yeah. TG like pointed out like in the manga, like you see like a crack. Oh, I remember him telling me about that. Oh, you told him about that. Yeah. We did that for a video. It was one of his videos. Which video was it? Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, me and TG talked about that. Yeah, he cracked the skin in his arm. Yeah, TG actually showed me that. I never noticed that. That's a good observation.
Really? I don't remember that.
Yeah. I didn't know that either until you showed me. I was like, what the fuck? But again, it doesn't really show like him losing to it. It shows like it slightly damaged him. But still, that's a good observation, though.
Yeah, like, because that was the problem. Like, he was so fucking tanky. Like, KCM Rising Shuriken did nothing. It damaged him slightly, but it couldn't take him down or anything. And then if the Rasengan, if that thing is true, then like, sure, yeah, it damaged him slightly, but once again, it can't take him down. Like, only the spear was able to take him down, his own technique.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I remember, CG did tell me that. We said that in the video, too. I think it was the first video we did together. Yeah.
But it is impressive. It does go to show how strong Sage Mode and KCM is.
Exactly. That's fucking crazy.
And it's a shadow clone, too.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Crack is an equivalent to a bruise. Yeah, it's not like a ton of damage, but it's still impressive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's see. Where were we at? We're over here somewhere. Let's see. The data book states that Mifune strikes at light speed and Sasuke reacts to it and blocks it. So if anyone scales to him in speed, they're light speed too. Oh, that's right. Mifune as well. Once you get to upper caliber characters, yeah, there's more of an argument. Like Mifune, the Raikage, Minato, KCM, Naruto. I guess anyone that reacts to Mifune, like Hanzo. That also mean guys like Pain, like full power Pain.
It's just really hard to say definitively though. That's the problem. When it comes to Raikage and Yellow Flash, that's like blatantly definitive because they're all about nothing but speed.
And in Bleach, there's like lower Espada reacting to light speed, so it's more blatant there.
With Sasuke and the Samurai dude, that's just hard. I don't know, like because once again that could still be hyperbolic.
Yeah, exactly.
But I get what you're saying. It's a good observation though.
It's good. So. That could be hyperbolic. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Raikage is a fraud hobby. Don't worry, but the Bankai amp gets them to massively fast in the light.
Because like Jubi Madara, he had a technique. Jubi Madara where like he can do like a technique that travels at the speed of light, and then Naruto's like showing to dodge it like last second, like ducking his head.
Yeah.
So like I don't know, it's just weird. Because like if it's also stating like his attack is light speed, and we're seeing Naruto do all that shit and whatnot, it's like are those characters way down there really doing light speed shit too? It's like I don't know.
In the next few videos, I may do a Bleach video for the first time. Yeah, the one I'm currently working on is an MMA video. Actually, it's not.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so MMA video coming. Then probably another Naruto one I have in mind. Then after that, maybe a Bleach one.
How far do you think Vassal Lord Ichigo gets through the whole Espada?
He probably beats all of them.
Right? That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
He fucked up second Resurrection no Kyora, so yeah, he probably beats all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. He
I
probably
think
beats all, like, maybe, like, that one big dude. What the fuck is he called?
Yami. I
Yami?
think if
Like,
Yami's
his final
if
form?
he's mad
Yeah.
enough, maybe like he has like
Maybe if
the
he's kind of like the Hulk.
he has like the Hulk. Yeah, he has that Hulk sort of ability. More rage he gets, the more powerful he gets.
Then again, you could argue the same for Ichigo. He kind of just gets, like, more stronger, like, the more angry he get, with
Yeah, in a
name
way,
it,
yeah,
like,
that's true.
in a way, like, because it took for, like, that one chick to pull, like, a Sakura moment to, like, see him one Sasuke in the Force of Death, to where, like, it took for, like, one of them. I forgot. Yeah, I think it was the girl, to where she calmed him. Like, she was screaming and whatever, and then he, like, snapped out of it and,
Yeah.
and like, broke it.
Jubidar and DMS Obito versus Six Pack Naruto and Sasuke. If it's adult, they slam, but if they're like pre-war arc, then Obito might beat them. What if Madara? Let's see. What if Madara should train Sasuke instead of Orochimaru? He wouldn't have the abilities he did. He'd have more like Uchiha-based abilities. The thing with Sasori is that he doesn't have.
He probably built like Obito though.
Yeah,
Be as strong as him. Like,
yeah.
look how strong fucking Obito was after training with Madara, dude.
Yeah, the crazy thing with Sasori is that he doesn't have to scale to you. You just need a paper cut and you're done. Yeah, that's kind of true, man. The margin for error against him is very small. Like if you're slow, even if you are like you're physically more powerful, if he cuts you once, you're fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Now, if you're faster, then he's fucked. It doesn't.
Yeah,
matter.
yeah. If he's fat, if you're like the Ray Kage or something, then yeah, the chances of him hitting you is very low. Yeah.
Because like even like the fucking Sakura and Chio were able to dodge all his shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and it took for him to use the Kazekage puppet, sand attacks in order to fuck them both up.
Yeah, exactly. Sasori can telekinetically rebuild his own body, and then he even says he can recreate it over and over. So I think he has some hacks regen. Yeah, with his main puppet body, especially. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You gotta destroy his core. If you don't, then he could just reattach himself and build upon him. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Orange Mask Obito versus Alive Minato. Obito. Barama Naruto's lifespan absorption is ass. It took the entirety of the form's duration to drain 23 hours and 50 minutes out of someone's lifetime. Oh, it's kind of true. Well, it is Ishiki with Tsutsuki, though, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Jubidar versus Jubito. I mean, Jubidar is stated to be stronger than Jubito. It has more. It has more of the 8 and 9 tails in it too. So.
Yeah, several times, and not only that, like Madara has more chakra than Obito, and his chakra control is fucking ridiculous. So he's just there's no way.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see. We'll go about another 10-15 minutes, folks. Unless someone drops a big donation, we'll stay like even longer. But it's been a W. Either way, you don't have to. Appreciate Steven and everyone else has donated. W. But yeah, no.
I do have a question for you though, Jay.
Yeah.
Like, how far do you think Orange Mask Obito is from Yellow Mask? Because one thing that's weird is, like, we see the interaction with Yellow Mask Obito with Itachi, right?
Yeah.
And then we eventually see, like, Orange Mask Obito and Sick Itachi still being a threat to him in a sense. Obviously not an outlasting, scenario or how long, but he could still do something, apparently. So it's like, do you think he's, like, massively stronger, or do you think he's just slightly stronger?
I would say, at bare minimum, he's arbitrarily, substantially. I don't know about massively. But I would say
I don't think it's massive.
I don't think it's massive. I think he's significantly stronger, arbitrarily. Yeah. And I would say, as far as the Itachi thing, I think he always respected Itachi. The way I rationalize, he got sicker and obviously got weaker. The way I rationalize that is
Itachi probably got stronger through time too with him. Like they're having the same progressive.
Itachi probably like improved his skills, and Obito never deemed him as sick enough to where he's like, oh, now he's not a threat. I think he always saw him as a threat, even when he was a little sick. He still deduced like, okay, this guy's still enough of a threat where I can't really fuck around.
Yeah, that's why he didn't do anything. He was still like he couldn't attack the leaf. He couldn't do anything. He had to obey the.
He was still like relative enough to Obito for him to be a threat. But I do think both guys, as they progressed and got older, they both got faster, more skilled.
They had to. Yeah, that's what any ninja.
Yeah, and the only thing, obviously, that hampered Itachi was his illness. Like, his stats are probably not as high as they could have been because he's, like, fucking deteriorating in health at the same time.
Exactly.
So
it was mainly, like, his chakra control that allowed him to still kind of keep it together, in a sense, and be in a relative ballpark.
Yeah. I do think if Minato were alive, though, the gap between him and Obito would have stayed because he still would have kept progressing, too. He would have still
Oh, yeah. Like, the way I see it is, like, if we take all that into consideration, So basically, if it comes down to it, that's why like Orange Mask would beat Minato.
Yeah.
Is because like what really happens is like Minato would technically be relative in a sense, but since Obito had all that time and did get slightly stronger, he will be able to get the final blow that time instead of Minato. It'd be the opposite, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they would charge, but then Obito would be slightly faster, and then he gets it, and that's why he wins.
Yeah, he wouldn't
you
like
know?
slam him, but yeah, I think he's like approaching his prime. Minato never really got to do that. He died young.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's basically what it
Yeah,
is.
he needed fucking Kuruma's half when he
Yeah.
was brought back in the fucking war in order to be a fucking monster.
Yeah, exactly. Like if he would have been allowed to reach his prime, like late 20s, he would have been a fucking monster. I think Orange Mask
Yeah.
would have lost to that Minato. Yeah.
And it's funny because like a lot of people also like don't think about that, but technically base Minato in the war arc is actually stronger than base Minato in the Nine Tails incident.
Yeah.
Because think about it this way, like look at Naruto as an example. When he's just base without Nine Tails, look how fucking pathetic he is in Boruto. But when he has a Nine Tails in base, he's a fucking monster still
Makes
in
sense,
base.
yeah.
You know
It's
what I mean?
it has
Like,
like an
so
implicit.
the same thing would apply for
Yeah.
Minato, basically. His
Yeah,
base would also be way more stronger. you
Makes
know?
sense, yeah, because when you're in Jinchuriki, you just have like an inherent amp regardless of
Yeah.
whether you're in KC
Like-
or not. Yeah.
Because a lot of people try to use that like as a contradiction, or try to use that like to solidify the fact that like base Minato is like this guy and doing all this shit. It's like, no, that's probably only because of the Nine Tails chakra.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Yeah.
so,
Let's see, where were we? Edo, the other thing is that in Naruto, the Kage explicitly says he can't travel at light speed and needs Maibui's jutsu to transfer him at light speed, and those claims only exist in data books. Really? Master Lord declares the Espada? Yeah, he does. Hobby, he also attacks Madara while moving in her technique, making him relativistic at least. Yeah, he's at least relativistic. The Kage, at least relativistic.
yeah.
Madara outright states he wishes he could have recruited Sasuke instead of Obito. Yeah, he does say that.
Yep.
You guys talked about the Cupcake Wanderer yet? Oh, EDP? Yeah, I was talking about him earlier, but to kind of recap, Gideon, I know most of you guys know who that is, a W YouTuber. He tried to interview EDP a while ago, and fucking EDP said, no, you have to pay me, and obviously Gideon's, he has integrity, so he said, I'm not paying a fucking pedo to be on my shit.
Damn.
But what happened is he still joined Gideon's Discord, and he found like a 15-year-old girl on his Discord, and he started messaging her weird. He started messaging her like weird shit, obviously like fucking DPs and all kinds of nasty ass shit. And the girl, I think, told the moderators of the Discord server. They told Gideon. Gideon felt bad. He called her mom and said, "I'm really sorry." And then they told the authorities. And he was going to keep her under wraps, but the victim actually went public with it. She herself told, like, I think she went, like, has a TikTok or some shit and told everybody about it. So then Gideon went public, obviously, after the victim did. He's like, hey, man, fucking EDP is still a pedo. You know?
Damn.
He hasn't changed a goddamn bit. He's still texting little girls. And now we're actually trying to incarcerate him. We got a real investigation. Cops are investigating him.
Insane that he has not been fucking arrested.
Yeah, it's insane. Like he got away with it for so many years. Like the first time, I think the YouTubers are kind of retarded. The ones that caught him the first time because they kind of entrapped him.
Okay.
So they entrapped him. They made him think it was a little girl. They probably baited him. This girl didn't bait him. The fucking retard just went to her directly, like a fucking dumbass pedo that he is.
Oh yeah, no, that's fuck. Cause yeah, and that's really good to bring up, Jay, because like even like those shows where like they try to bait these pedophiles, like to pretend like they're whatever, or you name it, and then they do it. As crazy as this sounds, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them actually get off the hook because if the lawyer is good enough, they'll be like, oh well, no, this is for X, Y, and Z bullshit. Like he was baited, whatever, this and that. So therefore, we can't lock him up. Even though that sounds retarded, but it actually works in the system, and they can get away with it now. But if it's not a bait tactic and it's actually like legit, then they're fucked. There's no excuse whatsoever.
Yeah,
So.
it in the court of law, entrapment is considered like any evidence that's gathered via entrapment is considered dismissible because the way they see it is you baited this individual into incriminating themselves. They didn't do it basically on their own accord without bait. So Gideon got perfect evidence. I mean, this fucking retard pedo ass dude fucking texted her. Fucking retard. And Gideon showed up to, I guess he has fucking diabetes or some shit. He was like a dialysis center. He showed up to EDP's fucking hospital and was like, we got you. Fucking EDP. He's like, fuck, man. He was all mad and shit. So now they're actually trying. Hopefully, this time they lock that motherfucker up. Obviously, he's not safe to be around children. Obviously. So
He has fucking problems.
yeah, he's a fucking disgusting piece of shit. Like
I don't get that, bro. Like that shit's just so weird and nasty. Like how the fuck? Like I'll never understand it to this day. How people can dead ass be sexually attracted to fucking kids. I don't understand that, bro.
He needs help, man. Yeah, he's a fucking disgusting piece of shit. $5
Like, I
again.
just don't like logically. You name it. I cannot
Yeah.
fathom or understand that.
He like tries to like deflect. He's like, "Oh, I'm a victim. I'm dying, and you try to catch me." I'm like, you're the one that fucking DM'd her, retard. The fuck are you talking about? You're a fucking nasty fucking pedo. What do you mean you're a victim? Get the fuck out of here. No one has sympathy for your pedo fat ass. Get the fuck out of here, bro. $5 for Steven. I appreciate it, man. People were doing a no limits fallacy on the third. That's why I told TGB about the crack. Yeah, that's a good observation. Yeah, people, the third's durability is so broken that, yeah, people would typically use a no limit fallacy on him. Like, oh, his durability is insane. You can't hurt him. But then you see like a literal chink in the armor. So, yeah. I don't get why EDP thought it'd be a good idea to join the Discord of a guy who clearly hates him. It's because he's a fucking pedo, dude. He can't control himself. He's a disgusting ass fat piece of shit that can't resist. It's disgusting. Disgusting, man. Let's see. Obito was worried about Itachi for his intelligence and scheming, not necessarily his physical stats. Well, even when they were younger, he was wary of him. That was a direct confrontation. Like Obito versus Itachi. Yeah.
Can you get me drink too, please?
It's all the above. I think intelligence, scheming, and physical stats.
I was literally about to get a drink too.
Would y'all have preferred if Sage Orochimaru replaced Kabuto in the war?
What was it?
Would y'all have preferred if Sage Orochimaru replaced Kabuto in the war?
No.
Nah. I think it would have been more crazy.
It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, like for him to be reformed. I mean, I guess he kind of got reformed anyways. Because he fucking
like it would have worked. Like it would have been the same shit. Let's be real. Like if Itachi used Izanami on Orochimaru, that would have did the same exact result. But it would have basically made Orochimaru who he is in Boruto. Literally.
Yeah, I guess it would have been fine, but it would have been less believable. It would have been less believable than Kabuto being reformed. Like, yeah, Orochimaru was reformed anyway, but I think the reason he's reformed more so is because he has no choice now. Like Sasuke and Naruto are way stronger than him. Like he doesn't have a choice.
It just doesn't make sense, for that to even be the case. But it would work obviously because that was Orochimaru's main goal. He always wanted perfect Sage mode, but he couldn't do it. Like his body couldn't handle
it. Izanami, there's less chance that it would have worked on him because he didn't have doubts as much as Kabuto. Kabuto had his identity crisis, which he talks about when he's fighting Itachi, but Orochimaru didn't have that.
True, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the way they went about it makes more sense than if Orochimaru was just...
like the type of characters it'd be very strong against is people like Obito, Kabuto, people that just are very confused with who they are, and fighting that shit. So like things like that. But people like Madara, or Hashirama, who just have very strong convictions and know who they are, and it's more likely just not gonna do shit.
Yeah, like Madara and
they already know what they want.
Yeah, like Madara and the Izanami, like it wouldn't have worked on him. Yeah, exactly.
Even though it is stated to be the counter to Izanagi, but the only reason why that technically works in that aspect is the people that believed in Izanagi, they were just they also had certain mental health issues and stuff.
Yeah,
they were believing in a certain they were greedy with power and trying to correlate it to basically of what they would normally not do in life, but they're doing it because they're being stupid and yada yada. It's all in the same parameters, if that makes sense.
Exactly, yeah. A few more minutes, folks. Which form is better, Super Saiyan Rose or Golden Frieza? Honestly, dude, Super Saiyan Rose was heat, dude. When I saw it for the first time, I was like, this shit is cold. Like, aesthetically, I mean. I think it's really fucking dope. Golden Frieza is dope, too, but Super Saiyan Rose, dude, that shit was fire. Aesthetically, dude, fire as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. That shit was heat. EDP would have been in jail if the YouTubers hadn't been stupid and just leaked the messages. Yeah, they did that shit for clout, low-key. Part of them wanted to take that piece of shit down, but part of them wanted clout. Gideon wants to take that piece of shit down, which I respect. Even if it wouldn't have worked in court, the evidence would still have gotten him in jail if it just got released on the internet without them admitting to entrapping EDP. Yeah. It's a better chance, for sure. If EDP's lore can prove entrapment, though, then still would have been dismissed. But yeah, that's true. They fucked up their chances entirely by just releasing the shit and admitting to it. So you're right about that.
It's just so like. It's just so fucking ratty, though. The fact that they can still get away, even if it is a trap, whatever. It's like it's so ratty, bro.
Yeah, it's like I get it.
Like they're still technically guilty. Yeah, like same.
Yeah,
like I get it too in the logic parameters of it, but it's like at the same time they're still fucking guilty. Of
or
that
even
shit.
like
It's not like they're being groomed or any of that bullshit.
Exactly.
They're just they're just falling for
adults.
something that's clearly exposing their true
It's like
colors, you know?
another sort of tool that criminals have is a double jeopardy rule, where if you get put on trial once and you get found not guilty, they can't put you on trial again. Like OJ, for example, like he basically admitted that he did it after, but they couldn't put him on trial again. But then when he fucked up, and I think he like did like a aggravated assault and robbery, they made sure to jump on that shit and they gave him a long time. They're like, oh, we might not be able to fucking persecute you because of the murder, but we're going to persecute your ass because of this. And they put him in jail for a long fucking time. He only got out a few years ago. So shit like that, like I get it. They're trying to make, to give a fair trial. It's constitutional, right?
Yeah,
The right
like,
to a fair, speedy trial. Like I understand that, but
like another thing I'll say, like it's just funny because at the end of the day, like no matter what, whether if you're baited or not, at the end of the day, by definition, you're still considered a pedophile.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
sexually doing shit with a minor or being sexually attracted to the minor, regardless if they initiated it or not, whatever, yada yada. That still makes you a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, it's like you have.
And then two, the only excuse to like get him out of it is like basically they're using context as an excuse. They're like, oh well, no, the context is they came to him, whatever, blah blah. So therefore, he was just tricked, and he would never normally do this under normal circumstances, and yada yada. And it's like,
they're a bunch of bullshit.
Fuck out of here. Yeah. It's a bunch of bullshit. Because at the end of the day, like if you're not fucking into minors, you're not gonna fucking do it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what somebody said. Like if me and you get a message like that, bro. There's nothing in this fucking world that would ever dictate we would still want to would just do it because somebody. That makes no fucking sense. You're only gonna do that if that's actually what you want.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like you're not even gonna entertain it. Yeah, exactly.
And the same thing, like if you're gay or whatever the case may be, like if you are actually gay and like let's say another person like is trying to get with you and they're gay, you're not gonna do it, okay? If you're not gay, but you will do it if you are bi or gay. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
you know.
Entrapment shit, it's like a loophole criminals will use, bullshit, but
it's so bullshit. Like, because no matter what, like the whole world would even agree with that logic. Like at the end of the day, we know they are, but they can still get away with it because in a way you can kind of argue the contentiousness of that technically.
Yeah,
even though it's not contentious and bullshit.
It really isn't.
And they can manipulate the system, and then because the lawyer, if they're good enough, they get out of it.
That fat ass. Yeah, that fat ass should have been arrested years ago. Honestly,
it's just retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded. EDP is the poster child of bringing castration back to the West. Oh, I agree, dude. I agree completely. Like that would deter a lot of these fat fucks from doing that nasty ass shit. That ass. I agree. Now
it's another thing, Jay. Like even fucking, I forgot to mention this too. Like any of the teachers that are grown ass adults, women or men that are like doing shit with high schoolers, they get arrested. Yeah. But yet let it be someone like EDP. Or whatever you name it, and like let's say they're being baited, whatever. Now it's not a crime or not. How the fuck does that work? Yeah, that shit don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like the intention is clear. Like he said,
literally,
he took the bait because he's a fucking pedo. Simple as that.
It's the same shit as high school. Like for high school, it could be the student, urging it at first, or vice versa, whatever the case may be. And yet, like, they're always getting arrested or dealt with. But apparently, if it's anybody else with social media or using a phone outside of school, it's different now. And now it could be circumstantial, or now it can, or it's okay. And I get like that. This makes no fucking sense. I don't understand.
This fat ass should have been off the streets a long time ago, man. Yeah. Full power Ray Kage, V2 versus guy without 8 gates. Without the 8 gates? I don't know if he keeps
I think it would still be Raikage, because unfortunately with Guy, there's just nothing to state that he's the fastest shinobi or ever like consistently, expressed, and there's nothing to also like indicate that like he's fucking, like Minato, like there's nobody said like, oh wow, when Guy's using the 7th gate, he's like Minato the Yellow Fight, like there's just nothing, only the Raikage, so probably the Raikage is still faster.
Yeah, you'd have to like rat and use like him against like what he does against Jubidara and rat and shit, but that's like disingenuous. So.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't like Frieza's turning gold. Seems a little uncreative. I mean, yeah, it's basically like his final form plus gold. That's basically what it is. Edo Madara, Edo Nagato, Edo Itachi, MS Sasuke, and Sage Kabuto Bloodlust to kill him over versus KCM2 Naruto. Again, they'd have to seal him probably. I mean, Nagato would be a good piece of assistance because he could absorb chakra.
Yeah, he could just absorb his chakra and get more stronger.
He's
He
fast
could
though.
fucking-
They'd have to like restrain his ass first. Like Sasuke's the only one that would be able to keep up.
They could try to take his soul with Nagato.
Yeah, like Sasuke's the only one that could keep up. Arguably, he'd have to restrain him like momentarily to start eating chakra. But yeah, Naruto's is very tanky. That's a problem. It's the Kelly trial all over again. Yeah, dude, just like a long stretched out trial that should have ended a long time ago, and the guy should have been behind bars a long time ago. Exactly.
I will be honest though, Nagato takes some chakra from KCM2. That motherfucker's gonna be cracked.
Oh shit! Yeah, he's gonna get his white hair. He's gonna get his red hair back instantly.
That man will be cracked, bro. We saw what happens with him just getting V2 chakra.
Yeah.
Like, imagine KCM, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy how Hokage Naruto can beat Three-Eyed Madara. Oh yeah, he slaps him. It's not even a competition.
Unless you're Daigo Knight or NC Hammer.
Yeah, unless you're Daigo
then
Knight.
apparently Jumi Madara beats fucking anybody.
Apparently beats Ishiki. Yeah.
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 Like NC Hammer and Daigo Knight actually believe in that shit. It's just crazy.
That's insane. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But yeah, folks.
That's just funny to think about, though.
I know I said this like 10 times, but about 5 more minutes for real this time. With about almost 5 hours. W stream though. Appreciate all the
You've
donations.
been going for a while.
Yeah, appreciate all the donations. Been WS stream. Goated donators, goated questions. Appreciate it. MC Hammer thinks Hashirama beats Base Hokage Naruto. Yeah, dude. There's some very interesting conclusions. Very, very interesting. But yeah, folks, make sure to check out mine and Thunder God's collab. I edited it myself, actually. I did a new style. Let me know your thoughts on it in the comment sections as well. It's a new style I decided to go about this time. Kind of like a more satisfying style because you're kind of like watching something while we converse these topics. But yeah, let me know what you think about the editing on that video. And shout out to Thundergun again, man. W for
You guys been busy lately, bro.
Yeah, we've been on the grind, man. We've been like cranking out the
doing
videos.
that shit.
We still want to do some more. Trying to think of more topics, grinding. Yeah, we've been doing good work.
Oh, you two are definitely come up with some banger topics.
Yeah, we
You
already
just gotta do some brainstorming and you'll get something.
Yeah, we already did 3 goated ones, 2 on his, 1 on mine. It's pretty fucking heat. Diagonal and
Oh, you did one on yours too?
Yeah, I posted it.
Oh wow, nice.
Thursday, 2 days ago. Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought it was only on his. Nice.
Yeah, it's I edited it myself, but the editors just weren't available, so I did it in a new style. I think it came out pretty good, but yeah, I did it in my own style.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that Ishiki fodderizes everyone. Oh, yeah, that's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's Strama gonna get turned into the fraud of Shinobi if he faces a Boruto or a ninja? Yeah, exactly. From the god of Shinobi to the fraud. That's facts. He'd be fodder in that verse, bro.
Fucking Jigen takes off his sandals and beats Hashirama with it.
Yeah, facts. Along with that, they both refuse to believe that there's any sort of power cliffing. I think they're just biased because they're OG fans. They don't want to accept reality. I like the style. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I decided to do it a different way. I used more like a video game. Well, the entire video wasn't just Naruto Ninja Storm 4 footage, but in between like our conversations when we're just talking, I used like Ninja Storm 4, like me fighting on there, like fucking the Kage fighting the Akatsuki and stuff. So I thought it was a good like way to segue in the video. So Ishiki would probably shit talk Kage.
Yeah, like what's really funny is like it's like they forget like all the fucking animes that have power cliffing.
Yeah, they all do.
But apparently Naruto and Boruto now can't.
Yeah, it's like, dude, exactly. Like, dude, that's the way anime works. As protagonists evolve, and you shift from protagonist to protagonist as generations go along. Naturally, there's going to have to be bigger and bigger threats, like bigger and more.
Even said over and over in Naruto, the next generation shall surpass the next.
Yeah,
and over.
It's literally stated. Yeah, and also it's like the way manga works is like writers want a bigger and bigger climactic event. They don't want the same power, same level of thrill. They want a higher and a more heightened sense of thrill, heightened sense of power, bigger fireworks essentially. And obviously, you got to make more powerful antagonists because of that. You know, it's not gonna be like, oh, fucking eighth gate guy stronger than Ishiki. Like, really? Why the fuck isn't he fighting Ishiki? The fuck?
Oh, why the motherfucker struggle against Jubibara then?
Yeah, why did he almost die to Jubidara if he's fucking stronger than Ishiki? I don't understand that. The fuck is that? You know? This makes no sense logically. It's clearly emotional appeal. Hashirama gonna get bullied by Jigen for walking into his house without taking off his shoes. Yeah. Facts, dude. That was the coolest shit ever.
He would just bitch slap him, I'm being honest with you.
He would walk
like,
into
he'd walk in, he'd apologize again.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I'm so sorry, got a shinobi. You know, and then just take his shoes off, and he's like, all right, now I gotta beat your ass. And give me this. And then Hashirama be like, who the fuck you talking to? And try to fight him, flex, and then gets the bitch slapped.
Yeah, literally, he'd walk into Hokage's office, take his shoes off. He's like, I apologize. I didn't mean to intrude. And then he'd whip his ass, like, in another dimension. That'd be
or in character, if we're being in character, he'd just speed blitz him with that one technique that's
my God.
fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, he would just fucking send a rod flying through his body.
I wanted to bring this up to you, Jay, because I was saying this shit the whole time when I was reacting, and it was actually like low key like pissing me off.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. If he's speed blitzing Naruto and Sasuke with that shit over and over, and they literally just can't dodge that shit to save their life. Well, no, technically Naruto, there's a moment where he does it, but for the most part, consistently they get speed blitzed by it. Why doesn't he ever just do it to their fucking head or throat?
Yeah, that is a little strange. I know he says to Naruto, it's gonna take a long time to kill you. So Naruto's
understandable, but Sasuke, he never does it to his head or throat.
Yeah,
or his eye.
In the Jigen altercation,
he does it to his body.
Yeah, the Jigen altercation. I guess Sasuke was a little slippery. Well, not really, because he did one shot him through his Susanoo, but he was a little slippery to fucking Jigen. But yeah, Ishiki could have easily threw a rod through his fucking eyeball, no problem.
It just made no sense, because even with Jigen, like every time he did the rods against Sasuke, he always got bitched and hit.
Yeah.
Naruto was the only one dodging that shit at certain points, but he was still getting also bitched by it as well.
Yeah, if you want to be be technical, he could have headshotted Sasuke, especially when he was
literally.
Yeah, he could have headshotted.
Because although the technique, all it is he's basically like making shit like microscopic. And he's like shooting it at you to where you don't feel it, you know what I mean? Because it's so small. But then he'll enlarge it like instantaneously, and it grows in size, and then it fucking stabs you and does like massive damage. You know what I mean? That's all he's doing the whole time, because they even explain the technique and everything. So it's like if he just did it to their eye, their head, or their throat, like, and then just enlarged it, dead.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He could have done that, especially when he was
that was weird to me. I didn't know how I felt about that, but I was like, I get it. They need like the story, the writing. Otherwise, it's like, damn, like why would you just kill Sasuke like that?
Yeah, literally you could have killed him anytime.
They're not gonna kill Sasuke off, you know?
Yeah. Can't you assume that he just wants to torture Sasuke? Not really. He wanted to kill Sasuke, but Sasuke teleported away.
Yeah. From what I heard, like that Rinnegan was pissing him off. Even Jigen, it was pissing him off.
Yeah, Jigen was pissing him off. He said that was annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like
he was kind of like an annoying little fly. Yeah. You could just say he's a sadist. I don't think he's a sadist, essentially. I don't think he's
very straightforward and blunt and very blunt.
Like Naruto, he had to torture because he's hard to kill, apparently.
Yeah, he just can't. Like he just says
Sasuke,
right
he was about to, but obviously he teleported away.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Let's see. Seriously, Ishiki would imagine Ishiki turning his 1,000 arms into toy-sized prizes. Yeah, that's what he would do to Hashirama, bro. All those 1,000 hands would turn into fucking toys.
Seconds. Oh no, like he probably like imagine he lets him do that, and then he's like, and he goes to punch like he does against Madara, and then Ishiki just charges, does exactly what he does to Sasuke, just kicks through all that shit in one shot.
Yeah, he would one-shot the Golem and Hashirama easy.
Yeah. I think he just goes right through Hashirama's body like a spear.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like he doesn't get launched away. He just goes right through his fucking body like a sword.
Yeah, he wanted to bully the Renegade out of Sasuke, not stab it out. Definitely bullied his ass, that's for sure.
Like, because I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm about to get to the next level of like Fire and Peak. You know, to where eventually Shiki gets shown and Barrymore Naruto and all this shit. So I'm literally Yeah, I'm literally right there because I just finished Jigen beating Sasuke and Naruto. That's right where I left off.
Yeah.
So like I know I'm about to see all that shit, but it's like the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, bro, that ability's just fucking broken. Like Sasuke should have been dead a long time ago. If he has it all over his body, it just makes no sense. And then not only that, like he even did it to like the critical points to Sasuke when he launched a technique. Because right when Sasuke gets hit by it, like for the fucking either second or third time, either way, like Sasuke's like, this is really bad. Like the amount of damage I have, like this is really fucking bad. Like critical, like to where he's about to bleed out and just die.
Yeah.
And then when he gets sent to Sakura, he's literally stated to be in critical condition.
Yeah, he was
So
like
it's like-
fucking almost dead. Yeah, he was almost dead.
Yeah, so he's trying to kill Sasuke, but like
He's like, yeah, he has like killer intent, but to an extent only. He's like nonchalantly whipping their ass. He's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, you guys are all right. Like he's not like for example,
he was just toying with them, really,
Yeah,
just kind of flicking
if
his
you had
shit.
if you had
Like Madara.
if you had the killer intent that Obito had when he saw Rin die, they probably both would have died.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like
He would have
so,
like,
and then
he would have headshotted Sasuke through the head, and then he would have just tortured Naruto until if he had like extreme killer intent. Yeah.
Yeah. Like full bloodlusted, and then Ishiki, I haven't gotten that far, so I can't say
Yeah,
for
that
anything
one.
like but
That one he was a little bit more like pressing for time because his life force was going on. But then again, Barra and Naruto was a threat, so he couldn't just one shot him. He was losing to Naruto at that point. So it wasn't like.
What about Sasuke though? Like,
Sasuke was just
fodder
he was
then,
just
right?
yeah he was just
Yeah.
watching. He's like, holy shit, what the fuck is happening? Like he's so fast that he couldn't even perceive Ishiki anymore. Like he saw Naruto react, he's like, what the fuck? My Renegon can't even react. How the fuck did he react to it? Like he was fucking
Really? Wow.
he was shitting himself. Yeah, he was shitting his pants. Like he was like, what in the fuck? But Naruto's a whole different
And
level.
did he pull that one moment like he's done and should put it in part one Naruto where he's like, Naruto, how far?
Yeah, literally, that's what he says. He's like, how far have you come? I was like, holy shit.
He said that again?
Basically
Oh my
the same
God.
shit. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, he's way stronger now. Yeah, he was fucking
So
like,
bad for Sasuke. He's
Yeah.
always a side bitch character. He's
basically
like, fuck
like-
this main character.
yeah, he's basically Vegeta. He's like, god damn it. Like he's not on his level. Basically Vegeta now. That's basically what he is.
I can't wait, bro. I'm gonna be watching that shit on Monday. So.
Yeah, that shit is fucking fire. One of the best fights maybe in Boruto, especially the anime. Probably the best fight, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm about to start posting my my Boruto reactions pretty soon too. Like I can't post it like on YouTube because of copyright, bullshit.
Oh,
They
yeah,
play
yeah.
favorites.
Yeah, I do.
So what I do is I just like post a YouTube video announcing it, and then I have like the Twitch link in the description, and then they can just watch it from there on Twitch.
Yeah, Naruto, fucking YouTube gets on our ass for Naruto right away.
Yeah.
Let's see. A few more folks for this time. Seriously, Ishiki is badass and a higher level than Jubidar ever was. Yeah, facts. I'm just thinking of how you have to cope to say Madara is stronger than Kage. Yeah, dude,
Like see, you know what's
really
funny?
gotta
Like just think of that shit. Like, do you really see Jubi Madara fighting Baryon Naruto?
Oh
Like,
Jesus.
does that even make any fucking logical sense? Like,
Holy
I can't.
shit.
I just don't understand how people even say like that shit. Even like that's just crazy.
One
I don't
punch would probably just end him.
know. I heard Daigo Knight has a video on that shit of like apparently Ishiki being fucking fodder or trash. Or
Oh
some
my
bullshit.
god. Oh.
You know,
my-
and I'll tell you right now, when I go to watch that video, I already know that shit's gonna be so ass and ready.
I'm gonna have to like react and debunk that bullshit. To be honest.
There was one claim he made with why Jigen is fucking ass because apparently like Jigen or no it wasn't Jigen, like it was something where somebody kicked Delta to the wall and it only made a crack in the wall and then he brings up base fucking part 1 guy. Like base part 1 guy and says look at guy like during the Konoha Crush arc and he like speed blitzes his fucking sound joning into the wall and punches him through the wall. So meaning therefore guy in base is stronger than Delta in Boruto because he punched him through the wall and Delta
Oh
didn't
my
get
God.
kicked through the wall.
That's so fucking
like-
dumb.
I'm like, how fucking dishonest is that shit? Get the fuck out of here! This man just did that. Like, apparently, part 1 Kakashi and Guy are now like stronger than Boruto, fucking Delta, and people.
Jesus
okay.
Christ, that's so dishonest. It's like, oh, she didn't go through the wall, so guy is stronger than her. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Holy shit, that's so fucking dumb. That's fucking.
It's
dumb.
like, no, it's called the guy bitched code and that he didn't have to use enough power to push him through the wall because there's no point. He literally just kicked him hard to where his body took most of the force, and that's it. He didn't want to kick him through the wall. He just wanted to bitch him, be like, "Know your fucking place." That's what actually happened.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I'm gonna do a dagger now if it wasn't due to plot and due stupidity. Naruto would summon Ganabunta. Yeah. And when I say Hammer thinks Kage is stronger than the verse, that includes Boruto. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, and that was another thing. I forgot. I almost forgot. He also correlated the Jiraiya feats in Boruto to that as well, proving that like part when Naruto's in the same ballpark.
Yeah,
It's just retarded.
That's fucking awful. Feels bad Sasuke got downgraded into a Vegeta tier jobber in Boruto. Yeah, he went from Gohan and Shippuden to getting W's to being Vegeta in Boruto. Yeah, that's basically what happened. It's fucking sad.
Hopefully he gets some like legendary light though.
Yeah.
In the next Boruto.
I hope if he dies or something, I hope it's like a legendary death.
Like while he's nerfed now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like hopefully he gets some pretty good writing.
Hopefully he dies like on his shield, like with a legendary death. I hope. Yeah. So. Now those W's while Rogue led to the L's while in Konoha. Facts.
He could still use Susanoo though.
Yeah.
I'll say that. He can't do Susanoo, but he can use Susanoo's forms, like the other forms.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, folks, I think we're gonna wrap it up. We're almost at 5 hours, literally. Again, W donations. Thanks to everyone that donated. W questions. This was filled with lots of topics. I'm probably gonna clip some. By the way, if you're interested in clipping for me, it'll be a paid thing. By the way, let me know. So I could have someone else do that because it does take time to clip stuff.
It does.
Yeah, it takes forever. So if anyone is interested in that position, let me know. Join my Discord and DM me. It's obviously a paid thing, not for free. I won't just have you do it for free. So let me know about that. Yeah, I'm not Seth the pedo. I'll pay you for it. But yeah, folks, gonna wrap it up. We appreciate you guys coming in. This was a W stream. And hopefully next time we have the full squad possibly. We'll see. We'll let you guys know. But W stream, folks. W chat. And we'll see you next time, folks. Peace out.